What is going on, guys, and welcome to Bootstrap theme video. In this video we're going to be creating a website using a lot of features from the Bootstrap, so you will going to become an expert of Bootstrap after this video, right? And we're going to be using a lot of HTML and CSS, right? Also we're going to be using a lot of animate CSS and wow min.js, right? And also we're going to be using the jQuery plugins, right? We're going to be using the actual brackets extensions, right? Brackets text editor extensions. We're going to be using brackets text editor, of course, right? And again, like I said, we're going to be learning a lot of new and interesting things, right? To learn how to create this website, and we're going to be looking where to get the best images, where to get best colors, right, for our projects over here, right? And you can see that this is going to be jQuery plugin owl, right? And over here you can see that this is going to be our contact, right? And this is going to be our footer, right? And the best thing about this website, right, that you can see that this is going to be responsive, right? And we're going to be able to create it as a desktop and also as a mobile view, right? So if I go back over here, we can just one by one see what we have, right? So over here, the first thing you can see that this is going to be our banner, right? And you can see with the banner, it's going to have a transparent nav bar over here, and then transparent nav bar. You can see that as I'm going to be scrolling over, right? You can see that once I'm hovering, right, it's going to be changing the color, right? However, once I start going down, right, you can see that it's going to have a background, right? And obviously, like I said, it's going to be able to, once we click it over here, it's actually going to go to whatever our web page wants to go, right? So the next one after that is going to be services, right? Which is going to be with a Bootstrap. Like you can see, we're going to learn how to use work with Font Awesome, right? How to create these icons, how to actually line up everything over here. And then after that, this is going to be the promise section, right? Which is going to have, you see the scroll effect, right? This parallax effect, right? As I'm scrolling up and down, right? So if I just refresh it, you can see the animate CSS and wow min.js at work, right? Now after that, this is going to be a bars section, right? Which you can see there are progress bars, right? The next one would be next project, right? We would say get a quote, right? This is going to show our work, right? And the interesting part about this, we're going to learn with CSS how to zoom in like this. And also we're going to learn that we don't need to really download these pictures. We can use a brackets extension to do that, right? After that, this is going to be our theme section, right? Which is going to be our worlds, right? And you can see that how they're actually distributed, right? 25% of the screen. And over here, this is going to be our numbers never lie, right? We're going to be using a jQuery plugin num scroller for this one. Now the next one is going to be our prices. We're all going to be creating our tables over here like this, and after that we're going to learn how we can actually make, you can see over here this banner kind of little thing, right? So we can learn how we can work with Font Awesome to create something like this, right? And over here in this section you can see that we're going to create something of a hover effect, right? And also over here these corners, right? Now after that, what we're going to do is we're going to create over here this portfolio, right? And we're going to make it a little bit different, right? So you can see how these projects are, right? We're going to learn how we can create this effect as we're hovering over, right? And it's changing over here, right? And like I said, we're going to learn where to get a nice images for our projects, right? So you can see the high quality and for free images, right? So after that, this is going to be a jQuery plugin owl, right? And you can see what's happening if we're clicking, right? Actually our customers, you can see that this is the carousel, right? So this what we can accomplish with our carousel. And over here we're going to learn how to do the same thing with the pictures, right? So the same thing, we can just use the owl carousel to use it for the pictures, right? Now the next one is going to be our carousel, how it works with, let's say these would be quotes about us, right? And you can see that how this is working, right? And you can see that we're going to learn how to deal with these colors and get them more customized, right? So this is going to be our contact us section, right? So you can see over here how this one is working. And the last one is going to be footer with our social media icons, right? And like I said, the last thing over here was a scroll to the top, button, right? So if I just press it over here, we are zooming all the way to the top, right? And what we can do is we can minimize this website to however small we want, right? And over here we have the same menu, right? And we're going to learn how to create actually this menu also, right? And how to work with this so it appears this way, right? So we're going to be doing a lot of interesting things. I hope you guys are going to enjoy it, but enough of me yapping. Let's get to text editors and let's start working. So the first thing we will need to do is actually get a Bootstrap to our folder, right? So you can see over here that I have a Bootstrap folder, and within that folder I have CSS folder and a JavaScript folder. And you will see in a second just why I created these folders. But over here you can see that I have a empty index HTML. And we're going to look at two ways how we can get Bootstrap to our project. And one is going to be using a brackets extension. The other one is going to be actually using a Bootstrap website. So the first one, we're going to be using a Bootstrap website. So let's say we're going to go to Google over here. And you can see over here that I already wrote a Bootstrap. So we just find over here this first website. And you can see that this is a Bootstrap, right? So we just click getting started over here. And then you can see that we have a couple of options, right? We have SAS and source code. And we're just going to click a Bootstrap one, download Bootstrap over here. So we're just going to download Bootstrap right here. So now it's downloading to our computer. And over here you can see that they have this little thing called basic template, right? So we just click it over here. And you can see that they're giving us a advice or maybe a rule. You can call it however you'd want. So basically how our document should look like. So the easiest thing is we're just going to grab it over here, this one. And you can see that I massively over exaggerated, right? So we just need to copy this thing. So I'm just going to copy this over here. I'm just going to say copy, go back to the brackets, our text editor. And here I'm just going to paste it, right? So now you can see that we have our document. Now you can see what they're requiring, right? They're saying Bootstrap min CSS, right? And here they have Bootstrap min JS, right? But you can see that with this template, they already included a jQuery, right? So we just go back, head back to our downloads over here in the Finder. You can see that this is going to be the zip file that I just downloaded over here. And you can see that they were opening the folder, right? So I'm just going to close for now this, minimize this Bootstrap website that we had, and you can see that this is my Bootstrap folder, right? So I'm just going to open this Bootstrap folder, and you can see that I have CSS and JS, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to find a CSS min, right? So where we have the CSS min, right? So we have Bootstrap theme min CSS, and we have Bootstrap min CSS. So I'm just going to grab this Bootstrap min CSS and paste it to a CSS, right? So I'm just going to have it over here, and now it's sitting in my CSS folder in my Bootstrap folder. Now another one that I want is JS, right? The JavaScript one. So I just again find a Bootstrap min JS, and I'm just going to drag it to a JavaScript folder. Now obviously we could have done without creating these two folders, CSS and JS, but it's just a little bit more convenient if we're basically following whatever the rules set up for us, right? So over here now you can see that we're basically giving an address, right, which is a correct one, which goes to Bootstrap min CSS. And probably the easiest way to figure out, right, is probably make some couple of, I don't know, a Jumbotron or something like that, right? So we're just going to write div, and we're going to give it a class. And we're going to give this class Jumbotron over here, and we're just going to check it out. Let's say hello world, right? And we're just going to save this, and let's just check it out whether we have it, right? So this is going to be my live preview one, right? And you can see that they have this standard a Bootstrap preset Jumbotron. So we have successfully downloaded a Bootstrap. And obviously we can get rid of these ones, right? These are just comments out that pretty much explains everything. And you can see the nice thing right away. They have all the meta tags that we need and all that good stuff. Now there's actually a little bit better way. Well, not a better way, maybe a little bit easier way, right? So if you're using the brackets, we can just go to brackets extensions over here like this. And I'm going to click on extension manager. Sometimes, unfortunately, it's going to take a little bit of while of opening this extension manager, well, you can see it's here. Now we have available, we have themes, and we have install, right? And the extension that is interesting to me is the Bootstrap starter template, or here this one, right? And you can see that I already have it in my installed, right? So if we close it, and once we have installed it, we just go to brackets, file over here, and we have a new Bootstrap template. And what's going to happen is that we right away have a new Bootstrap file, and I guess I could just call it like Bootstrap HTML, because what we need to do is we need to actually save as, right? We need to save it as some type of name, right? So what do we do over here? We just write save as, and now you can see that I'm dealing with this one, right? So I'm just gonna Bootstrap HTML. And the good thing is you can see right away this file, we have this a template, right? This is going to be the nav template, and you're going to see it in a second how it looks in a live preview, and you can see that this is the container. But you can see without even going to any website or anything, I have right away this template, right? Without even downloading any files or anything like that. So in this Bootstrap HTML, even if I go back over here, and let's say that in this case I'm just going to select this Bootstrap min, right? And I'm just going to delete this, right? I'm just going to say, yeah, that I want to delete this. And I'm going to go to, let's say, JS, right? And the only reason why I'm deleting that, and I'm just showing you that my Bootstrap is still going to work, right? The index.html is not going to work anymore because those files don't exist, right? But so I'm going to delete this one for now. That index.html, we don't need it for now. So we're just going to say delete index.html, right? But this Bootstrap HTML is actually going to work. And just to prove it to you that it actually does work, I'm just going to again click on a live preview. And maybe we're going to click it one more time. And now you can see that I have Bootstrap template without any Bootstrap downloaded files, right? Because you can see over here that it's using a content delivery network, or CDN, right? It's using for a CSS and it's using for a JavaScript, right? And obviously right away it has included a jQuery, right? So for me, I always find this a little bit easier. Of course, if you want to do some kind of changes in your Bootstrap, you should definitely download the Bootstrap. But for the purpose of these videos, we're just going to be using this extension, brackets extension, the Bootstrap starter template, because I just find it a little bit more easier. And what I'm going to do over here, I'm just going to rename right now this file, and I'm just going to say index.html, right? So this is going to be my main file, index.html, but instead of going and actually downloading, which we covered how to do that. So if you're not using the brackets, if you don't want to do it, you know how to download. However, I'm just going to be using this extension just to make my life a little bit more easier. So now that we have our Bootstrap added to our project over here, you can see that I put a live preview right next to each other, right? So we're pretty much dividing the screen. And over here, if we want, we can obviously get rid of these comments, right? They're really not helping our cause, right, for now. And obviously, we won't going to be using this nav bar, right? So maybe what I can do right away, I can just delete some of that stuff, and maybe just to leave this container just for this split second, and just so we have something on the screen, right? And over here we can just save it like this. And in this video, what I want to show you is that obviously we're going to be using images for this project. And you can see that I have over here this images folder, and the easiest thing is probably going to be naming these folders where we're going to be placing these images, because the basic syntax of how we're going to be working is with this project, we're going to be creating a section, right? And each section is going to have an ID. And obviously we want to create the same type of folder, and just let's place these photos within those folders, right? I'm sorry, these photos within those folders. So over here you can see that I have a logo, right? So obviously it's going to be in a logos folder, and then we have a main, right? This is going to be our main background. Right, then we have a numbers what we're going to be using. Then there's going to be a promise folder, right, for the promise section, and so on and so forth, right, along these lines. Now, what I want to show you is a couple of websites because you can obviously download stuff from Google, right? You can just Google whatever photo you want and all that stuff. However, there's a couple of websites that I really like for a high quality images, right? So the first one would be a Pic Jumbo over here. So obviously if you just go to Google or you just type, right, this is going to be picjumbo.com. And over here you can see that it's going to be opening. And again, the nice thing about it is there's going to be a categories that you can choose, right? There's abstract, animals, architecture, and along those lines. They're asking you to basically, if you want, basically give them your email for some type of getting a new photos and all that. You can just say no thanks, right, and still continue, right? And so you can see how easy it is, and they're really good quality, and it's a free download, so you can use them for a project. Now another website that's really cool is this Unsplash, right? So again, if we just open it up in a Google, you can see that this is going to be a little bit different, more setup, right? But again, very nice, very high quality images that you can use, right? And the good news is, again, this is for free, right? And another one would be a gratistography over here like this. And this is another one, right, where we can use it. Very nice, right? These are like a little bit more interesting over here with the faces and all that, right? So you can use this website if you want to download the images also. So this one is a little bit more, if the other ones were more like classic, this one is if you want to use like, you know, pictures like this, right? Which is really cool for some of the projects for sure. It's really, really cool to have these kind of images if you want. So now you know that these three sites, the Pic Jumbo, the Unsplash, and gratistography, those would be my suggestions if you want a high resolution, very nice free images. And the last thing before we start coding, we would need to add a font awesome. And I actually have a longer video if you missed something in this part what I'm showing, but I'm just going to show you exactly how we download it. But again, if you missed something, there is actually video which is a little bit longer, right? So over here, what we would need to do is we're just going to change it to good old friend Google, right? And we're going to write font awesome, right? Not font, but font awesome over here like this. We have a website, right? We just go to the website. Over here we have an option, right? We have a get started, right? So we have an option of getting the CDN where we would need to get our email, right? Or we can just download, right? So over here, if I just click download, they're asking us, well, take your icon game. Do we want that? No, we just want to download over here. So now you can see that it's downloading, right? So we can close this one out. And obviously the only thing that they're asking is actually include this path, right? So what I'm going to do right away, I'm just going to copy this path, right over here, copy, and we can minimize it over here, and we can go all the way to our head, right, where we have our first link. And what I want to do over here, I just want to write I want to paste this, right? This is going to be the path to our font awesome. And over here, I'm just going to comment, this is going to be font awesome over here, right? And we're going to need to change it a little bit around. So we're going to go back over here. Well, not actually over here. We're going to go to my downloads over here like this. And we're going to see what we have, right? So we have a font awesome zip, right? So we're just going to open the zip over here like this. And what we need to do is I'm just going to drag this whole folder to my Bootstrap, right? So now I'm going to have my font awesome in my Bootstrap. So over here, what I would need to do is technically just change this path over here like this. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to delete this front over here. And let me just put these colon back on. And you can see over here the font awesome, right? CSS, font awesome min, CSS, right? So this is going to be our path, right? So if we want to try it out, do we have our font awesome, right? So we're going to go over here somewhere within this div, and we're just going to place this little I, and we're going to say that this is going to have a class. This is going to be, I don't know, fa home, right? So this is going to be adding over here. You can see that this icon, and maybe let me make it 5 times bigger, right? So we can for sure see that we have it, right? And now that we have successfully added font awesome to our project, we can actually start coding, and I'm going to start by making the actual banner section. So now that we have a Bootstrap, and over here we have images, right? We have downloaded our images and we have downloaded our font awesome. We're actually ready to jump and start actually coding the HTML for our banner, right? So here I'm just going to create a little bit more space so we can see. And we're obviously going to be working within a body section over here. And you can see that our scripts are on the bottom, but we're just going to maybe close out the head element because for now we don't need it. We're going to need a little bit later. We're going to be adding more links, but for now we're just going to leave this closed like this over here. And the first thing that I want to do is I want to create a section, and I'm going to say that this section is going to have an ID. And the ID is going to be a banner. Now later on we're actually going to be placing a nav over here, but for now we're just going to be working with a titles and links and all that other stuff, but nav we're going to be adding a little bit later. So over here the first thing that I want to do is actually add a div, and I'm going to say that this div is going to have an ID. And that ID is going to be a banner content, and this one we're going to be using actually for centering purposes. So over here with this ID banner content, within this div we're going to create a div that's going to be a div of ID of banner box, right? So over here this is going to be a banner box, and within that banner box we're going to create a h1. Right, then we're going to right away create a strong tags. Also within those strong tags we're just going to write a name of our website, right? So in this case I'm going to write imagine, but obviously you can create whatever you would want. And after that we're going to create this underline. So for that we're going to create a div with an ID, and ID is going to be pretty straightforward. This is going to be banner underline over here like this. So now we have our div. And after that, within this banner box, right? After that, we would need to create also here a href, right? So I'm going to say that I'm creating a link. This is going to be an href, and over here we're going to say that this href is going to be actually going to ID work. So over here we're going to create that this is going to have a location of work, right? Not just a simple hashtag, but actually it's going to be going to ID work. And here we're going to say that this is going to have a name of work, right? So now we have our div banner box. But what else we need to create is actually we need to create over here this little icon that's going to be jumping up and down, right? So over here, this banner content. Now underneath here, we're going to be creating a div, and we're going to say that this is going to have an ID, and this is going to have a banner icon over here like this. And within this banner icon we're going to actually be using our font awesome. So I'm going to create a href over here, and I'm going to say that this is going to be going to services, which is going to be our next section. So basically it's kind of gonna slide down, right? And here within this href we're going to place a I that's going to have a class, and the class is going to be fa, and fa angle down, angle double down, double over here down, right? So I'm just going to close this one, and you can see that this is going to be our icon over here, and we're just going to leave it the way it is right now, and we're pretty much ready to go and actually start styling everything. Now before we do that, I just want to show you a brackets extension that's going to be making our life a little bit easier. Now over here you can see again we click on extensions, right, on brackets extensions, and again it's going to take a little bit to load. So I have two options: either I need to cut it once I'm actually editing, or I can just yammer for those 2 minutes. Well, it actually was kind of quick this time. So we go to installed, right, and if we go to beautify, right, this is the brackets extension that actually makes our code look nicer and neater, right? And we have a couple of options. We can just pretty much, let's say in this case, we can just select whole text, right? And we can right click it over here and we have beautify, right? And you can see that it pretty much opens up everything, but it actually puts it really nicely, so we don't have any kind of spaces or anything like that, right? Which is in our case a little bit messed up that it opened up the head. But another way we can do it is we have a file, right? And we have a beautify on save. So every time we're going to be saving, it's going to be doing the same thing, right? And trust me, right now when we have this little like bodies and this just section, right, with the banner, that's really easy. However, if we're going to be using, once we're going to actually get to the end of this document, you're going to see that this working with the beautify is actually going to make our let's say our whole file look much more readable, right? But we're going to be working because we're going to have many sections like this. And before we actually go and style it, what I want to do is I want to refresh, because this is like this kind of jib with a brackets extensions that are actually acting like this, right? They have a double, right? Double our text. Now what I want to do over here, I just want to have a comment that I'm just going to say that this is going to be a banner section over here. And once we're done with this section, right, we're just going to create over here a comment that this is going to be the end of the banner section over here. And here we're going to write that this is going to have a start of a services section over here. It's a start of services section over here. Maybe let's create one more room, and over here we're going to have a services section, right? So this is another thing that once you're working, it's actually very neat if you're leaving these comments for yourself, right? Because then for sure you know which section you're working on. And again, once you're going to have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 sections, this is really neat. If you're sliding up and down, you know where you're, scrolling up and down, you know where you're located. So now that we have created our HTML for our banner, we can actually ready to go and jump to our CSS and start styling our banner. In order to style our banner over here, or our whole document for that matter, we obviously need to create a style sheet, right? So we would go to our folder, CSS folder, and over here we'll create a new file. And this one I'm going to call a main CSS over here like this. And it's obviously empty for now, but this is where we're going to be setting all our rules. Now over here you can see that we have index.html, and we obviously need to link it, right? Now the order is important though. We need to put our style sheet over here underneath a font awesome, because we're going to be referring to some rules for the font awesome, so the order is important. And here I'm going to write that this is going to be our main CSS, right? So this is going to be our styling link, right? So here I'm just going to create a tags. I'm going to say this is going to be a link. This is going to have a relationship, and this is going to have a style sheet. And over here the href would be CSS, obviously, right? CSS and the main CSS. And now we have successfully linked our CSS with our index.html. Now, one thing, right, for our styling purposes, right? One of the things obviously we would need to do is actually get the fonts, right? So let's go ahead and actually get the fonts. So here I'm just going to write again Google, and obviously we're going to be using a Google fonts because I find them really easy to work with. And over here, if we just click a Google fonts, and for this document, I was using a Macondo, right? That's what they were called. So I'm just gonna search Macondo over here like this, and you can see that it's showing up over here. So we just add them, right, like this, and now you can see that it says that it's been selected, right? And over here, if we go to customize, we can see over here what is the width, right? So over here, this is going to be the regular 400, right? So we have embed, and where it's saying how we need to embed them to our file. So what we do over here, we just copy this, right? So we just go ahead and copy this, And let's just minimize this over here, and let's include our fonts. And now I'm just gonna go all the way to the top, and again I'm just gonna leave a comment, and I'm gonna say that this is gonna be Google fonts over here like this, and we're just gonna paste whatever a link over here, this one. And now you can see that for our body we would need to have a font family Macondo. So what I'm gonna do over here, I'm just gonna copy this one over here, and we're just gonna go to our main CSS, and we're just gonna use a selector body, and we're just gonna have a Macondo font, right? So if we say it and if we go back, you can see that already how our fonts have changed because we added a font family Macondo. Now another thing that we want is, before we do any other specific type of styling, what we want is we want a colors, right? And I just want to show you a very good website that I like for choosing colors, because I was actually really struggling before that, and once I actually found this website, I found it very useful, right? So we use colors and CO over here like this. So once we have that, you go over here, and you can see that you are actually able to pick a lot of colors that you want. And you can see over here this start generator, right? Start generator, it's free. So we just click it over here, and you will see what happens. It's going to be actually really cool. So what happens is they give you these 5 colors, right? And if you press spacebar, right, it gives you another set of 5, right? Another one, so you can keep clicking away. Now let's say at some point you actually find the one that you like, right? So you can lock it over here, and you can keep pressing, and again they're just changing the other colors, but these ones stay the same. So now we have these 2, right? So again you keep pressing, and the other ones, and along those lines you can see what's happening, right? And this is really good if you want to generate a colors that I was really bad with. I was always using a web colors. I was just going black, red, blue, whatever. So this is a really nice way how you can actually find really cool colors that actually would match the project that you're working in, right? So over here on the top in our main CSS, I'm just going to close this one because I already found my colors, right? And I'm just going to add as a comment what type of colors I'm going to be using, right? So over here, I'm just going to create a little bit of space. I'm just going to add a comment for all my colors. And the first one is going to be a orange. And over here, we're just going to say that this is going to be F. Over here, 1, 5, 0, 2, 5, over here like this. And then we're just going to copy this line. And you can see that brackets is suggesting what kind of color it is, right? So we're just going to copy this. Let's say 4 times, I would say, or 5 times, because those are going to be the colors that I'm using, right? And after that, we're going to say that this is going to be a black color, and for the black color we're going to be using 3, 5, 3 over here, 5, 3, 1 over here like this, and we're just going to say that this is going to be black, right? We're just going to say this is going to be our black color. Then we're going to have and you can see over here that it's showing the color, right? And after that, we're going to say that we would want a navy blue, right? So we're just going to say this is going to be navy blue, right? And over here, we're going to write a color code, and we're going to say that this is going to be 2D, over here 3142, 3142, right? So this is going to be our color, right? And over here, you can see that I forgot the hashtag. Right, so now it's showing this is going to be our color. And after that, we're going to add a gray color, right? This is going to be a gray over here like this. And we're going to say that the gray color is going to have a numbers of C, over here E, and this is going to be D, 0, C, E, right? Something like this. So we can check it out. This is going to be this color. And the last one, we're just going to add a smoke white, right? So this is going to be a pretty basic color. And in some cases, we're going to be using black, because in some cases, I guess I'm just going to get lazy. But we're going to write a smoke white, right? This is going to be sometimes that we're going to be using, because I don't like using just a general white. So we're going to be using a smoke white. And so this is going to be for the colors, and for the fonts. And now we're ready and actually go ahead and start styling over here our banner. The first rule that we're going to create is for actually centering this over here, this image, work, and this link over here. So what I'm going to write over here, I'm going to write that HTML and the body, both of them, should the height be 100%. And you'll see why I'm doing this just in a couple of seconds. But for now, just follow me with this, right? Now after that, we have a body. And we're going to write that we would want a font size over here to be 100%, or here like this. We're going to say that we would want 100% font size, and we would want a line height to be like something like 1.5 EM over here like this. All right. So this is going to be our line height. Now, after that, we're actually ready and start actually with working with our banner over here like this. And what I'm going to say is I would want to select a banner, and then I would start actually styling it. Now what I want to do over here is I want to actually comment it out that I want to say that this is going to be a banner section over here. Now there's probably going to be some more general rules in between over here, but for now we're just going to have a banner section. So this is what we're going to start styling. And again, we would need to add a height of 100%. And again, you will see why in a few seconds. And over here, I'm going to say that I would want a background, and I would want a background, a picture, right? So over here, we need to write a URL. And over here, we would need to obviously select images, right? So we go over here and we would say that we would want a images, and we would want a main section images, right? And again, you can place your pictures wherever you want, but I already know that this is going to be with main pictures, main background, right? So over here, you can see that right now I have this picture. Now, this is really, really a big one, right? Therefore, we need to center it, right? But it's actually there, right? So the next rule that we would need to do is actually background repeat. Right, we would say background repeat, no repeat. Then after that, we would say that background size should be cover. Background size over here, this is going to be cover over here like this. And you can see that it's already better, it's more visible. And after that, we're going to say that we would want a position of that image to be center. So we have a background position over here, and we just write center or here like this. So you can see that it's perfectly right now in the center, and we can probably make it a little bit bigger while we're working on it. And after that, we would want something for this little link over here that you cannot see. We're just going to say that the position of this whole thing is going to be relative. And again, I'm going to explain once we get that, the same with this height of 100%, right? Now, if we want this parallax effect, right, that as we're scrolling up and down, which we're going to see once we add the next section, we need to add over here this background attachment fixed, right? So we have a couple of options. We can have a background attachment over here like this, and we can just set it to fixed, right? Or we can just add that fixed at the end of this URL, right? So again, we have two options. Or we can just write over here fixed, right? And it will do the same thing. And again, you'll see as you're scrolling up and down, this is going to create over here this parallax effect, right? Now, after that, what I want to do is I want to create this image and work and all this, and I just want to place them directly in a center, right? So over here, once I'm done with a banner, now what I want to do is I want to comment this out, and I want to say that this is going to be banner content, right? And sorry, not banner content. I want to say that this is going to be a line in the center, right? So over here, I'm just going to create again over here this asterisk, and I'm going to say that this is going to be a line vertical center over here like this. And over here, we're going to actually start styling the classes that we have. So we can go back over here and just check, right? So we have a banner content, right? And we have a banner icon over here, right? So we obviously would need to start with banner content. So we have, again, a couple of options. We can have a quick edit, right? or we can just work in main CSS. And I'm just going to work with main CSS. Just remember, when you're working with the brackets, you can actually use this quick edit, and you would be setting the rule right away in main CSS, right? But I'm just going to be writing this rule in the main CSS. So we go over here, and we would need to select the ID, and the ID was banner content, right? So we write banner content, and then we say the rule, right? And the rule, we would need to have a height of 100% over here, and then we would have a width of 100% over here. And the last thing we would want is a display of table, right? So now it is displayed as a table. Now, after that, we would need to select another ID that's within that banner content, right? And that ID was a banner box, right? So now I'm just going to create a little bit more space again, over here like this, and I'm going to write that this is going to be banner. This is going to be banner box, right? And you can see that I messed up over here with these parentheses, but now we have a banner box. And what we need to write for a banner box is height to be 100%, right? And then we would want a display of table cell over here like this, and we would want a vertical line middle, and you can see right away how it is in the middle, right? And if we write text align and we write center, so then it's going to be center. Now the trick is why we were doing all this, you know, you can see over here this height 100%, right? Height 100%, right? And then it's going to be height. And then, so what happens is that if we're styling like this, right? If we're writing that ID that we created, right? That it has 100%, and this is displayed as table. And then whatever we're placing inside is going to be also height of 100%. The problem is if we don't go up the chain, right? If we don't go up all the chain to all appearance elements, right, that are included over here, right? So you can see that we have our banner content, right, that we set for 100% as a table. However, all of these, this banner and the body, and obviously the whole HTML, right, we need to set them for 100%. Because if we don't do this, if let's say if we just get rid of this, you can see that nothing is happening, right? We don't have this 100%, and we don't have this scroll effect, and it's actually not going to be lining up the way we want. So we want a height over here of 100%. And the same thing over here, if we, let's say, if we change this one around, right? If we don't have this one, right? It's the same thing. It's not going to be working the way we want it if we don't set this height for 100%. And the annoying thing a little bit is that we need to really go all the way up to the chain, right? So if we want this height to be 100%, right? As we land over here in this page, the same thing needs to be over here, right? The same thing needs to be with the body and within HTML. Now, once we're done with a banner box, once we have placed it in the center, I think now we're actually ready start styling actually how they look, right? So here I'm just going to say text over here and a link, right? And I'm going to be styling this image and this work, right? This link. And again, we're just going to have to create a lot of space over here. And we're just going to write over here that we would want a banner box, right? This is going to be our ID, and we would want a H1 within that banner box, right? And you can see that the nice thing about brackets preview right away, it gives you this area where it says that he's styling it, right? So here I'm going to say that first thing that I would want to do is actually I would want to get rid of this margin that it has on the top, right? So the first thing that I'm going to say that I would want a margin 0, right, over here. And just in case, I'm just going to write a style for a, once we're dealing with a Bootstrap, we would want to write this important, right? And in case, just in case sometimes you're wondering whether everything is working or not, just make sure that you write this important, right? Because this is going to override a default style from the Bootstrap, right? So I want this margin over here to be 0, because then for sure it's actually sitting in the center. Because even though we placed it actually here vertical align middle, what you're going to see sometimes this annoying margin of that default margin from the Bootstrap, that's actually going to be messing up your alignments, right? So this is what you want to do, is you want to actually write a margin 0 for this H1, and let's add a couple of more styles. So here I'm going to say font size is, let's say it's going to be something like 80 pixels, or here like this, and then we're going to say that font weight, and I'm just going to go with the max that I had, is font weight is going to be 400 over here like this. And after that, we're going to say that text transform should be to a uppercase. So we're going to write text transform and to uppercase over here like this. And after that, we're going to say that the color, we're just going to go with the traditional black, right? So this is where I'm going to be kind of sticking with my web colors. Here, I'm not going to be using this one because I think it's a little bit more sharper when we're working with this web color. And after that, we would want to create over here this underline, right, that we had. Remember this div that we created that looked like a empty div, right? This is what we're going to be using for our line. So we go back over here to our main CSS, right? And because I saved it, I need to create again more space. And I'm going to say that I would want a select a ID, and I would want a underline, right? So once I select a underline, we're going to start creating this line. So I would want to say that width of that line should be something like 300 pixels, something like this. And after that, I'm going to say that this is going to have a border, and the border is going to be 3 pixels solid, right? 3 pixels solid, or here like this. And now I want to use my orange color. So I just go, where is my orange? And I'm just going to copy this, right? And I'm going to go back over here, paste it, and now you can see that I have my orange. And after that, I want to place it in the center. So I can do this by margin, and I can say that the margin should be 0 and auto, right? And now you can see that it's actually placed exactly in the center. Now we're ready to actually go and style over here this link, right? So over here, I'm just going to write that this is going to be a banner box. Again, I'm going back to the previous ID, but right now I'm going to want to style the link, right? So again, you can see that brackets gives you a live preview where you're working on, right? So if you ever have any questions, the area is going to be highlighted. And here we're going to say font size, or here is going to be 30 pixels, something like this. And we're going to create a border, and we're going to say that this is going to be a border over here, and it's going to be 2 pixels solid white smoke over here like this. And after that, we're going to say that we would want a display inline block, right? So we're going to say that this is going to be inline block. And after that, we're going to say that this is going to have a padding and a margin top, right? So I'm going to say that this is going to have a padding of 15 pixels. Then it's going to have a 20 pixels over here like this. And again, as always, we're just going to add this important just in case if we have, I don't know, missed it or something like that, or maybe something is not working. And after that, we're going to say that this is going to have a margin top over here like this. And we're going to say this is going to be like 20 pixels, right? So now we can see that we actually moved this link lower, right? And in some cases, maybe this is not necessary, this is important, right? So you can see that if it is working, you can just skip that. But in some cases, if you're frustrated why something is not working, just remember that you need to include this important, right? So I'm just sometimes just adding extra just so we can kind of remember what to do, right? But it's not necessary in all the cases. And after that, we're going to say what would be the color of this link, and we're just going to use a white smoke over here like this. And this is going to be the same as the border. And we're going to say that text decoration is going to be none, right? Because we cannot see this line right now, but it is actually there. So we're just going to say text decoration over here, and we're going to write this is going to be none. And the next thing that I would want to do is actually, once we're hovering, right, we would want this link to change a little bit, right? And the way we would do that would actually, we would write a banner banner box while we're hovering, right? So we're just gonna write a banner and banner box a, and while we're hovering and while it's in a focus, right? So we're just gonna add a two rules. So here it's gonna be banner box a, and this is gonna be a focus, and then we're gonna have a rule that this is gonna have a color, right? So it's gonna be a different color, and the color again we're just gonna use this one, this orange one here like this. So we're just gonna copy this and we're gonna paste it, and background color we're gonna say that this is gonna be a white smoke right now, right? So we have a white smoke over here like this. So if we save it and we maybe refresh it over here, you can see that how we got this, right? So now you can see that as I'm hovering, it is actually turning over here to have this background white smoke, and the color is going to be this orange one, right? And now what we want to do is you can see this little link, right? That would be actually directing to our services later on. We would actually want to style that, right? So again, I'm just going to create over here a comment. So we're going to create more room, and then we're going to create a comment. We're going to say that this is going to be link right down the page, right? But you can obviously write your own comments. That's the way I positioned it, right? And here I'm going to say that this is going to be banner icon. This is going to be a ID that's holding it, and over here I'm going to say a, right? So now you can see that I'm working with. And what I want to do over here is I want a position to be absolute, right? And the reason for that is I want to place it all the way in the bottom over here. Now the thing is, this is why when we were working, we needed a position relative for the actual banner, right? For this one, right? So I want this link to be enclosed within this relative over here, this banner, right? And therefore I'm using this absolute. And if I'm using the absolute, and if I want to place it all the way in the bottom, I need to use this relative. Otherwise, if I'm going to be placing it all the way in the bottom, it's going to be somewhere where I cannot find it, right? So here I'm going to write a position absolute, and I'm going to say that this is going to have a, from the bottom, it's going to be actually 10%, right? So I'm going to write 10%, something like this. So you can see right now where it is sitting, right? So it's kind of small right now, so we're going to check it out a little bit later once we make it bigger. And over here, I'm going to say that this is going to have left 50% over here like this. And then since we're going to be actually adding height and width and all that, we want right away use a transform property where it's actually going to translate its own width and height, right? So basically what we're saying for the document is to ignore its own height and width and place it exactly in the center, right? And after that, we would want add again font size over here like this, and we would want to say that this is going to be like 30 pixels. And after that, we're going to say that this is going to have a color, and this is going to have a white color. We're just going to go with a white one for now, and then we're going to say that the border is going to be white smoke. So maybe let's right away both of them add that they're going to be white smoke, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say that this is going to be 2 pixel solid white smoke, right? So maybe let's right away add this one as white smoke too, just so they match over here like this. So both of them are white smoke, and we're just going to create a border radius because we want it round, right? So we're going to have border radius, and this is going to be a 50% over here like this. And then we're going to have a padding of 5 pixels over here like this, right? So now we have created our link that's actually going to be actually guiding us down the page, right? And here what we would want a banner icon, right? As we're hovering, we just want it a different color, right? So we want a icon hover over here like this, and we would want a banner icon hover. What we would want a opacity, right? We would want to have a opacity 0.6, something like this, right? So it's a little bit less while we're hovering, so the transparency is there. And we want a color, and color should be black, and the border color also should be black. All right, so we just write over here, border, and border color is gonna be black, over here like this. All right, so if we save this over here, you can see that as we're hovering, it's actually a turning black, right? So we have created over here our banner. This is going to be a start of our page. And again, we're going to be adding over here this nav bar later. Just for now, we have this over here, this page, the beginning of the page. But before we switch to the next section, let's add a animate CSS and a wow.js, so it's actually bouncing up and down. So in order to make this button, right, jump up and down, we would need to use the animate CSS and wow.js. Now wow.js would be a jQuery plugin, and animate CSS would be a CSS library, right? And I actually have a separate video if this video would be too short, right? So you can go ahead and check it out if you're not satisfied, but we should be covering everything anyway here. So we just, again, go to our good friend Google and we write animate CSS, and we go over here and we click it, and you can see over here that it has a animate CSS, and these are the classes that we can use, right? And there's many of them, so obviously I'm not going to be covering them, all of them. And over here we have a bounce up and down, right? And remember that we were using the animate for the rest of our section also, right? We're just starting right now with this one, with this little link over here, right? But we're going to be using actually for the imagine and for work. Everything is going to be sliding in and zooming in and all kinds of interesting stuff. So we're just going to go to GitHub over here. I'm just going to click it over here, and we just need to find it where we can actually download, right? And this is what they're saying is how we should actually include it, right? So we're just gonna take this link for now, right? We want a animate min CSS. We're just gonna copy this over here, and we're gonna go back to our index.html. And again, somewhere, let's say over here again, above the Google fonts, we're just gonna add a animate CSS, right? So we want animate, right, CSS, right? Animated CSS, right? It doesn't really matter, you're making a comment anyway. So over here, we're just gonna copy this, right? So we're just gonna say copy, and we're gonna paste it over here like this. And now we have a animate min CSS. So obviously now what we would need to do is actually download it, right? So we just go over here to the GitHub where we can actually download. So we go a download zip, and now we can go to our downloads, right, over here, and this is animate CSS master. And now we would need to find a animate min CSS, right? So we have our folder over here, this one, right, and we have our CSS folder, and I actually would want a animate min CSS over there. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna drag it there, and now we have a animate min CSS in our folder, right? And over here, we can just go back to the brackets, and we can minimize this one over here. And we just need to make sure that our path is the same. So here, if we click CSS, and now we have animate min CSS, now it should be working, right? So we can just go and check it out, whether it's actually working. And let's say that we're gonna go to our icon, right? And what we would need to do is we would need to add a class, right? So this is gonna be their documentation. They're going to tell you that basically what you need to do is we need to add a class, right? Animated class. And then we're saying what we would want them to do, right? So we would want a animated, and then we would want, let's say, bounce, right? Because that's going to be the class that we're adding. So this, since this I already has this class, I'm just going to add it more. And I'm going to say animated over here, and I'm going to say bounce, right? And let's just say that we're going to have a infinite bounce, right? So we'll write infinite over here, infinite, right? Something like this. We can just save this and go back to Bootstrap. and you can see that it's bouncing. Now the problem is that I actually need to have the whole link bouncing, right? You can see that only this awesome fonts are bouncing, so I actually made a mistake. So let me just have this, cut this one out over here like this, and we're just gonna go to our link, and we're gonna say that this is gonna have a class, and now we're just gonna paste this over here like this, and now you can see that my whole link is actually bouncing, right? And it's all nice and dandy, but once we're going to have more sections and we're going to be scrolling up and down, we actually want those animations to be happening once we're scrolling up and down, right? So animated CSS is really nice and really cool. However, you want to use it together with a Wow.js. So here we go back to Google and we write Wow.js. Just remember, when you're actually working with a Wow.js, that if there's going to be commercial projects, you actually need to pay for it. So right away, the first thing that it shows you is actually pricing, right? So don't go be using, because you can actually, if without their permission, without buying and everything, and if you're putting in your websites, you need to, like, this is just a project that we're doing just for fun, right? But if you're actually trying to sell something or something like that, you need to remember that you need to pay for it, right? And over here, it's the same thing, right? We go to, it says how to use, right? So first thing that they say is you should have a animate CSS, which we actually downloaded, right? So we have it over here. And next thing that they say that is actually we need to include two things, right? We need to include a script over here, this JS wow min.js, and over here, this script, right? So what we would need to do is I'm just going to copy these two scripts. And we're obviously going to be placing the second script in a separate file, right? Because we don't want it to mess everything up, right? Because for the big documents, you don't want to start creating your own separate scripts, right? And over here, you can see this little comment, right? That include all compiled plugins below, right? So we're just going to write over here. I'm going to write, this is going to be a comment. This is going to be Wow.js. This is going to be our first plugin. And I'm just going to copy this one. But what I want to do over here, I want to cut this one over here, and we're just going to delete these script tags, right? And what we want to do is we're going to want to create over here in our JavaScript, we'd want to create a separate Wow.js file. So I'm just going to say that I would want open a new Wow.js. So I'm going to say new file. I'm going to write, this is going to be Wow.js over here like this. And I'm just going to copy this, right? And we should probably be including that while the document is loading, but we're going to be covering that a little bit later. So let's just stick with this one. It's really simple, and you'll see when we're going to be actually working with document load, you'll be able to add it later. But I just want to cover this when we're going to be actually working with our carousels and our plugins and our actual libraries and our light boxes and all that, right? So we can just save it this one for now. Now we have our Wow.js, and we can go back to our index.html, and we can actually link it over here. So I'm going to write a script. I'm going to say source, and over here I'm going to say this is going to be JS, and this is going to be a Wow.js, right? So this is going to go with a Wow.js. Over here, JS, Wow.js. And let's just check it out whether I actually have it there, because for some reason it's not showing me that it is over there. So let's just check it out whether it's actually saved in there. Or it's, you know what, it's actually probably not saved in an actual JS. So we need to go back to our folder over here, and you can see that my Wow.js didn't save in a JavaScript. So what we need to do is over here, place it in JavaScript. Therefore, it wasn't showing over here like this. So if right now I type JS, and if I type Wow.js, you can see that it's actually going to be there. And obviously the last thing is we actually need to download this a wow min.js, right? So we go over here to a GitHub, right? But here, before we go anywhere, I just want to show you that these are going to be options that they were going to be giving us, right? And we're going to be covering them again more once we're going to be working with our oral elements in HTML. But for now, just remember that if you want to know how to work with it, right? This is going to be documentation to look for. So over here, we just go again to GitHub. And again, we're just going to go, where is the clone and download, not the clone, not the clown, the clone. So we go download zip. This is going to be our master zip. Again, we go to our downloads. This is going to be wow, right? And what we needed was a wow.js, right? So we go to a distribution, right? And over here within distribution, this is going to be wow min.js, right? So we go back to where's our JS, right? And we just place this file over here, right? And now we have a wow min.js over here. So again, we jump back to the brackets and we can actually close this one over here. We're just going to leave over here this documentation. But documentation is really simple in a sense that you can see over here, before that we needed to add over here this class, right? Where is our little thing? So we needed to add this class animated, bounce, right, and infinite, right? So what we need to do right now is we need to add always a wow, and then we need to have a actual class name, right? So here, what I would want to do is I would want to write a wow over here like this, and then I would want to say, let's say I still want to have a bounce, right? But for the, when we're working with wow.js, or here you can see again, like I was telling you, these 4 rules, right? So instead of just writing infinite, we would need to add this attribute, data wow iteration, and over here we'll write infinite, right? So over here we're just gonna write a new attribute, and we're gonna say data. This is gonna be data wow, and this is gonna be iteration over here like this, and we're gonna say that this is gonna be infinite, right? So it's gonna be the same. So it's gonna be infinite, right? So again, we can just check it out what we have, and you can see that it's bouncing the same way. However, right now what's going to be happening, we're going to be adding more options over here, right? And we're going to be adding those options once we're scrolling up and down, right? So again, we're not going to be able to see that right now, right? But it will going to be later on more useful. And over here, you can see that, let's say that we have a not only iteration, right? Let's say that we would want that bounce to be happening a little bit longer, right? So again, we just add another attribute. This is going to be the data wow duration, right? I'm going to say that this is data wow duration, and I'm going to say that this is going to be like, I don't know, like 6 seconds, right? So let's just save it again, and you can see that this is going to be actually over here if we refresh, right? And you can see what happens, right? And as it's bouncing up and down, it's much more slower, right? So maybe not 4, maybe not 6, let's make it 4. Right? So refresh, and you can see how it's bouncing, right? So it's actually bouncing much more slower, right? And again, the whole point for wow.js is as we're scrolling up and down, this is actually what is the magic is happening, right? Because we couldn't do that just with animate CSS. And the last thing just about animate CSS that I want to show you is when we're working over here with the brackets extensions, right? It's actually a very useful extension that if we open up over here this brackets extensions manager, and I'll show you what extension we can actually get that we don't need to download a animate CSS. So if we go to installed brackets extensions, right? And over here, there's going to be the ACB Bootstrap snippets, right? So if we just, close it over here, not the whole thing. And I already obviously can see that I downloaded, right? So once we have this extension, we have an option that we can just go anywhere in a document, right? In HTML, and we're just going to write BS3. And you can see that it gives us a lot of options that we can do, right? And the first one, let's say that if we would want a nav bar, right? So we have a nav bar, and let's say that I would want a responsive one, right? So you can see that right away it actually created nav bar, right? So we can check it out over here, right? It's actually not showing for some reason. Let's save it over here. Not over here, but over here. And we're gonna refresh, and now you can see that this is gonna be our nav bar, right? We don't want it there. I mean, this is not going to be our nav bar, but I'm just showing you that, it is possible, right? So, but the whole point is why I'm showing you this extension is that we can actually include over here. We can include a CDN, right? So you can see that how I have animated CSS, right? However, if I would write over here, if I go over here and I write BS3 and I write CDN, right? So you can see over here for animate CSS, and it's much more easier. We don't need to go anywhere. We don't need to download anything. We right away get a CDN, right? So if this is the option, if you want to do, if you're using a brackets extensions, this is something that you could definitely do, right? So you can just get this extension. This is going to be much more faster. You just get it with CDN, and you can get a lot of good things in that bracket snippets, right? Those ACB snippets. It's not just those CDNs or navbars. You can have like a carousel and all kinds of good stuff. So if this is what you want, if you don't want to go and download, you can also do it like this. So now that we have added HTML, right? We have styled it, actually, our banner. We have added a bounce with a animate CSS and WowJS. We're actually ready and to go and actually start styling our services section. Let's close it over here, our Google, and let's maybe make this one smaller over here. And we are back in a index HTML, right? And we just go where we have a start of services section. And let me right away make a comment of end of services section over here. And within these comments, we're going to add this services section, right? So obviously we'll always start like this. We're just going to say that this is going to be a section, and we're going to give it ID. And this is going to be a services section, right? So it's going to have an ID of services. And the next thing that we want to do is actually create a div. And this is going to have a class of container, right? Now, what we're going to place over here, the first thing we're going to place within this container is actually going to be our header that we're going to be using for our other sections. So I'm going to create a little bit of room, and I'm actually going to comment this out just so we have it separately, right? So I'm going to say that this is going to be a header. And the reason why I'm doing this again, because it's going to be for multiple sections. So it's going to be very easy for us to either copy or paste, or I'm just going to show you actually one way how we can do it with brackets extensions. So here we're going to say that this is going to be a div, and this is going to have a class, and the class is going to be a header, and it's going to have right away a Bootstrap class of text center, right? And within that div, we're going to place a h1 over here, and we're going to place a strong, and within those strong tags, we're going to place that this is going to be a services, right? So these are going to be our services. And after that, we're going to create, again, this underline. So we're going to say div, and this is going to have a class. And over here, we're going to say this is going to be a header underline class, underline, over here like this. And here, we're just going to close out this div. And after that, we're going to create a paragraph class, right? So we're going to say class. Paragraph element that's going to have a class. And again, we're going to use this class that is actually built in the Bootstrap. So it's going to be text muted. And over here, I'm just going to want to place some dummy text, right? And just to show you where it's very, we can go online and download the dummy text and all that. However, again, I just want to show you a brackets extension that can help you with that. So over here, if I open up again my extensions manager, and again, it depends how long it's going to be downloading. Sometimes it's doing fast, sometimes it's doing slow. So you're just going to have to bear with me. And over here with the installed, if we go over here, there is this bracket snippets by EDC, right? And over here, if we close it out, this is going to be this little icon, right? So if we just press it over here, we have a couple of options. We have a library, right? Which are the possible options. Or we actually can create our own, right? When we're going to start building our next section, I'm going to show you how we can build our own snippet over here. For now, I just want to show you the ones that build in, right? The library ones, right? So we have HTML, CSS, JavaScript, PHP even, right? But we're going to stick with HTML, right? So we have a style tag and a doc type, right? We can just add this one right away. And figure tags, right, and image right over here. Then we have a link tag, jQuery, and this is the lorem, right? This is going to be a lorem dummy text. And how does it work, right? So we just over here we have to press this plus, right? And over here you can see that I already created, right? Because it just jumped on the left side, right? So let's say confirm, and over here we're gonna delete this one also, right? And we're gonna go back all the way to the bottom and find it where it is, just to show you how it works. And we'll just add it over here. And the way this extension works, we just need to type this lorem. This is this name, right? That says over here, and we just need to press tab, right? So if we go back over here, we can just close this one out, and we just write over here lorem, and you can see that it's suggesting right away dummy text, right? And we just press the tab. Now I don't want all of it, right? So I'm gonna right away delete this, but we're gonna be using later on actually in the services also, right? And as we're gonna be adding our icons, and maybe even this is too long, right? So we're just gonna save the time, because I mean, once you're doing your own stuff, you're obviously going to be adding our own text, right? So I don't see the really big reason of coming up with some kind of text that we would want. The bigger important issue is actually showing you how we can add this text over here, right? And once we have added over here this this text, and maybe even make it a little bit more, a little bit less, right? So now we have this div, right? And we can just close it, and this is going to be the end of our header, right? And again, we're just going to reuse this header. So it's going to be end of the header. Over here, header. And now we're ready to go back to our section, right? This is going to be our services section. And we're going to say that this is going to have a div and a class. And over here, it's going to be class of row. And this is going to be, again, this is going to be one of those... not one of those. This is going to be a Bootstrap class, right? The row class. And over here within this row, we're actually going to place a div. This is going to have a class. This is going to have a column that MD4, meaning that when we have a medium screen, we're actually going to be, this is going to be taking 1/3 of the sections, right? And here, once we have a small screen, we're just going to be just having a half of the sections, right? This is going to be column small 6, and over here we're just going to give it a like a class, right? That we're going to be styling ourselves, right? So I'm going to say a container. This is my own class that we're going to be styling later on, right? This is not a Bootstrap class, and again we're going to add a Bootstrap class. This is going to be text center, right? And over here within this one column, we're going to add a couple of icons. Well, actually one icon. We're going to say that this is going to be I. This is going to have a class. And we're going to start with the most basic one, fa desktop over here, like this. And after that, we're going to close this one out, right? So you can see our little desktop over here. And after that, we're going to say that this is going to have a h2. And again, we're going to use a strong tags. And within the strong tags, we're going to write that this is going to be a service over here like this. And after that, we're going to say that this is going to be another paragraph underneath here. So I'm just going to say paragraph. And we're going to use this class text muted again. And this is going to be a Bootstrap class. So this is going to be text muted. And within over here, we're just going to again use this extension. We'll just write lorem, right? And we just place this dummy text over here, right? And then we're going to check it how big we would want, right? So let's say we're going to decide. We're just going to, again, delete some of it because we don't really need all of it, right? So we're going to go something like this, right? Maybe we can add later on more. Maybe we can actually delete it more. It really depends on how much text you want it yourselves, right? So now we have done with this, right? And what we would want to do is we'd want to add 5 more like this, right? But just before we do that, I actually want to style our header, right? This is going to be our header that I want to style. And only then I'm going to actually be adding more items that we can work with, right? So I'm just going to save this. We're going to go to CSS and we're going to start styling. So we go to main CSS over here and we go all the way to the bottom, of course. We have the last thing that we were styling was a banner icon. And what we're going to do over here, we're going to create more room because we're going to be styling this services over here. And we're just going to create a first comment, and we're going to say that we're going to be styling a header. And this is what I'm talking about, that technically we should probably put this header over here with our general styles, right? Because these would be our two general styles. But I'm just going to leave it there because the first place where we're placing is services, and later on you'll see that we're actually all these rules are basically going to apply to the same headers that we're going to be basically copy and pasting, right? So here I'm just going to select a class, or here a header class, and I'm going to say that I would want a header class, the h1 in the header class, right? And I would want a text transform property. So I'd want a text transform over here like this, and I would say that this should be a uppercase, right? And then I'm going to say that I would want a font size over here, and that should be like 40 pixels. And after that, I'm just going to say that this should have a margin bottom, right? So I'm going to say margin bottom, and I'm going to say this is going to be like 5 pixels, right? So it's going to be a little bit smaller margin than normally, right? Now, after that, what I want to do is actually work with that underline, right? So again, we're going to say a header, and this is going to be a underline. This is going to be the class that we selected, right? So now you can see that it's selecting this. And over here, I'm going to say that this should have a width, let's say of 150 pixels, right? And after that, we would want a border. And we would want a border of 3 pixels solid over here. And let's say we want, again, this orange color. So we're going to say 1.5 over here, 0 to 5, right? So this is going to be our orange border. And after that, we're going to say that we would want a margin, and we would want a margin 0 from the top. But then we're going to left and right, we're going to say that this is going to be auto. And after that, the bottom one should be something like 20 pixels, right? And after that, we're going to say that another, let's say left one is also going to be auto, right? So now what we did, basically, we placed this underline right in the center, right? And after that, what we would want a header paragraph over here. So we would want to select a class header, and then we're going to say that header paragraph over here, and we would want over here a font size to be like 16 pixels, something like this. So it's going to be a 16 pixels, right? And after that, we're going to say a padding is going to be 0 and 30 pixels, right? And again, the good news is that we basically created something that's going to be working for us all the time, right? So we don't need to go and make it every time that we're working in different sections, right? What we're going to do is we're going to add this header, right? This header section to all our sections, this header part, right? This header part to all our sections, and we already have styled it, right? And after that, we're going to create over here this comment, and we're going to say that we're actually going to style services section, right? So we're going to say services section, not section, right? And here we're going to say that, first of all, we would want to select a whole ID that is services, right? So we'll write services over here, and then we're going to say that we would want a background to be that gray color, right? So we're going to say a background color over here like this, not image, actually color here like this, and we're just going to slide all the way up and see which one was a gray one, right? So it was this one, right? So we can just copy this, and we can go back over here and just select that color, right? So now you can see that we added that nice gray color. And again, if you're someone like me who cannot really come up with colors, that colors CEO website is very, very useful, right? Because it gives us a very, very good idea. Now what we want to do is actually add a padding, and we want a padding up and down, right? Top and bottom, and we want on the sides, right? So you can see right now I added this padding over here, right? And then I'm going to add to the sides, right? So I'm going to say 40 pixels to the sides, right? So now I added a padding that is actually up and down and sides. And obviously, since I wrote over here the padding the same 40 pixels, we could have just written like this, right? It would be still the same thing. The next thing that we would want to do is actually style this H2 over here that we have, right? Because after that we're gonna style the, or you know what, let's start with this icon, right? Because that should make more sense, because the icon comes first, right? So we have a service container, and this is gonna be our class that we created, right? So remember this class, right? This service container class, right? Services container, right? This is the class, right? So if we go back to main CSS and we write services over here container, and we write that we would want to style a class fa, right? So this is going to be this font awesome class, and we'll just, again, the annoying thing is once you save it, that you basically, unless you get a brackets extension, you need to create this the room over here so you can work. And over here I'm going to write that font size over here is going to be, let's say, 100 pixels, right? So you can see right away how my tablet got bigger. And after that I'm going to say that this is going to have a color over here, and this is going to be this color what we were using, this orange one, right? This is what we're going to be using for our links and for, in this case, font awesome too, right? So we added over here this color, and what we want to do right now, we want to actually work with a services H2, right? So we write a services. This is going to be only the ID, right? So we just write services, because we could write services container, right? It would do the same thing. I just want to show you that we can select multiple ways, right? We don't need to just use the ID or the class. We can use either or, right? So over here, we're going to write a services H2, and we're going to say that we would want a little bit of margin, right? So we would want a 10 pixel margin, right? And then we would want a auto on the sides, right? So we're going to auto on the sides, but then we would want a 20 pixels down, right? And then another auto here, right? So now we have created over here this little bit of margins, right? And after that, what we would want to do is style the services container, the actual paragraph, right? So we have services over here container and paragraph, and over here what we would want to do is we would want to have font size and a little bit of line height, right? So we're going to write a font size over here, and we're going to say that the font size is going to be like 16 pixels over here like this, and we're just going to have a line height of 1.5 EMs, something like this, right? Now the only annoying thing that's left, you can see that how close they are, right? And the reason for that is that obviously right now this actual column, right, is jammed all the way up here, right? And the way to avoid that, we're just gonna write over here services, and we're just gonna select the whole class, right? Container. And now for the whole class, we're just gonna add a padding, right? And we're gonna add a padding top bottom, we're gonna be 20 pixels over here like this. And on the sides, we're gonna add one more padding. It's gonna be 40 pixels, right? And it's actually gonna look way more nicer, of course, if we're gonna be adding more columns, right? So now that we have added this column, let's just go back to index.html. And the easiest way we can deal with this, right? So we have this div, right? And what we're gonna do is we're gonna actually copy this 5 times, right? So 1 over here, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So now we have pretty much 6 services. And what I'm going to do over here is I'm going to just change around these font awesome icons, right? So not all of them are going to be desktop, right? So where's our first one, right? So this is going to be a header center. This is going to be our header. Next one is the desktop, right? But over here, we want to create a new one, right? We're going to create a little bit more space. And here I'm going to say that this is going to be a mobile over here like this, right? So this is the second one, right? Yeah, it is the second one. And after that, we're going to say that this is the next one is going to be a archive over here like this. And basically, it's obviously really up to you, right? What you want, right? You can go to Font Awesome and check it out what kind of icons you really like. I just went with some of the ones that I found really really interesting, right? So next we're gonna create again a little bit more space, and we're gonna find where's our desktop, and we're gonna say that this is gonna be a cubes over here like this. So we have created cubes, and the next one is gonna be a envelope, right? So we're gonna say this is gonna be an envelope, and after that the last one is gonna be actually a magnet, right? So we're gonna create a more space, and we're gonna write magnet over here like this, not like this, magnet, right? So now we have a magnet, and you can see how easy it was to actually add over here the services and all of them. And obviously we have been working all the time with a small screen, so you're probably mad at me because you think that nothing is working, right? But here's the key, right? So now the moment we actually got to a bigger screen, right, this is the screen size small, right? You can see how they're actually exactly, right, taking up half the screen, right? And if we actually would maximize it, right? So now I can see that we have on a medium screen, starting from the medium screen, we have it on a, let's say they're taking up like a third of the screen, right? So now that we're done with a services section, right? And as we're just making it smaller and bigger, you can see how nicely it is working with the Bootstrap. We're actually ready to go and work on our next section. Now that we're done with first two sections over here, you can see that we have a banner, right, the header, and then we have services section, right? So the next thing that I would want to show you is actually two things related to a brackets extensions, right? And the first one would be if we go over here to a brackets manager, right? Extension manager, we have again available, themes, and installed, right? And if we go to installed, you can see that I actually installed a autosave files on Windows Blur, right? And what this extension does is pretty much what it says, that we're going to be able to autosave pretty much very easily, right? And it's very good if we have a long file that we don't need to, let's say, remember all the time to save it, right? And the only thing what we need to do is once we install this extension, we go over here, enable autosave on Windows Blur, and the moment we type anything and we just click it away, right, on this live preview, you can see that it's saved over here in the bottom, right? So it's much more easier to us work with some type of autosave extension. Now, you don't need to download this specific one if you don't like it. You can choose any other one, but I would strongly suggest whatever, even if you're not working with brackets editor, right, to actually use some type of extension, right? Because it's gonna make your life much more easier if you don't need to worry about when you're working with large files. Now, another thing that I would want to show you is that how we can actually use this bracket snippets in our advantage, right? This bracket snippets. Remember that with this bracket snippets, we actually created over here this lorem dummy text, right? And you can see over here, I've created already this generic section, which is about to show you. So what I'm going to do over here, I'm just going to actually delete it so we can start from brand new. And over here, what's going to happen is that, let's say that we want to create our next section, right? And pretty much for all our sections from now on, we're going to have to keep repeating some steps, and I just want to show you how we can save time by using this bracket snippets. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to create, let's say that this is going to be the name, right, of our section, right? This is going to be our comment, right, section over here. Now, after that, we're going to add a comment. This is going to be end of, let's say, name of our, right, of our section, right? Section over here, end of name of our section, right? So end of promise section or something like that, right? Now, after that, what we need to do is we're going to obviously create a section, right? And we're going to say the ID, right? But since this is going to be changing for now, I'm just going to leave it blank. But let's say in this case, this would be the promise section, right? Where we're going to be creating. Then after that, what we're going to need to do is we're going to create a div, and we're going to give it a class of container, right? Or container fluid. So I'm just going to write container over here. Then after that, we're going to create a div that it's going to be a class, right? And over here, we're going to write a row, right? Because we're going to be creating same type of row. And over here, we're going to create a div with the class of column. Now, I don't know whether this is going to be 2 columns or 1 column. So for now on, I'm just going to leave this, let's say this star, right? Because I don't know whether it's going to be medium or small or large, right? And here I'm going to write 2 stars for the size too. I don't know whether it's going to be column 4 or column 6, right? And after that, if you remember that I was telling you that we're going to be all the time using this this header, right? So once I find where is my header with this services, right? Or here this header, right? Remember when we had this end of header, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this one over here, and we're going to paste it in my first column, right? Because if I want other column, I can obviously do that. But in one of the columns, or in general, there's going to be over here this div. There's actually my header, right? So over here, I'm just going to write a generic header over here like this, right? And then it's really going to depend where we're going to be placing this header. But just for now, we actually have this over here. And what's going to happen is that for all our sections, pretty much is going to be repeating, right? So over here, we have this, like, let's say column, right? That's going to have a header. And if you're looking at this code, it's going to keep on repeating all the time. And why I'm showing you all this, that if we go over here, and I'm just going to copy this one over here, and if we go to bracket snippets, all right, you can see that we have an option of actually creating new snippet, right? So we click over here to new, and we're just going to paste this. We're just going to Command V, and you can see that I actually copied over here my, let's say, generic section, right? And over here, this is what I'm going to say. This is going to be generic. And over here, I'm just going to use the underline section over here. And over here, we're going to write a description. It's going to be Bootstrap generic section, right? And scope, we would need to write a HTML over here. Now you can see that we have save, and create, right? So we just write save and create. And maybe we should just save, right? Because now it's asking us for another one. I actually don't want to do it, so we can just cancel it. And now what's going to happen if we close it over here, and let's say that I'm going to delete this, and if I just start typing generic, you can see that it's right away gives us generic section. So we just press tab, and right away what happens is that we have our generic section, right? So we can right away start actually writing that this is going to be our promise section, right? Overall, this snippet and this extension, however you would want to set it up, is actually going to make your life much more easier, because again, if we're looking at all this code, right, we can just save it and trigger it with one name, right? And this will going to make our life much more easier. So now we're ready to go and create our next promise section. So we go over here, since we learned how we can create a generic section, right? Well, actually, we don't need to go over here. We can just write generic, right? And we just press over here, enter or tab, whatever you would really like. And we obviously would need to start changing this around, right? So the name of our section, right, is going to be a promise section, right? So over here, I'm just going to write a promise, right? And maybe I did a mistake over here. This probably should have just a right, promise section, right? So maybe I added a little bit of code, right? A little bit too much code. End of promise section, right? So maybe over here we would need to delete it over here, so we don't need to delete every time too much of information, right? But I'm just going to leave it for now like it is. So over here we're going to say a promise, right? This is going to be the name of our section. And over here we would need to change it around. This is not going to be container. It's going to be container fluid, because I will want to span it all across the screen, right? That was the biggest difference. If we're setting container, it's actually going to be having right away some pre-made margins and paddings and all that. If we're setting everything for container fluid, it's going to be spanning all across the screen. Now over here, what we would want to do is this column, right? And we're going to write this column is going to be spanning actually even on a small screen. It's going to be spanning all across half the screen, right? That's why we're writing small 6, right? But for the extra small screen, right, which we have over here on the right, it's actually right away going to be spanning all across the screen, right? And over here you can see that this is going to be my my column that's going to have a header, and over here I'm going to write that this is going to be a promise, right? So I'm just going to say this is going to be, well, our promises, or promise in general. You can write however you would want, right? But what I would want to do over here, I would want to create another div, right, with the class. And over here, we're going to write that this is going to be column, small, and also 6, right? And we would need to create separate class names for them, right? Because this is where I'm going to be placing the image. And I'm going to write that this is going to be a promise, right? And this is going to be picture, right? So this is the class that I'm creating myself, promise picture, right? And over here, this is going to be a promise text, right? But I'm not going to be creating this class over here in the header. I'm going to say that this is going to be promise, right? And this is going to be text, right? So now we have two divs, right? One has nothing in it. The other one has our header, right? And as you can see that I changed it around, I just added over here this class in front of it, right? In front of this other column. Now, over here within this class, but after the header, what we're going to do is we're going to create over here a div, right? And we're going to say that this is going to have a class, and we're going to call this promise icons, right? We're going to say promise, and this is going to be icons, right? And after that, we're going to create our first div. But what's going to happen is I'm not going to add any kind of classes or anything to that. The reason for this div is we're going to be using it later on when we're going to be adding animate CSS. We're going to be adding these classes over here. And within this div, we're going to create a h2, right? And we're going to say that this is going to have a, let's say, a thumbs up, right? And this is going to be our font awesome. So we're just going to write that this is going to be I. This is going to have a class. And we're going to say that this is going to be a fa, and fa thumbs up, right? Thumbs over here, thumbs up, right? So this should give us a thumbs up over here. You can see that this is going to be our font awesome, right? And after that, since you can see that it's actually placed within our heading 2, right? We're going to write over here that this is going to be a promise, right? We're going to write it like this, promise. And after that, within this div, but obviously outside a heading 2, we're just going to say that this is going to be a paragraph with a class. And again, we're going to be using a text muted class. I just like how it looks. I mean, I'm right away can tell you I'm no designer or anything, but I just like how it has this little bit of, you know, grayish look, right? And again, we can use this bracket snippets. Remember, if we wanted to add a dummy text, right? So we're just going to write lorem, right? And you can right away see that it gives us a dummy text, right? Now, I don't really want it to be like a long text, so I just right away going to delete this, right? So this is going to be pretty small promise, right? Well, hopefully the promise that it sticks, right? But over here, what I want to do is actually want to like create 3 of these divs, right? So within this div class promise icons, right? So let's just make a little bit more space, right? What I want to do is I just want to, let's say, copy this 3 times, right? So I'm just going to copy this, and over here, again, we're going to create a little bit more space, but just remember these divs, right? These ones, right? They are just for the animate CSS. There's no real other purpose for them. And maybe I should have named it somehow, but I don't think it's really that important. But we're pretty much done with a HTML for a promise section, and we're actually ready to jump to main CSS and start styling this promise section. We go to main CSS, right? And we go all the way in the bottom, and again, we're gonna have to create a more space, right? Because I want you to see everything a little bit easier. So here, we're just gonna again create a comment, and we're gonna say that this is gonna be a promise section, right? And if you remember that we had 2 classes, right? One of them was promise picture, and one of them was promise text, right? So now you cannot see the promise picture because there's nothing in there, right? We can see that only promise text. And therefore, we're just going to start with promise text because promise picture is a little bit more interesting and it's actually really cool. But promise text is a little bit more straightforward. Now, over here, what we need to do is we will write promise text over here, and then we're going to start styling. Now the first thing that I would want to do is, because there's going to be a picture side by side, I just want to set the height for, let's say in this case, 600 pixels, right? Then after that, I would want to create a background color, and I'm going to say that background color is going to be, let's say, white smoke, right? Something like this, just so it's a little bit different than regular color, right? And after that, what I would want to do is actually create over here a padding, right? So I'm going to say a promise over here, promise text, and I would want to add padding. Now I don't need to create a new class, so sorry about that. I was just talking away a little bit over here. So I'm just going to say that I would want a promise text to have a padding of, let's say, 40 pixels, right? And then let's say 20 pixels, something like this, right? So 40 pixels up, obviously going to be top bottom, and the sides is going to be 20 pixels, right? Now after that, I would want to deal with over here with these paragraphs. And what I'm going to say is I would want to select a class. Remember when we create a class of promise icons over here, and I would want to select these paragraphs, right? And I would just want to say that I would want a different font size over here, and I would say that this would be like 20 pixels. And after that, we would want to like a line height, right? And we would want 1.2 EMs, right? Something not really too much, not really too little. And after that, what we would want to do is over here, these, remember these icons, font awesome icons, right? So we would go with the ID of our section, which is promise, and we would just want to select class of font awesome, right? So I can see that, again, the nice things about brackets live preview right away, it shows you which items we're selecting. And again, we're going to go with this color. Remember this color, this orange color, right? So right now I just remember already because it's pretty much F, and it's 15025, right? So you can see that we're creating over here this promise section. And again, the neat thing is, if we're adding over here, right, if we're using this, if we're copying, or if we're using this bracket snippets, right, and if we go back, right, if we go over here, this header, right, right away it is styled, right, because we style it all the way up over here somewhere, right? Where was the service, right? Header, right? So this was the style for our header, right? And every time we add it in our text, again, using just copying or using bracket snippets, the generic section, right away it saves us from going back and styling and styling and styling. Now obviously you'd want some custom look, you'd obviously maybe do it a little bit differently, but for just the purpose of this video it really helps, right? So here what we need to do is add a font size, right? And I just want them bigger, so I'm just going to say that they're going to be like 40 pixels. Now that we're done over here with this promise text, this was pretty straightforward. Now let me show you how we can add this interesting, very interesting actually, this like background, right, for the other section, not for the other section, for the other column. And what we would need to do is, now I would want to select a promise, and I would say that I would want a promise picture, right? This is going to be my other class, right? And I'm just going to create a little bit of more room over here. And the first thing that I would want to do is, again, set the height, right? So I'm going to set the height over here, and I'm going to say that this is going to be 600 pixels. And now you can see what happens, right? So now we have this column, right, that had nothing in it. And then we have a promise right next to each other, right? And over here, I would want a background, and obviously I would want a image for that background. So as always, we would write a background, and then we would need to specifically say URL, right? And over here, we would need to say where we're getting from, right? And over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go, again, images, right? And over here, I already saved the picture of promise, right? And this would be a promise background. And as always, I really encourage you for you to really find whatever pictures you like. You don't really, therefore I'm not sure, like, not that I really hiding the pictures that I'm using. I mean, but therefore I showed you the websites where you can go and get your own, because there's really no difference whether you're using mine or yours. I mean, you can use mine and you'll definitely find them if you go to those websites. So therefore we go over here, and you can see that it's going to be harder right now to see because we haven't centered it, right? So you can see that's pretty much like it is a picture, but it's actually a really massive picture, right? So what we would need to do is we would need to start actually adding some more rules, right? sorry, some more properties, right? So over here, the first one, we would say the background position, right? We would want a center, right? So you can see that it's coming along. So now we have a center, and then we're going to say that background repeat, and we want no repeat, right? So this is going to be no repeat. Then we're going to say that we would want a background size, and that should be cover, right? Background size, and this is going to be a cover, right? So now you can see that right now our picture is actually sitting exactly where we want it to sit. And the last thing that I want to add over here this background attachment fixed, right? So I go over here, background attachment, and if we write fixed over here, and if you remember, we can add over here this fixed just directly over here to this background. But just, you know, just to change things around, maybe one time we'll do background attachment fixed, so, and now the other one we're just gonna write fixed over here, just so you can remember and just go over those things. And the neat thing about it is you can see that it creates over here this nice look, right? This parallax effect, right? That as we're actually sliding up and down, right? You can see that our picture stays over there. And now I want to show you the most interesting thing, right? Is, well, at least in my opinion, I'm sorry, it's probably pretty sad, but anyway, so we were going to create this line, right? This vertical line that's going to be spanning some pixels left to right and all the way from the top, right? And what we would need to do over here, it's actually pretty simple, right? We would need to play around a little bit with the border properties, right? And the first thing that I want to show you is obviously we're going to go with border, and we're going to say that this is going to be border top, right? And now we pretty much specifically would need to say what kind of border top we would want, right? So let's say in this case, I'm just going to tell you that we're going to go like 20 pixels, and over here, we would need to for sure write solid over here, right? Because if this is going to be solid, you'll see how it's actually going to play around with the side one, right? So let's say over here, I just write border top, solid, let's say black, right? And over here, what I would want to do is actually create a side one. So I'm just going to write the border right, right? So I write border, and I would write right over here like this. And again, I would, let's say, just for the purpose of showing, let's say that we're going to write border, 20 pixels, solid, and we're going to say red, right? And the reason for that, you can see that we want this line over here. You can see in between them, right? So we have one border over here on top and the other one on the side, right? So as we're sliding up and down, or even if we just make our screen a little bit bigger, you can see our borders. And obviously you can choose another borders. You don't need to use the top one or the side one. I just showed you this, how it's going to be on, let's say, whatever website we'll be creating, but you can obviously pick your own. And the key over here for the solid is you want over here this line over here in the middle, because if you're not going to be adding this solid, right, what's going to happen is that one is going to be overlaying the other one, and you really don't want to do that. Now, how do we create over here this, let's say this some of this picture, let's say, well, I don't want to say missing, but it's kind of hidden, right? So what we would need to do is over here is this border top, right? We would need to go the same amount of pixels that we are actually using for our height. So I'm just going to say 600 over here. And you can see right away how it is actually creating over here. You can see this one, right? So this is going to be our side, right? But what we would need to do is instead of black, we're going to write a transparent, right? So now you can see that our picture stays over here, but it creates over here this effect, right? Where it's actually, some of it is actually not showing because of this side one, right? But remember to use this solid, right? This is really important. Otherwise, if we delete this solid, you can see that it's not going to be creating this effect. This is pretty much just going to be some type of border on the right, right? So we're going to add solid, transparent, right? Now, what we want to do for the side is we just need to pick whatever size we want, right? So let's say it's 200 pixels, right? Or we can say like 150. I mean, again, it really depends how you want, right? So if I go with border right, solid, but instead of using red over here, right? What if I would use white smoke, right? Which would be the background for the other one, right? Over here like this. So what's going to happen is if we go to the bigger screen, right? So what happens is if we're scrolling up and down, you can see that we have this effect, right? So this is how we can do it. It's actually, again, it's really simple, but you just need to remember a couple of things, right? You need to remember that you want to use the same height, right? You want to use this solid over here, and then you want to use over here transparent. Now, again, I encourage you to go and actually play around with your own values and just see however you would want, right? But this is the look that I just found really interesting. And this is the most basic one. So obviously after that you can do however you would want. But this is how we would create over here this parallax effects. All right. And this is how we create a promise section. Right. So now that we're done with that, we're actually ready to go and jump to our next section. And our next section will going to be called a skills section. So what we need to do over here, maybe I'm just going to create a little bit of less space. Right. And over here, what we want to do is we're just gonna again type generic, right? And we right away have our generic section, right? So we just press enter or tab or however you'd want. And over here, again, we would need to start filling it out, right? So here we have end, right? And here we have the name, right? So here I'm gonna call it this a skills section, right? So we can delete this, right? Name. So we have a skills section. So here ID is gonna be a skills, right? Here we're going to create the container is going to stay the same, and here it's going to be div of class of row, and over here we're just going to actually write it a little bit differently. We're going to write it small, and this is going to be a 6, right? So for a small screen, this is going to take a half the screen, right? Here we're going to write a end, right? So this is going to be end of, right? Let's say, and here we're going to write end of skills section, right? So after that, once we actually have created this first column, this is going to be taking 50% of screen, right? So for the starting from the small screen, we obviously would need to create another one, right? So here we're going to say div, and this is going to be a div of also that's going to take a, let's say, half the screen. And over here, I'm going to write a class, right? And I'm going to say that this is going to be column small over here, and we're just going to say 6, right? And we're just going to add our own class that's going to be bars, right? And we're just going to again use this class for styling, right? And over here, the header, probably we should change the name, and we're going to write that this is going to be a skills, right? So we don't need to again write it with a uppercase, right? We can just write over here like this. And this is going to be the same thing, that this is going to be a skills section, right? Now, after that over here, we are ready to actually add a progress bars, right? Because this is what's going to be on the other side, right? So if we have half the screen is going to be taking up the skills, right? This pretty much is just going to be our header, right? Then over here, we're going to be creating a progress bars, right? And again, the first thing that we want to do is actually create over here the div that's going to be used later on for our animation, right? So what we're going to do is we're just going to place this div, right? And within this div, the first thing that we want to do is actually add over here the heading 4. And I'm just going to say that this is going to be the HTML5, right? So this is going to be our first heading 4. And after that, if we remember Bootstrap, over here we're going to create a div with the class of progress, right? Because if we want to add a progress bar, we're just going to say this is going to be a progress. And over here within this div, we're actually going to create a over here div and class, and this is going to have to be a progress bar, right? So we have a progress bar, and over here the role is also going to be a progress bar, right? Progress bar over here like this. And then we would need to add another attribute, and this is going to be area value now. Okay, value now is going to be 60, right? Let's say that this is going to be a 60%, right? And over here we're going to say that this is going to be area volume, right? Value min over here like this, and we're going to say that this is going to be something like 0. And here we're going to say that area value max, this is going to be another attribute. And this is a little bit annoying typing all this up, but just remember we pretty much need to set only one of them, and then we're just going to copy the next ones, right? And the next thing that we want to do is say that this is going to be style, and we're going to say that this is going to be width, and let's say that we're going to say that this is going to be like 60%, right? So here we type 60%, right? And after that, we can just put a semicolon over here, and we can just close it out, right? And this is our HTML, right? And you can see that it's by default the progress bars are going to be blue like this in Bootstrap. So we have created our first, let's say our first progress bar, right? And what I would want to do over here is obviously I'm just gonna copy and paste them, right? Now we can actually, if we want, we can comment this out, right? So we know that this is gonna be a HTML progress bar, right? Because there's gonna be a few of them, right? We're gonna have a CSS3, we'll have a Bootstrap, JavaScript, and a WordPress, right? And what I would want to do over here is actually, I'm just gonna see where my div ends, right? And what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna again double check, so it's over here, and I'm just gonna copy this, right? So now we have a next one, and we're gonna say that this is gonna be a CSS progress bar. And what I want to do over here is actually I want to change over here this class, right? So first of all, I want to change the name, right? So I'm gonna say that this is gonna be CSS3, right? And over here you see that with this progress, we can actually add a class that's, because I'm going to be using right away a Bootstrap classes, right? So over here, if I write progress bar, but then I would just give it a color, progress, over here, bar, and here we're going to write success, right? So now I can see how it actually turned a green, right? Because we used one of those Bootstrap actually classes, right, to actually change the background. Now we can do it with CSS, but just to make this video not everything about CSS, I was just using some of the pre-made actual Bootstrap classes, right? So again, what we do is we check it out where it's actually would end, right? And we just copy it over here, right? So now we have a CSS. So next one, let's say that this is going to be a Bootstrap, right? So over here, Bootstrap, over here, and let's say over here we're going to change it around, and we're going to say that this is not only, this is going to be a Bootstrap, right? But over here we're going to need to change the color, right? So here I'm going to just write that this is going to be progress bar info, and you'll see how it changes, right? So it changes to this light blue, right? And over here we're going to say that this is going to be a Bootstrap, right? So Bootstrap over here like this. And you know what, right away let's maybe change around these widths, right? So over here, if we would write a width of 40%, right, this is actually what it would mean, right? That area value and everything, right, it would change around, right? And over here, let's say that we're going to write something like 20, right? So now we have 20, and over here at area value now also we're going to write like 20, right? And now we're ready to actually copy and paste this, right, one more time for a JavaScript, right? So again, we'll just go copy and paste, and here we're going to write a JavaScript, right? This is going to be a JavaScript progress bar JavaScript over here like this. And over here we're going to say that this is going to have a different color. So we're going to say that the actual Bootstrap class would be progress bar warning over here like this. And let's just make it that we know JavaScript maybe more. So we're going to write something like 75%, right? So now this is spanning 75, and we're going to write over here this area value also, we're going to write 75. And maybe the last thing that we want to do is, let's say, WordPress, right? So again, we'll just check it out which one this one is. Now again, I could have just copied and saved this since I'm doing this repeatedly, right? But just, you can do it however you'd want. You can just copy and paste it one time, or you can just save it somewhere and then paste it. And here we're going to write WordPress progress bar, right? And here we're just going to change it around, and we're going to say that this is going to be a Bootstrap class danger, right? And here what we're gonna do is we're gonna obviously change it around. We're gonna say that this is gonna be a WordPress over here like this. And let's say that we really well know the WordPress, so we're gonna say 95, right? And area value also is gonna be something like 95, right? And that pretty much ends a section, right, for the skills, right? And now we're ready to actually jump to our CSS and style this section, right? So now you can see how it looks. We're obviously gonna add some paddings, and we're gonna add some margins and all that good stuff, right? And obviously different colors and all that as a background. But just for HTML, you saw how easy it was once we're using this generic section and everything, right? So right now let's go to main CSS and start styling. So let's go to main CSS and start styling a skills section, right? So this is going to be our skills section. Now over here, this is going to be a promise section. Maybe let's add that this is going to be end of services section first, right? End of services section over here like this. And over here we have a promise section, and obviously we're going to make a end of promise section, right? Just so it's easier a little bit for us to navigate. End of promise section over here like this. And we're just going to create again a block of code, right? So over here we're going to say that this is going to be a skills section, right? And right away maybe let's create a end of skills section, right? So now we have all our roles. We're going to place it over here, right? And the first thing that I want to do is I just want to target the whole section, right? Therefore I'm using the ID, and I'm going to say that I would want a color, right, to be white smoke, right? So I'm going to say the color, right? The color is going to be the font color, right? I'm going to say that I'm going to write in white smoke. It's going to be a little bit harder to see for now, but the reason for that one is because we're going to be using a different background color, right? And we're going to be using this one, right, the black one, that is kind of like it's not a black, right? Because the typical web black would be like more, I don't know, shiny or something like that, right? This one is a little bit more kind of, I don't know, faded or something like that, right? So we're just going to copy this, and over here we paste it, and now you can see that we have over here this little bit more faded color, right? And after that, what we would want to do is actually add a padding for the whole section. And we're going to say the padding is going to be, let's say, something like 40 pixels and 40 pixels, right? So something like this for the whole section, right? Not just for the sides, but for the whole section, right? So we added this padding over here, and after that we're actually go ahead and ready. We can go to skills, right? This is going to be ID, and then we're going to target both of our let's say divs that has columns, right? Both of them that has 6 like this, right? So you can see it's right away targeting both of them that has a class of column small and 6, right? So over here, what I would want to do is actually add a side padding. So I'm going to say that padding top and bottom is going to be 0, but over here we're going to add 40 pixels, right? So it's a little bit more padding to the sides, and just so it looks a little bit better. And the next thing that I would want to do is actually work around over here with these progress bars, right? And again, one of the things that everyone always doesn't like is for some reason these rounded corners. So I'm just going to show you how we can get rid of them. So I'm going to write progress over here like this. We're targeting the actual progress class, and over here we're going to say the border, right? And we're going to say radius, and we're going to say this is going to be 0. And you can see right away how they actually got right away squared, right? So this would be the way how we can do that, right? And over here we don't need to add important because it right away actually changed. And what we would need to do is I would just want to change over here this background color, right? So I'm going to write over here the background color, and I'm going to use this orange one, right? So again, I'm just going to copy this and paste it, and we're just going to paste it over here, right? So now you can see that we actually changed it around to this orange color, but it doesn't look as well as actually I would want it. So you know what, let's change it around for this one, right? For this gray one. Maybe that's going to look a little bit better, right? So we go back again to the top, and I'm just going to copy this one. And let's say we're going to get rid of this guy, the orange one. Maybe it wasn't the best idea. And you can see that gray one actually looks much more better. And that's what's going to be happening, that when you're going to be actually working with especially colors, and I have to honestly tell you right away, I'm no designer or nothing like that, but you will be changing around. You know, one look you're not going to like, the other one you're going to like better. I really like that orange, so I kind of stuck with that one, and I guess my bad that I'm always trying to pretty much insert it everywhere I want, right? But this is how we can actually create over here this skill section, right? And again, at the end, we're going to add the animate, that where it's actually, they're all going to be sliding in. Therefore, we made those divs, right? But in general, this would be all how we can actually create this progress bars, right? And now we're ready to actually go ahead and create over here this Jumbotron. So let's go back to HTML, right? Index.html. This is going to be our main file. We have see that this is going to be end of skills section. And as always, because we have saved already our section, right? So we just go with generic section, right? So this is going to be a little bit different. Over here, we're just going to say that this is going to be a jumbo section, right? No particular reason, but because we're just going to be using a Jumbotron, right? This is going to be end of jumbo section, right? So over here, end of jumbo, right? And this one is actually going to be a little bit different, because over here we're just going to say that this is going to be jumbo, and we're going to be actually deleting a lot of stuff, right? So maybe in this case it wasn't the best case, because we're really, there's going to be a lot of things that we're going to be actually deleting, right? So over here, maybe this one we're just going to call it a class, because it's not going to be, maybe we're going to add some more Jumbotrons later on. And what I'm going to do over here, I'm actually going to delete all this, right? I'm going to say that I would want to create a div that is going to have a class of Jumbotron, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go over here, and I'm going to delete this, and I'm going to say div. This is going to have a class, and let's say that I'm going to say that this is going to be a Jumbotron over here. This is going to be a generic let's say Bootstrap class, right? And we're going to say that this is going to be text center, and within this Jumbotron we're going to actually create a div. We're going to say this is going to be div, right? And it's going to again be an empty div, and we're going to be using it just to actually styling, right? So we're going to write over here a heading 1, and we're going to say that, let's say we're going to ask, right? So next project, right? So this is going to be something like if somebody wants to right away get a quote or something like that, right? So we're going to say next project, and the next line we're just going to add over here this link, right? So we're going to href, right? And here we're going to write that this is going to be a hashtag, and here we're just going to write a get, let's say a quote, right? Quote, or here something like this, right? And once we're done with HTML, right, for our Jumbotron, and you can see over here this gray one, right? This is the pre-made class from the Bootstrap, right? Therefore, if we're using the Jumbotron, it actually has a little bit of bigger text and everything. And now that we're done with that, let's go to main CSS, right? Let's go all the way down, and again, we're just going to create some comments. This is going to be a Jumbotron section, and the end of Jumbotron section, right? Jumbotron, and over here, we're just going to say this is going to be the end of Jumbotron, right? So we're going to say end of Jumbotron over here like this. And after that, let's go and start styling, right? So here we're going to say that this is going to be class, Jumbotron class, right? And we just want to create a couple of things, right? So first we're going to say margin bottom, right? And we're going to say that this is going to be 0, right? And we're just going to write over here, this is important, or here, important, or here like this, right? Just to make sure that we're for sure getting that, right? Then after that, we're going to say that this is going to be a padding, right? We're going to say the padding is going to again be like something like 40 pixels, right? And 40 pixels to the side. So again, we're just going to write 40 because there's no point of writing it twice, right? And over here, we're just going to say that the background is actually going to be this orange color, right? So we go ahead, where is our orange, right? This is our orange. can just copy this one over here and we can just paste it. Now you can see that we have a orange Jumbotron, right? And over here, we're going to select again Jumbotron over here, heading 1, right? So we want to style the heading 1, and we're going to say that this is going to have a margin top, right? And we're going to say that this is going to be 0 over here like this. And over here, we're going to say that this is going to be a margin bottom also 0, right? Over here like this. And then we're going to say that this is going to be text transform, and we're going to say that this is going to be a uppercase. And after that, we're going to say that the line height is going to be something like 2 EMs, right? Something like this. And then we will need to style a actual link, right? So we're going to write over here Jumbotron, right? And we're going to say we will want to style the link in Jumbotron. And we're going to say the font, right? Font size here to be 30 pixels, right? After that is going to be a border, and we're going to say that this is going to be a solid over here and 2 pixels, right? So over here we're going to write 2 pixels, solid, white, smoke over here like this, right? So this should work, right? Now we have a 2 pixel solid white smoke border. Now we want display inline block, right? Over here like this, we're going to be inline block. Then we're going to add some padding, and we're going to say that this is going to be a 15 pixels over here. This is going to be a 20 pixels, right? So something like this. And over here, not 2 pixels, 20 pixels. Over here like this, 20 and 15. And over here, we're going to say that this is going to have a margin top, right? So we're going to say that this is going to be a margin, right? And we're going to say that this is going to be a margin top. Margin top to be something like 40 pixels, right? So it's a little bit more below the actual button, right? The actual heading, right? And then after that, we would want to have a color, also white smoke, right? Over here like this. And after that, we're going to say that this is going to have a text decoration none. And after that, we're going to say that this is also, we want a text transform uppercase, right? So now we have our link styled. And the next thing that I would want, that as we're hovering over button, we obviously want something to happen. So we're going to say that this is going to have a jumbo, right? Jumbotron, right? Jumbotron over here. And let's just save it and let's just check it out whether in index.html, right? Maybe better ways, you can see over here I'm using this Jumbotron, right? Maybe it's better if we use this class Jumbo, right? Or ID if we would have a Jumbo, right? So we're not, maybe if we're adding some other Jumbotron, right? Let's just keep it a little bit more simpler, right? So we go over here with Jumbo, right? And it's not going to change anything what we have done so far. It's just going to change in general if we want to add some other Jumbotron so we don't have the same style. If let's say we would want the other one. And over here we have a class of Jumbo, and as we're hovering over the link, right? And over here we would create a, as we're hovering, we would want a different color. And we actually would want to be the color of this orange color again, right? So this is going to be the color we're using a lot, right? So probably by the end of the video, remember this is going to be a hashtag F15025. And let's say the background color is going to be a white smoke, right? So this is only when we're hovering, right? So we just save this, and as I'm hovering, right, you can see that it's changing, right? And it just has a little bit better look, right? So this is how we would create over here this Jumbotron, let's say section, right? Where we basically are saying, listen, hey, listen, if you want a quote, right, just click over here, right? So now we're ready and primed to go and actually create our next, and this is going to be our work section. Now, before we go ahead and create our next work section, I would want to cover a jQuery Lightbox plugin magnific pop-up. So the first thing that we want to do is actually create a new file, just so it's not messing up with our work, the one that we have done so far. So new Bootstrap template, right? And over here, we're going to create save as, and we're going to say that this is going to be Magnific HTML, right? Now that we have created a file, you can see that right away, because it is a new Bootstrap template, it has over here this template, right, with the nav bar and container. So we're just going to delete that, and then we go back to our good old friend Google, and you can see Magnific pop-up responsive jQuery Lightbox plugin, right? So we just click it over here, and over here we go first to documentation, right? Or we can download it first. You know what? We can just right away download, and then I'm just going to show you. So over here you can see a clone or download. So we just go download zip, right? And over here it's obviously going to be in our downloads. Now we don't care about too much right now because we want to do all the setups, right? So over here we go back to the documentation, right over here, and they're telling us what kind of files we would need, right? So we need a Magnific pop-up CSS and Magnific pop-up JS, right? So what do we need to do? Over here, I'm just going to copy this over here like this, copy, and I'm going to say that I would want to do it in text editor. So I'm going to go over here somewhere in the head, and I'm just going to copy this. This is going to be the CSS file over here like this, and over here we're just going to copy the JavaScript, right? So this is going to be a script, and we're going to copy this one, and somewhere over here we're going to say that we're copying somewhere in the bottom of the body, right? So this is going to be a Magnific pop-up JS file, right? And over here you can see that I didn't copy it quite well, so now it's fine, right? So now we're ready to actually see what we would need to do, right? So over here they're saying us that this should be our initial thing that we write in a jQuery, right? But obviously for that we would need to create a JavaScript file. So we would need to create a JavaScript file, but obviously in a way we also right away need to get the files that we need, right? So we need a CSS and a JavaScript, right? Pop-up Magnific pop-up JS, right? So right now I would go to my downloads, right? Where they at, right? So we have a downloads, and you can see that I have already downloaded twice, but this would be the folder that we're looking for, right? So we can just make this one maybe a little bit smaller and minimize this, right? So if we go over here within sorry, this is my first download. So obviously I would need to open the new one over here, and this would be Magnific pop-up. And you can see over here in distribution, right? This will be where our files are located, right? So I'm just going to drag the JS and CSS, right? First of all, to my Bootstrap folder, right? Just drag them over here. We can close this one for now. And over here, you can see that I have pop-up CSS and pop-up JS, right? But the smart way would be placing the JS file right away in my JavaScript folder over here, and my CSS in a CSS folder, right? So all the way on the top over here, right? So now that we've done that, we can go back over here to brackets, and over here we would obviously need to change where we have a address, right? So over here I would write a CSS, right? So if we open up, say CSS, and we have Magnific pop-up CSS, and over here for a JavaScript, we would need to do the same thing. The only in this case, this is going to be JavaScript, right? So we open up. This is going to be not a Magnific pop-up. Sorry about that, my bad. Over here, we would just say a JavaScript, right? And then we say Magnific pop-up JS. And after that, since we know that we're going to be creating a JavaScript file, I would go right away to JS, right? We're sitting in a JS, and I would create a new file. And I would say that this is going to be Magnific, or I don't know, Magnific something JS, right? And what I would want to do in my index HTML, right? And I would need to create, not Magnific HTML, right? The other file that we created. We would need to create over here a script, right? And we're going to say that source, and the source would be a JS, and over here it's going to be Magnific JS, right? So now we have a closed the script tags. So now we're pretty much ready to go and copy this from their web page, what we would need to do, right? So, and this is what they want us to do first, right? If we're working like this, right, they're saying what type of ways should we use, right? There's a couple of ways how we can do it, right? And we're going to start with the most basic one, right? So over here, we're just going to copy this, the first line that they're saying, right? And we're going to go back to Magnific.js, and we're just going to paste it, right? And the key over here, what you need to remember is that over here, right, whatever, let's say, if we're just going to cut this out, right? So this is actually, right, a most basic jQuery command that's pretty much saying that all the code is going to be run only when the document is ready, right? Nothing else, nothing more, right? And after that, they're pretty much telling us, right, what kind of we're going to be selecting a class over here, and over here they're telling us that this is going to be an image, right? So what we would need to do over here, you can see that they're telling us, right? So we would want to have a link over here that's going to have, let's say, test pop-up link over here class, right? So what we're going to do, we're going to copy this over here like this, and we're going to go back and we're going to go to Magnific HTML, and somewhere in a body, we're just going to paste it, right? So now we have a link that has a class of test pop-up link, and here it says path to the image, right? So let's say over here we're going to delete this, and we have a bunch of images in our images folder, right? So we go images, and let's say we're going to go to any image, right? So we're going to go to, let's say, human face collage or Trump JPEG, something like this, right? So we go to that image, so then we can save it, and now we are actually ready to go and see how the Magnific pop-up would work. But before we do that, actually we're not ready, right? Because you can see this class over here for this link, right? But in our Magnific.js, right, you can see that it's image link, right? So those would need to match. You can see over here that it's saying that I'm targeting this class, right? However, the class name is actually different. So over here, what we would need to do is in some way, right, we would just need to copy this. So we go back to JS, and over here, we'll just delete this, and over here we're just gonna paste this, and over here you can see that I missed a quote mark over here, and I'll just put over here, and now it's all done, right? So if we save this, and if we go back over here to a Magnific HTML and we check it out, what we have, this is going to be our live preview. You can see that I have a link, right? It says open pop-up. So I click it over here, you can see that this is going to be my pop-up, right? So if I close it over here, I'm leaving the pop-up, right? So this is the very, very basic way, right? So if we check it out again, what other options they have, you can see over here that it says that if we have a div of containers, right? Div of links, right? So let's try this one out. So I'm just going to copy this one over here, and we're going to paste it over here, right? And this is what we're going to be using for our Bootstrap template, right? We're going to have not only one link over here, we're going to actually have a parent container, right? And we're going to have multiple images in it, right? So over here, what we right away can do, we're just going to change these paths for these links, right? So I'm going to say images, and I'm going to say logos. This is going to be logo. Here I'm going to delete this, and I'm going to say this is going to be some different path, right? Or here I'm going to say this is going to be images, and this is going to be images, and let's say this is going to be numbers. This is going to be numbers background, and here we're going to check it out. What do we have in images? Right, we have let's say quotes, right? So this is going to be human collage, right? Something like that. So now we have three images. We have created three paths to the images, right? With a links over here. And what we would need to do is we would need to save this over here, and let's go and check it out what type of documentation we would need, right? So over here you can see that they're saying us that we would need to write a little bit differently, right? So we're just going to copy this one over here, and we're going to go back to Magnific.js right? And we can delete this line of code, right? Again, this is going to be a typical jQuery when the document is ready, so we don't want to delete this, but we're going to paste this new new line of code, right? So we're just going to save this, and we'll go magnific HTML, and we see the class is parent container, right? And over here it also is a parent container, right? So everything matches. So now we're ready to go and check it out how it looks like, right? So we go to HTML, right? And we just go again, and we're going to say that this is going to be a new live preview that we want to see, right? And we can just close the old one out, and we're waiting when it's loading, right? And over here it says open pop-up 1, 1, 2, 3. Now remember, the first one is not going to be working because we actually deleted it, right? We could have created 2 of them, and we're going to do that in a Bootstrap theme. But over here, we're just going to say the new one, right? So this is going to be banana marketing. This is going to be a another image, right? The background image. And over here, we're going to see a human collage, right? Now, what I want to show you is that obviously we can actually create 2 of them, right? We can leave the first one intact and then have the second one, right? So if we go back to their documentation, and let's just check it out one more time. What was the documentation over here? That if we just say a type image, right? So if we go back over here, and then we're going to go back to our folder and magnific pop-up, right? And over here, we're just going to leave a comment. This is going to be, I don't know, for multiple links, right? Multiple links, or you know what, let's just make a single line code, right? It's going to be multiple links over here, and here we're just going to paste this, and we're going to say that this is going to be a single link, right? So I'm just going to paste this over here, and we're going to say that this is going to be a what's the name of it, right? This is going to be a test pop-up link, right? So now we have 2 of them, right? So magnific JS, and over here we're just going to paste this, right? And I'm just going to leave out over here this document ready function, right? And let's just check it out whether I have it right? This pop-up link, and over here it also test pop-up link, right? So they do match. So if we go back to our live preview, right, this should work also, right? Now the last thing that I want to show you how we can get a gallery, right? So if we have, let's say, these images, right, I would want to create a gallery, right? Because that would look a little bit nicer, right? So what we would need to do is, again, we're going to need to go back to their documentation, and over here you can see gallery, right? And the only thing you need to do over here is gallery, right, enabled true, right? So we're just going to copy this, and we're just going to go back to our file, and obviously it makes sense where we have multiple links, right? Then over here we're just going to delete this, we're just going to make a comma, and we're going to pass, right? And now when it's pasted over here, if we save it, and when we go back to our live preview over here and refresh, so now we have a gallery, right? You can see these ones, right? So then we can just pretty much scroll through all of them by using the gallery, right? And also the first one is working also, right? Because now we have two pretty much separate, I wouldn't say 2 lines of code, right? 2 blocks of code, right? First one is targeting multiple links over here, and this one is targeting a single link over here. Now, if you're going to be watching the Bootstrap theme video later on, you're going to see that we're going to be doing a little bit differently. This pretty much covers the basic magnific pop-up, right? So now we're ready to go and actually build a work section in our Bootstrap video theme. And our next section is going to be a work section where pretty much we're going to be displaying our work. We're going to create 4 columns that are going to have let's say, images in there, right? So again, we're going to go to index.html. We're going to see where we ended up with a jumbo section, right? Or jumbotron section, right? And over here, what we're going to do is we're going to, again, create a generic section, right? And we right away have everything pretty much set up for us, right? So here we're going to call this a work section, right? This is the work section, right? So we're going to say this is work section. Here we're going to say that this is going to be the end of our work section, right? End of work, right? End of work section. Now over here, I'm going to change this a little bit around, and I'm going to say that this is this header, right? And I'm just going to cut it out, and we're actually going to place it all the way to the top, right? So here we're going to create a container fluid, because I want it to spanning all across the screen, not just some part of it, right? And before we create a row, right, over here like this, we're actually going to paste it, and this is going to be our header, right? And in the header, we're going to write that this is our work, and we're going to say that header, and instead of header, we're going to write our work, right? So this is going to be kind of, again, like a header for the whole section. And after that, when we have a row over here, within this row, we're going to actually call this a container, right? We're going to say that this is going to be a image container over here like this. We're going to say that this is going to be div, and we're going to create a class, and the class is going to be image container class. Image container over here like this, and then within this, still within this row, right? So we need to take off this, just copy and paste it over here, and now we have our image container, right? And within this image container, we're pretty much going to create a image boxes, right? So over here we have a column, right? And we're going to say this is going to be for the medium screen, this is going to be 3, right? Then we're going to create another one for the small screen. It's actually going to be half the screen, right? So something like this. And after that, within this one column, we're going to actually start placing these images, right? So the point is, this is going to be something like a container for all our images, right? And over here, what we're going to do is we're going to more specifically start placing each image, right? And we're going to do that by actually creating a div. We're going to give it a class, and we're going to give it a class of image box, right? And the reason for this one is that we're going to be actually looking how we can create a jQuery Lightbox plugin. So we're going to have to use this much more easier if we use actually this div. Well, it's actually required that we're using this div, right? And not the actual class name, but div in general. And within this div, we would want to create over here this href. And for now, we're just going to leave it blank, but you'll see again, we need this for the Lightbox, right? Not more specifically for what we're doing, but for the Lightbox, we actually need to do that. And within this link, we're actually going to create a image, right? We're going to place an image. Now, here's what I want to show you, right? We could technically go over here when we have our images, right? Find our images and actually download them and actually place them over here. But I want to show you how we can actually do that with a Bootstrap extensions, right? So we have over here these extensions, right? And again, we go to Bootstrap extensions, and we're going to check out the installed ones, right? And I want to show you one that's really going to make your life easy if you want to place some images, but you don't want them to be really specific, right? So you can see over here this lorem pixel, right? This is going to be the Bootstrap extension that I'm talking about, right? So if we close it over here, and right now I cannot find it over here where I wanted to show you because actually I haven't enabled it, right? So again, sorry, but we're going to have to go back to extensions, and we're just going to have to check where the installed ones. And once it's downloaded, right, and what we need to do over here, again, I'm just going to show you one more time, right? And we have lorem pixel, but we need to enable it, right? So once it's enabled, we can close it over here, and then we're going to have this little icon over here like this, right? So what happens is when we click this icon, right away it gives us options. First of all, what it would be the width of the picture that we want to insert. Then it would be the height, right? Then it would be a theme, right? And then we can add even grayscale, and this is right away going to give us the address, right? So in this case, I'm going to use a 400, right? This is going to be my width that I would want, a 400. I would want a height also 400, right? So let's just say right away, I'm just going to write it over here so it's easier. So I have a 400, 400, and then I'm going to say that, let's say that I want a insert over here, right? So this is how we actually can insert, right? So now we have an image, right? And actually we should have created a source. I'm sorry for that. I'm just going to have to do it again. I'm going to say source, right? And if we click it over here, again, we have the same options. And here I'm just going to write a 400, right? And we're going to say that this is going to be, we want to insert, right? And the thing is, I didn't add the theme, right? So it went, you can see that it's actually changing the theme every time we look at it, right? So we need to go back and theme. Let's say that I'm going to start with, I don't know, animals, right? So now I have animals themes, and this is, I say, insert in correct position, right? And you can see that it actually gives you a address, right? So we can just delete this one for now over here like this. And now you can see that it's going to be showing what type of animals we have over here. Now I'm going to save this, and we would need to close obviously this image, right? Just to show you how it looks like, right? So now we have our first image placed, right? And we placed this image just by using a brackets extension, right? And obviously we would need to add a couple of attributes for this image, but it's really easy. If you don't really want to go and look for any kind of images, you can just use this, because first of all, it gives you a specific height. Then it gives you multiple options, right? It gives you multiple themes. It gives you multiple sizes, and all you have to do is really just press this insert to a correct position, and that's it, and it's done, right? Now, we do need to add a couple of attributes, right? Because it is Bootstrap. So the first attribute we would need is actually a class, and we're going to say that this is going to be a class of image responsive, right? Because we want this image to be actually responsive as we're working across the screens, right? And if we remember, this was a Bootstrap class, right? So we have a image responsive over here. Now, after that, I want to add something for the Bootstrap, so it actually would be spanning all across the screen for the small screens, right? So in here, in this case, I can just do it inline, and I'm going to say style, right, over here. And I'm going to say that style is going to be a width, and this is going to be 100%, right? So we just write over here like this, 100%. And you can see that for the small screens, it's right away going to be 100%. And after that, the last attribute I would want to add is going to be a alternative. That's pretty much if they cannot download these images, right? So we're going to say the name of the image, right? Of the image over here like this. And since we have over here these 4 columns, right? For a medium, and over here it says that it's going to be 50% of a small screen, right? We would need to obviously copy these ones, right? And what we're going to do is, again, I'm just going to create a little bit more space. And here maybe we're just going to leave the comment. And this is going to be a column or call, right? Call 1, something like this, right? And what we're going to do is we're just going to copy and paste this, right? So I'm going to select this. We're going to copy this, right? So this is going to be column 2. But instead of animals, right? The easy thing is we can go over here and we can just change it around, right? So we can just look at our themes, what we have. And one of the themes was actually city, right? So if we go back over here, and you can go and check out those names, right? It's very easy, right? So here we have a city theme, right? So this is, again, very easy how we can create it, right? So another thing, I'm just gonna look at where it is. And this time, I guess we're just gonna copy and paste it, right? So we're gonna say copy, right? And we're gonna create actually a new line, and we're gonna paste it, and we're gonna paste it one more time, right? So now we have our whole image over here, and let's just change around to this one to column number 3, and this is gonna be column number 4. And again, let's change it around what type of photos it should be showing, right? So we're gonna have a business one, right? And again, we can just go ahead and check it out over here, right? We have business, food, fashion. I mean, you can use whatever you want, right? So let's just say close, and let's just say that for column number 3, instead of city, right? Let's say that we're gonna be using something like sports, right? So this is going to be sports. And the last one, let's say we're going to use something like nightlife, right? So here we have this one, city, and we write nightlife, something like this, right? So now we have 4 images that we didn't need to download, we didn't need to go anywhere. What we're going to do is we're going to go to CSS and actually style them, but you can see how nicely they look, right? So on let's say medium screen, I'm sorry, on a small screen, you can see that it's half and half, right? Over here like this, 50%, and on the medium screen, obviously we're going to be they're going to be using the 1/4 of the screen, right? The only reason why I'm not doing let's say I'm not maximizing the screen, because then I need to minimize it again, so it's side by side. So you can go ahead and do that, but the whole point is for the medium screen is going to be 3 columns, and over here it's going to be half the screen, right? And the only thing we will need to do is we will obviously need to get rid of these paddings and borders and all that stuff, right? So let's go ahead to main CSS and actually style it. So let's go to main CSS, right? And make it this screen smaller over here. Then we have a end of Jumbotron, right? So right away we can make 2 comments, right? So this is going to be a work section, and this is going to be the end of work section, right? So this is going to be work, and here we're going to say that this is going to be end of work section over here like this. And in between the comments, right, we're actually going to work with a rules and properties and values and all that, right? So the first thing that we want to do is we want to create a work over here like this. And this is going to be the ID that we're going to be targeting, right? And over here, we're just going to write, and let me show you where we're working, right? So we're actually selecting this ID work, right? And over here, what we want to do is actually change the background color, right? So we're going to say background, and we're going to say color over here like this, and we're going to use that gray one over here like this. So let's just go and check it out where we have it. Right, where was the gray one? Gray one was this one, right? So we're just gonna go back over here, and we're gonna copy this and slide it all the way here, and we're gonna paste it, and we'll see whether we have it or we don't, right? So let's just check it out. Are we selecting it, or I have actually missed something in index.html, right? So we have divs, we have this, and you can see that I actually didn't add the ID. So over here, if I write work as my ID, now it should actually work, right? So we just save this, and we go back over here, and we're targeting work, and you can see now I put 2 hashtags. So now we have our work section that has a background of dark gray color, right? So let's again create a little bit more space so it's easier for us to work in, right? And over here, what we're going to do is we're going to start targeting the header, right? And this is going to be our header, right? And just for the work section, we're just going to target it and make it a little bit different. So we're going to say work, and then we're going to actually target a class header, right? So now you can see that just for this work section, I want to target this header, and I'm going to say that I would want a different padding, and I would want like 40 pixels, right? So you can see that we're just going to create it a little bit bigger, just so it looks a little bit better. Then after that, we're going to create a work over here like this, and we're going to say that these columns, right? The reason for that is I want to get rid of these paddings, right? You can see that this is not what I want. I actually want them to have 0 paddings. It's very simple. Again, because we know that we created these columns, we know that there's 4 columns that have actually class over here like this, like 4 divs that has a class of this columns small 6, right? So you can see that right away I'm selecting all of them, right? And you can see these little paddings. This is what I would want to get rid of, right? And I'm going to say that this is going to be very easy. This is going to be padding left, and I'm going to say 0, right? And the same way I'm going to say padding, and this is going to be padding right, 0, right? So what happens is that because I styled them 100% style width, remember, like we had a style and it was 100%, right? So once we got rid of the paddings, they're actually nice and neat. And the good news is right away, because we had the same sizes and everything, right? we don't need to crop the images anywhere or nothing like that, right? So with Lorem Pixel, we right away can achieve this, where they right away look exactly all the same, right? And because we're using Bootstrap, they're obviously, let's say in the small screen, they're taking exactly half the size, right? And obviously, if you want, you can check it out that on medium, they're going to be actually taking 25%. Now, after that, what I would want to do is I would actually want to start creating this zoom effect, right? And the first thing that I would want to do is actually target the image, right? So I would want to say that work, right, over here, and then I would say image. And as I'm hovering, I would want to technically zoom in into the image, right? And the way we would do that, we actually use a transform property, right? And we say that we want to scale, right? And we say that we would want to scale like, let's say 1.3, right? And what's going to happen as we're zooming, right? You can see that we're going to be zooming in, right? Now what's going to happen is that actually the image also gets bigger, right? And maybe it is a little bit annoying. So what we would need to do is we would need to get rid of this overflow property. You can see that it's actually, you can see that the actual image is overflowing. And therefore we created this, well, that was another reason why we created this image box. And over here, if we go back, and if we again, we target this work, but in this case, not an image, but the actual box where it's sitting, right? The div where it was actually sitting, image box. And if we just write that those image boxes, overflow should be hidden, right? So we write overflow and we say hidden, right? So what's going to happen right now is you can see that it's not going to be changing, but it's actually going to be zooming in, right? So we're going to be zooming in without actually getting our image bigger because we got rid of this overflow property for the image, for the div box where the image is sitting. Then after that, what we want to do is you can see that it's a little bit annoying that it's kind of, you know, robotic, right? We would probably want it to be much more smoother, right? And the way we would do that is, again, we would target the image, just the image itself, not while we're hovering, right? And we would say that all the transitions that should happen, right? All of them should be actually with ease, right? So over here, we would write work and we would write image. And then we have an option, right? We can write transition all or just specific transition, right? So over here, we write a transition, right? And then we can select a particular one, right? Because we're using transform, right? So we write transform over here like this. And then we would want to say that, let's say this is going to take like 4 seconds. And then we can use another property. This is ease in and out, right? Something like this. So if we save this, right, you can see that it's going to take much more longer. So it looks much more nicer, right? As we're zooming in like this, right? So again, maybe let's make it a bigger screen over here like this. So where we're zooming in like this, you can see how nicely we have this image, right? And that's going to be pretty much for the CSS, how to over here, how to create this work section. Now, the next thing that we're going to do is actually we're going to add a jQuery plugin. So we have a lightbox, right? So let's go ahead and do that. And let's go ahead and get that jQuery plugin. How do we install a jQuery lightbox? So we go here back to our good old friend Google. And over here, I'm just going to say right away because I know the name of the pop-up I'm going to be using. It's going to be Magnific Pop-up, right? So we just search it over here. And you can see that it's going to be opening up right away, right? So we just click it over here. And we can right away go to a GitHub where we can just download it. But before that, we can just check out the documentation, right? Which is pretty much say what type of files we would need, right? So here we're going to need a CSS, right? So I'm just going to copy this CSS, right? And I'm just going to put it somewhere, I don't know, somewhere over here above the animated CSS, right? And after that, they're asking us for jQuery, which we already have. And over here, we're just going to copy this, and all the way in the bottom, we're going to add our script, right? In the bottom of the body, right? So this is going to be our script over here. Now, after that, what we would want to do is obviously actually download it, right? So what we need to do is go to a project on GitHub, right? And over here, we're just going to go to clone or download. and we're just going to say we're going to download zip, right? So I'm just going to click it over here. Now it's going to be on downloads, right? And if we go over here to distribution, right? So we have two files that we would want, right? We have CSS and we have JS, right? But what I'm going to do is actually I'm just going to drag the whole folder, because instead of saving them in separate files, right? In separate folders, I'm sorry. I'm just going to drag the whole folder, but because we don't need this min.js, right? Well, we don't need it for now. Let's say we're not going to be using it. You can also use the min.js also if you want. Well, I'm just going to delete this, and I'm going to have to rename the actual folder, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create a little bit more space. You can see that the folder they're saying is magnific pop-up, right? So this distribution folder, I'm just going to rename, and I'm going to say magnific over here pop-up, right? Pop up over here, right? So this is going to be my folder where I have a CSS and where I have a JS. And the better way actually to doing that is actually placing all the JavaScript files in one folder, right? Where we have over here this wow.js, right? But for this case, we're just going to be whatever plugins we're going to be adding, I'm just going to keep them in a separate folder, because I think it's just a little bit easier while we're just covering the very basics, right? So over here, if we go back to a documentation, right? So I'm just going to click back. We're going to go back to documentation. You can see that obviously we would need to either place it within the script tags somewhere in the bottom, or we would need to create a separate JavaScript file, right? And this is how we're just saying initializing pop-up, right? So if we go back to our JS, right? And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create a new file, and I'm going to say that this is going to be a script.js, right? So this is where we're going to be doing all our JavaScript. Now the difference is, right, that they're saying us, listen, if you have over here a group of elements, right, with one parent, this is what you should actually do, right? So what we're going to do is we're actually going to copy this one over here, right? Copy this one, and that is pretty much a jQuery, right? We're just saying that once we load the document, right, over here like this, if we paste it, right? But what I want to do over here, I just want to get rid of this, whatever is in right now, right? Because this is, we're going to actually change this one around, right? So I'm just going to delete this. And if we go back over here, you can see that it's saying, right? So if we have a container, we should actually have something like this, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just copy this one over here. And within these parentheses, we're just going to copy this one, right? Now that we have copied this line of code, we obviously need to customize it, right? Because our parent container, that's not the class that we have, right? So we go back to index.html and we check it out, this is our image container, right? So this is going to be our class. So we can just copy it like this, right? So we have a script, and over here, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to delete this over here, and we're just going to paste it over here like this. So now we have an image container that we're actually selecting, right? And over here, you can see that it's delegate the child items in the selector, right? So we can save it over here, but we're not done, because the thing is we actually need to link this script.js to our actual index.html, right? So here we were going to create a comment, and I'm going to say that this is going to be a script.js over here like this. And over here, we're just going to say this is going to be a link, right? And this is going to be a source. I'm sorry, not a link. This is going to be a script over here like this, and this is going to be a source, and we're going to say that this is going to be a JavaScript folder where we want a script.js, and over here we can just save it over here. But again, we're not done yet, because if you're going back over here to you can see this link, right? But this link is really not going anywhere, right? So what we want to do is we actually want this address, right? So in any case, if you would download the image, right, you would want obviously where it's actually loaded in located in your folder, or you can just copy this one over here, and we can just do it over here, paste it like this, right? So now we have this is the same address for the animals. So now we can save it, and let's just open up over here our live preview, and let's just go back and let's just click in on it, right? And you can see that right now I have a light box, right? So if I close it, right, you can see that I have a light box, right? Maybe let's make it a little bit bigger, right? You can see that this is my light box. And the good news is about the lorem pixel, right? You will see the actual images are changing. Now you can see I didn't add the address for the second one, therefore you can see the image could not be loaded, right? And that's the reason for that. That's why we were using over here these links that actually point to where the images are located, right? So before we do anything, we would need to add the addresses for all of them, right? So you can see that I have a problem right now scrolling up and down. But the thing is, you can see for the image number 2, right? Again, we would do the same thing. We would just copy this one. We would just copy this, right? And we would place it where the href is, right? So this is going to be paste, right? And again, we're going to do this one. Sports, same way. Copy this. And we're just going to paste it over here. And after that, what we're going to do is we're going to take this one, the last one, the nightlife, and we're also going to do that. All right. So we'll have it over here. Paste it over here. So let's save it and let's check it out what we have, right? So now we have a horse. Then we have a different, I believe this is city. Then we have a different sports. Then we have a different nightlife. And again, let's make it a little bit bigger so we can see better, right? So this is horse, this is a nightlife, and this is a sports, and this is a nightlife. Sorry, city, nightlife, sports, right? Now, one last thing that I want to show you what we can do with Magnific pop-up, right? If we have this documentation, right? There's plenty of other things that you can do. But one of the main ones always for light boxes is the gallery. And it's very simple, right? What they're saying is, you know what, just add this one in your code and you'll be fine. So I'm just going to copy this one. We're going to go back to our script, JS, right? And we're going to find, okay, so they're saying type image, right? And then they're saying, well, you can have the other options, right? So what I'm going to do over here, I'm just going to delete this. We're just going to add a comma and we're just going to copy this one, right? And then we're going to save it. And then once we go back, and maybe let's make it a screen a little bit bigger, right? And now we have our own little light box, right? And just to recap for all the things that we did, but maybe because I didn't explain good enough, right as we were doing, right? So if we go back to index.html, right? So once we create all these, let's say, image containers and image box, right? And then we added over here the source with a lorem pixel. If we go to Magnific pop-up, right? First of all, what we need to do is we need to check what type of files we should add, right? So if we go over here, this is going to be first of all, it's going to be a CSS, right? Then it's going to be a JS, right? Those are 2 files. So once we downloaded, those 2 files should be in our document. Now the thing is, they right away give us a path over here. Therefore, I created this Magnific pop-up folder, right? But you can obviously place this in a CSS and do the linking that way, right? Now after that, what they're saying is this would be the most basic one, how we can initialize, right? But since we created over here this parent container, right? Therefore, when we created a script.js file over here, the basic one, right? This is the code that we were using because we had actually a container, right? The parent container. Now, what we needed to do over here, we needed to change the name, right? Because this is not a parent container. We actually used a class of image container. And this is for jQuery. Pretty much what it says is that once the document is loaded, right, then only run this function. So that's a very generic function over here, right? This is for all the jQueries, right? You always will want to do is over here this image document, right? Document ready function, right? And just ignore what you have over here in the middle, right? You're really concerned about this one, right? The whole ready function, right? And after we have done that, we need to go back and we actually need to add the actual address where the actual image is located. In our case, we're using lorem pixel, but you might be using something else. And last thing, we just looked at how we can actually enable gallery, right? Now, if you really want to go to town, right, what you can do is if you go magnific pop-up, right, over here to CSS, the whole point is that if you're going over here, you can change a lot of these properties, right? And you can actually get your own custom one. I'm not going to be doing this because that's another whole video, so we're just going to skip it and leave it like this. But the good news is that we know how to add a magnific pop-up, right, to our well, website or whatever we can call it, Bootstrap theme, right? So if we go over here, and we can have a nice little gallery. And what I really like about Lorem Pixel, that those images are going to be changing, right? That just because you click on them once, right, they actually, you can see that there's going to be many different ones, right? For the nightlife, for the animals. So it kind of makes it really cool, especially if we're just working on it like this. So now that we're pretty much done with a lightbox, we're ready to go, and we're ready to go and create our team section. So now that we're done with our lightbox section, let's go ahead and actually create our team section, right? So this is going to be our team. And just for the purpose of that, first of all, let's go over here, and we're going to use this again, our generic section, right? So we're just going to add a section over here, generic, and this is going to be header and all that. So we're going to be adding some more stuff over here. But before we do that, I actually want to download the image from the Google, not from the websites that we're looking at before, but we're just going to go from Google. And I'm going to say that this is going to be a Arnold, right? Arnold. And we're going to say that this is going to be Terminator, right? And we're going to go over here and we're going to check it out where we have images, right? So this is going to be our team, right? So then we can pick, I don't know, this one, I guess, right? So we're just going to go with this one, and we're going to say save image as, and we're going to go to our desktop, right? This is pretty much, we're going to go where it's located. Then we're going to go to images. We're going to find where is our team, right? And we're just going to save it over here as our JPEG, right? So now we have, this is going to be, he's going to be our team image, right? This is what we're going to be using. And for the team, the first thing, obviously, what we want to do is over here, we're going to create an ID, and we're going to say that this is going to be our team section, right? So this is going to be our team section over here. We're going to put it in comment. Then we're going to say that this is going to be end of our team section, right? End of our team section, our team section, or team section in general here. So this is what we have over here. And we're gonna have to move this one around a little bit, right? So this header, we're not gonna be placing in the columns. We're actually, again, we're gonna place it over here in a container, right? So we have over here that we just cut this header out like this, and we're just gonna go where is container. First, we're gonna add that this is gonna have a text center class over here like this. I'm gonna say something like this. Then underneath, we're gonna copy and paste our header over here like this, and we're gonna say that this is gonna be our team over here like this, team. And after that, what we're gonna do is we're gonna add a another column over here like this. We're gonna say that this is gonna be a column that is gonna be spanning, again, medium, right? This is gonna be medium 3, so this is going to be a 25% on a medium screen. And after that, we're going to say that this is going to be a column small on a small screen. This is going to be 50% of the screen. So after we write a column over here, that's going to be 25% and 50. Then we would need to actually place the image, right? So here we're going to add a source over here like this, source, and we're going to say that the source is going to be in the images. Then we're going to look for the team, and then we're going to say download JPEG, because I didn't change the name. It's probably should have been something like Arnie or something like that, right? And after that, what we want to do is right away add some of the generic classes over here, right? So we'd want to say, let's say that we're going to add a class, and we're going to say that this is going to be a image, and this is going to be responsive over here like this. And then we're going to say that we would want a image circle. So pretty much all the classes that we're using for Bootstrap will be using image circle, image thumbnail also, right? Thumbnail over here, right? And after that, we're just going to say that this is going to be alternative. Text is going to be something like Terminator, right? We're going to say Terminator over here like this. And after that, we're going to say that we would want a display in line. And the reason for that is because you'll see that it's actually not going to be in the center, right? Because for the small screen, it's going to be fine. But if we go to the bigger screen, it's actually not going to be in the center where we want it to be. And therefore, we need to actually write over here. Again, we're just going to write it. The style is going to be display in line. And once we do that with a Bootstrap images, this is going to allow us right away to actually place them in the center. So over here, we say display, and we're going to say in line over here like this. And then once we save it, you'll see on a bigger screen, it actually makes a difference, right? So now we have our first column. And over here, we're just going to write a heading 2 underneath. And we're just going to say simply that this is Arnold over here like this. And then we're going to say that this is going to be team president, right? So he's going to be our team president over here like this. And then we're going to add a bunch of font awesome icons, right? So we're going to say href, we're going to place them within a link, right? And here I'm just going to make a dummy link, but obviously you can make it a link to a Facebook, right? And here within this link, we're going to place a font awesome. And here our first one is going to be for Facebook over here like this. And now we have our first icon, right? And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to select this whole line. I'm just going to copy this, like, let's say 5 times, right? So we have Facebook, right? Here we're going to have a Twitter. Here we're going to have a, let's say, Google Plus over here like this. Then we're going to have a Instagram. And over here, we're going to have a LinkedIn, right? LinkedIn, right? Not Ding, LinkedIn, right? So now we have 5 font awesome, right? And since, again, we're making them for a small screen 50, and for the bigger screen, let's say we want 3 of them, right? I'm sorry, 4 of them, spanning 25%. What we would need to do is actually we would need to just copy this 3 times, right? 1, 2, 3, right? So now we have 4 of them, right? We have 4 Arnies that are going to be our team, right? And what you want to do is probably make a little bit nicer looking. So we're going to create a little bit of space over here like this. And we're going to have all 4 of them, right? So now that we're done with HTML, we're done with actually adding them to our, let's say, document, right? If we go again to small screen, right, you can see how it looks like, right, on an iPad or something. And now we're pretty much ready to jump to CSS and actually start styling it. So let's go to main CSS over here. I'm just going to make this a little bit smaller over here. We're going to make it again looking like a phone screen. So here we have main CSS. We go all the way to the bottom. We have end of work section, right? And we're just going to make this one bigger. And here we're going to create a theme, right? So this is going to be a theme section. And here we're going to create another theme section comment, right? So we're going to say this is going to be theme, end of theme section, right? End of theme section over here like this. Then over here, we're going to start placing our CSS, right? So first I would want to select the whole theme ID, right? So you can see that right away it's selecting the whole ID, default section. And I'm going to say that this is going to have a border over here, and this is going to be a border top. And I'm going to say that this is going to be a, let's say, 6 pixels, right? And this is going to be solid, and we're going to be using over here this, again, this orange color, right? So I'm just going to copy this one over here. And we're going to bring it all the way over here and just paste it, right? And now we have this 6 pixel solid orange color. Now after that, we're going to add a padding. We're going to say that padding is going to be like something like 40% all around. So it's going to be top and bottom and to the sides. And over here, we're going to say that the background color is going to be a white smoke. again, something like this. So now we have a white smoke as a background color. Then after that, we would want to work with this image, right? And the way we would do that, we're going to say theme, and we're going to say image, right? And over here within image, we're going to say also that the background color is going to be pretty much the same as we picked over here, this orange one, right? So what we do over here, we're just going to copy this, paste it over here, and you can see that we have right away this nice orange background color, right? And considering the fact that we added these two classes, right? We added this image circle class, which was the Bootstrap class, and we also added a thumbnail, right? So this is what is creating this thumbnail, right? Those two classes in our HTML. Now after that, once we're done with image, then we would want to style these icons, right? So over here, I'm going to write theme, and I'm going to say that these font awesome icons, right? That has a class of fa, right? And I would want their font size over here like this to be something like, I don't know, 40 pixels, something like this. So they're pretty big. Then I would say a margin, right? And I would want a margin right to be something like 10 pixels over here like this. So you can see that they have a little bit of margin. And again, we're going to go with the same color, right? And I'm going to say that the color again is going to be this this orange one, right? So we're going to be a little bit repeating, obviously, everything, right? And then the next thing, and the last thing actually, what we want to do is, you can see that we want to create over here this little bit of margin, right, in the bottom, right? So what we're going to say is this is going to be theme, and this is going to be a column class, column small 6 class, right? So we could have named our own class, or we could have targeted a medium 3. It would still work the same way, right? But over here, we're just going to say margin. And because we only want top and bottom margin, we don't want the side ones. You can see we create over here, and here we create 0, right? So if we're targeting only the first value, this is going to be top and bottom. This is to the sides, right? Therefore, I didn't want 40 all around. I just had 40 top and bottom. And over here, we left it at 0, actually, right? So as you can see that if you're looking at our theme, right, that if we're going, right, so we have Arnie, right? And if this is going to be for the medium screen, again, you'll see that this is going to be evenly distributed to actually have 4 of them in line, right? So instead of right now for the small screen, we have 50-50, right? So we can actually go ahead and do that. So just so we can see, right? So if we actually make it bigger, right? So this is going to be our theme, right? And over here, you can see that on a small screen, they would be 50, right? But here, 50%, but here they're actually taking, let's say 25%, right? So again, if we just make it bigger, this is going to be small. And over here, if we go bigger for a medium screen, right, it's already right away showing like this. And if we go to a larger screen, right, so they're all in line like this. We're pretty much done with our theme section, and we're ready to jump to the numbers section. So once we're done with our theme section, let's go ahead and let's create our numbers section, right? So again, we go all the way in the bottom, and we're gonna write over here generic section, right? And over here, we're just gonna say that this is gonna be name of our section, right? So this is gonna be numbers section. Over here like this, we're just gonna say that this is numbers. Over here, we're gonna say that this is gonna be a end of numbers section. Numbers. Over here like this. Numbers. Then after that, again, I'm sorry, I apologize, but we're gonna have to cut this out, right? Because we're gonna be creating a couple of them, right? Couple of columns over here. So I'm just gonna paste it over here. Over here, we're gonna add a container text center. This is gonna be our pretty generic, as we pretty much always add this over here. Here, we're gonna say that this ID is gonna be numbers. Over here like this. So this is gonna be our header. And here, we're just gonna write something like numbers never lie. Numbers never lie, right? Something like this. And after that, you can see that we would need to add a couple of columns, right? So we have, let's say, the difference is we're gonna, for this section, we're gonna add actually for extra small, that is actually taking up 25%, right? So 12 divided by 3 would be actually 4, which is 1/4, and that is 25%, right? So before, I remember we were always adding, let's say, starting from the small, right? Because by default, the actual column span on a small screen would be the whole 12, right? As you can see over here, as we're scrolling down, everything takes up exactly the whole screen, right? The difference over here for these numbers, because they're pretty small, right? What we're going to do is, for the extra small screen, we're actually specifically say that we would want it to be 25%, right? And what's going to happen is that actually, you know, I made a mistake. I would want actually to be like 1/3, right? Instead of 25, I want 1/3. So over here, what we're going to do is we're going to say that this is going to be a H2, right? And we're going to say that this is going to be a, let's say we're going to start that this is going to be users, right? So we're going to say this is users. Now, actually on top of it, we would want to put a font awesome, right? So over here, I'm going to write class, and I'm going to say that this is going to be fa. And over here, I'm going to say that this is going to be fa users over here, and we're going to close it out. So now I can see this little users thing, right? And you can see over here how it's actually taking 1/3 of the screen. And in the beginning, I was saying 25, but it will actually we're only going to create 3 of them, right? So therefore, we only want something that would be spanning half the screen. I'm sorry, 1/3 of the screen, right? So here we have users, and this is the fa users. And we're pretty much done with this div, right? So the only thing is we would need to do is we will need to copy it a couple of times. Now, at the end of, I think, next video, we're going to actually add this number counter over here. But for now, this is going to be pretty much it, what we need for now, right? So here we would maybe create, you know what, let's create H1 over here. This would act as a number. So let's say we're going to write something like 300, but you'll see again, we're going to be changing this one around a little bit, right? But just for now, let's add this H1 over here, just because the actual numbers are bigger. So what we're going to do over here, we have this column, and again, we're just going to paste it 3 times, right? 2 times, but 3 times it's going to be all together, right? So now we have 3 of them, right? And what I'm going to do over here, I'm just going to change this one around. I'm going to say that this is going to be a envelope, right? So this is going to be a different, over here, a different font awesome icon, right? And the last one, let's say that we're going to say that this is going to be an archive, right? And again, it really doesn't matter. I just like these font awesome icons, therefore I'm picking them. But we're pretty much done with a HTML. It was really fast and really easy to add this HTML. So now we're actually ready to go ahead and start styling in main CSS our numbers section. So we go to main CSS, and we obviously, as always, go all the way to the bottom. This is going to be the end of the theme section. So we're going to create a little bit more space. And again, as always, we're going to add 2 comments. We're going to say that this is going to be a numbers section over here, section, right? And then we can just copy this line, right? And we can just say end, right? This is going to be the end of numbers section. And after that, we can actually start styling, right? So the first thing, we would want to target a ID, numbers, and we would want to add some styles to it, right? So first, we're just going to add some padding over here like this. So there's going to be 40 pixel padding. And what we're going to do over here, we're going to actually create a background image, right? So we're going to say that, as always, this is what we want to be a background. Now we're going to have to type a URL. And over here, we're going to have to pick something from images, right? So again, we go over here to a numbers, right? And we have over here numbers background, right? So right now, we're just going to add right away fixed, because we would want it to be fixed. So as we're scrolling, it has that parallax effect. And then we're going to need to repeat the same steps, right? So we're going to say background repeat, no repeat, right? No repeat. Then we're going to say the background position, right, is going to be center. And then after that, we're going to say that background size is going to be cover, right? It's pretty basic. We already, I think, doing this third time, right? So we're going to say cover, right? So now we have our perfect image over here. Now what we want to do is probably change the color of these fonts, right? So I'm going to say that color is going to be a white smoke over here like this. So now you can see how they're all stand out, right? And after that, again, what we would want to do is style these, let's say, font awesome icons, right? So we're going to say numbers over here, and we're going to say use the class font awesome, and we're going to say again that font size is going to be something like 40 pixels over here like this, and then we're going to say the color again is going to be a orange one, right? So we're just going to say that this is going to be F15025, right? So now we have everything apart from the fact that once we actually scroll it down, we would want actually these numbers to be counting up, right? So we would need to again download a jQuery plugin for that. So let's go ahead and do that. How do we add a number scroller, right? So basically as we're scrolling down, the actual numbers would start counting, right? So we go to good old friend Google, and we're just going to type num scroller JS. You can see over here, right? So we type for num scroller JS, and no, we don't want nano scroller, right? That's not what we meant. And you can see over here the num scroller jQuery number increment rolling plugin, right? And it actually has a very basic documentation, right? The only thing that it's asking is actually a jQuery, right? Which is we already have, and over here this script, right? So the only thing we need to do over here is actually gonna copy this and obviously download it, right? But first, let's actually go ahead and download that. I'm sorry, go ahead and let's add this script, right? So in between magnific pop-up, we're going to create over here a comment, and we're going to say that this is going to be a num scroller over here like this. And then we're going to say that we want to paste that. So this is going to be a num scroller JS, right? But you can see that over here, yeah, everything is correct. Yeah. So over here, you can see that they are giving you the documentation, right? What we're going to have to write. But we're going to actually go ahead and download it first, right? So we're going to go and see where is the download options, right? Where they have them. And over here, you can see that this is a download, right? So we just click download, and they take us over here to a GitHub. So we just download the zip. Then we have the zip. Then once we have over here the num scroller, right? And here we have the JS, right? So the only thing is we need to do is drag it actually to our folder. So we go to JS, let's say in this case, because this is not a big, there's no need for a separate folder for that, right? So the only thing is we need over here this num scroller JS. Once we have copied the num scroller JS, we just go back over here to the brackets, and we can actually close this GitHub. And over here, you can see that this is how they're telling us how we need to work with that, right? So we can right away over here, we can copy this one over here, and we can just go ahead and find which numbers we would want to scroll up or down, right? So here we have, what is the first one, right? We have a div. This is the team president, right? So the users, right? So this is the one that we would want, right? So over here, we just delete this one over here. We would just paste it over here. This says 1000, right? The increment would be, let's say, we're going to do the increment 1, right? And you can see the whole point of it, right? So it's adding us over here a span that has a class numscroller, data min, data max, right? So if we go over here, if we say, like, let's say data max is like, let's say like something like 4000, and over here we change it to 4000, right? So this is going to be right now a 4000 span, right? And if we just save it and we refresh, nothing was happening, because over here you can see that we have a num scroller, right? And we have our file, but over here we haven't changed their address, right? So you can see that source is num scroller. It pretty much thinks that there's somewhere a file, right? So over here we need to add a JavaScript, right? This is the folder where it's actually located, and we click it over here. And now if we save it and we're gonna refresh, you can see that it starts counting over here, right? So pretty basic thing. What we need to do is over here, we just need to copy this, right? So we're just gonna copy this span over here, and we're gonna go over here where we have our heading 1, and we're gonna add some more, right? So we're gonna paste it over here, another 4,000, and another one, right? We're gonna delete these users, and we're gonna paste it over here. And what we want to do is we can obviously change these numbers, right? So if we have max, let's say like something like 4,000, then maybe let's change this one to like 5,000, something like this, right? So if we add over here to 5,000, this is going to be a 5,000, and let's go ahead and over here it's going to be 6,000, right? And here the max is going to be 6,000, right? And again, this is going to be a data min, data max, where it's starting, where it's ending. Data delay is pretty much as we're scrolling down, how long it takes before it actually starts counting, right? So this is 5 over here. And increments, again, we can change it to, let's say, to something like 10, right? And if we save it, and if we start again, you can see that it's counting by 10, right? So this is going to be a little bit different, right? And over here, these ones are still counting by 1, right? So this is, you can see how easy it is to actually add over here this number scroller, right? And anywhere, if you want to add numbers, right, you can use this little light jQuery plugin, and you're gonna get a very good effect. So now that we're done with that, let's go ahead actually and create a next section, and this is gonna be our pricing section. Now that we're done with our numbers section, right, we're actually ready to go and jump on a pricing section. Now, before we do that, let's just go to bracket snippets, right? And actually, let's just correct over here this generic section, right? Because you can see that I pretty much made a mistake. For some reason, I thought that my next sections are going to have a header within the column, right? Like we had over here in the skills one, right? But actually, our header is all the time sitting right underneath the container, right? So that's my bad, my mistake, and just my apologies, but mistakes happen, right? So the only thing we need to do over here, we need to go with command. We basically need to cut this, right? And we need to place it over here, right? So we're just placing the header right away underneath the container, and then we're gonna have rows, and then we're gonna have a columns, right? And over here, what we're gonna do is we're just gonna maybe let's just change around this one too, right? This is gonna be a, let's say we're gonna write over here right away name, right? So this is gonna be, let's say in next example, this is gonna be a pricing section, right? And over here, we're also going to write the name of section, right? This is all we need to do. So now we can just click save because everything else stays the same. And if we close it out, and over here, if we go to generic section, right? If we press enter, now we have a correct one where we don't need to go back and forth and actually remake it, right? So over here, we're going to say that this is going to be name. Let's say this is going to be a pricing, right? And over here, we're going to say that the ID is also going to be pricing. Pricing over here, the container is going to stay the same. And once we're done with actually changing container, we need to go over here and actually write our prices. Our prices over here like this. And after that, we need to go over here and actually start working on this column, right? Because everything else is what we wanted, right? Maybe here, end of pricing section, right? So now we have created over here this generic section, and we're ready to go and start creating these columns. So first thing we would say that this is going to be a spanning 12 columns when it's on an extra small screen. Then we're going to say that this is going to be a spanning column medium on a, 6 columns on a medium screen, right? Or 3 columns, sorry. This is going to be 3 columns on a medium screen, so 25%. And over here, we're going to say this is going to be spanning 50% on a small screen, right? And we're just going to add a text center. This is going to be a generic Bootstrap class. So we're going to say text center. And we're going to be doing that by using a Bootstrap panels, right? So here we're going to say div, and this is going to have a class. And we're going to say this is going to be panel. And within here, we're going to place a div that's going to be a class of panel, right? Panel heading, or like this, heading, right? And after that, we're going to place a h3, right? Heading 3 with a class of heading title. Panel title. Panel title over here like this. And once we're done with that, we're just going to write this is going to be basic, right? this is going to be the title of our panel. And after that, once we're done with a panel heading, right, we can actually create a panel body, right? So this is where the panel heading ends. So here we write a div, and we would say class, and this is going to be a panel body over here like this. And over here, we're just going to create a div that has a class of title, div class, and we're going to say that this is going to be a title. And this is, again, we're just creating our own class, and we're going to style it. This is just for styling purposes. And within this div, we're going to create a h1, right? That's going to be, let's say, we're going to say this is going to be like $10 or something like that, right? And after that, we're going to create a header underline, right? So what we're going to do is we're actually going to just copy this, whatever we had from the header. So div class or here, and we're going to say this is going to be a header underline, right? So over here, if you close it, you can see that we have the same one, right? So we're pretty much going to be reusing, again, the underline that we created. And once we're done with a title, right, we can actually create over here where it ends. We're going to create a unordered list, right? And we're going to place some list items over here, right? So what we're going to say that this is going to be 10 gigabyte over here storage. And then in between, we're actually going to create a line break, right? So between list items, we're going to create a horizontal line break over here like this. And it's kind of hard to see because right now it's kind of grayish, right? And what we would need to do is we would need to add 3 more items like this, right? So I'm just going to copy this, right? So this is going to be the first one, second one, and the third one, right? We just again need to create more space so we can see where we're working in, right? So we have 3 list items over here, and here we're just going to say that this is going to be a 10 domains, right? 10 domains over here like this. Then we're going to say that this is going to be 10 emails, and then we're going to say that this is going to be a 1 let's say gigabyte, 1 gigabyte over here bandwidth, right? Bandwidth over here like this. And here we're going to probably change it to 10 emails, right? So pretty basic panel, but we're actually not done, right? So if we're working with a panel body, right? So once we're done with a panel body, we actually want to add a panel footer, right? So here within the panel body, we're actually going to add over here, we're going to say div. This is going to have a class, and this is going to be panel, and this is going to be a panel footer, right? And within this panel footer, we're going to create a link. We're going to say href, and this is going to be a hashtag. And since it is Bootstrap, we need to add a class, and we're going to say that this class is going to be a button, and the role is also going to be button, right? Button, something like this. And probably let's write button like this. This is going to be better. And here we're going to say sign up, right? And after that, we can just write that, let's say this is going to be 1 month for free, right? If we sign up. So outside over here, we're just going to create, I don't know, we're just going to write one month free trial, something like this, right? So now we have created our panel, and we'll see where it ends, right? It ends over here. And what we need to do is obviously copy 3 more like this, right? So we can just go over here, right? And sorry, we're copying actually in the wrong place. Over here you see this div, we need these columns also, right? So if you just check where it ends, right? So it ends over here, and we're just going to copy it all the way there. So we're just going to copy this. We're going to create a little bit more space, and we're going to paste it, and we're going to paste it one more time, right? So this is going to be the column. So again, we're going to paste it, and we're going to paste it one more time over here like this. And now if we actually go to a bigger screen, you'll see that right now we're going to have 2 of them, But if we go in the medium screen, there's obviously going to be 4 of them. So now we're done with adding HTML for our panels, and we're ready to go and actually start styling our pricing section. As always, if we want to style it, we need to go to our main CSS, right? So this is going to be our panels. Right now they're each separately, right? But we need to actually make them appear much more nicer, right? So what we need to do over here, as always, we're just going to create a way more space over here like this, and we're going to say that this is going to be a pricing section, right? Section over here, and we're just going to copy this, and we're going to say this is going to be end of pricing section, right? And within these, again, in between these comments, we're going to start styling, right? So we're just going to slide over here so we can see it a little bit better. And we're going to say that first of all, we want to target this ID, and we're going to say that we would want a padding to be like something like 40 pixels, right? So something like this. So padding 40 pixels all around, right? Left, right, and top and bottom. And after that, we're going to create this background color, right? So we're going to say background, and we're going to say a background color, and we're going to go with this gray one, right? So let's just go ahead and find where is our gray color, and I believe it was something like this one, right? So this is where was our color. So we're just going to copy this one, and we're going to slide it all the way here, and then we're going to paste it, right? So this is going to be our gray color that we picked. And after that, we were going to start actually styling this panel, right? So the first thing we're going to say is we would want a pricing, right? And then we're going to say that the class of panel, right? So that's what we want to target, right? And after that, we're going to write that a border color is going to be a orange one, right? So we're going to say border, and we're going to say color right here like this, and then we're going to use this orange color, right? So we're going to say 15025, right? So now the border color should be something like this. So we're just going to save this, and maybe we cannot see right now. Yeah, now that we don't have this live preview on it, you can see sometimes if it's something really small, then if the live preview, let's say, is on it, right, you can see that it's totally blocking, so it looks like it's blue, but actually if we press it away, you can see that we have a border color, right? And let's go ahead and keep on styling. And what we want to style is actually a pricing actual panel heading, right? So again, we're going to say pricing. This is going to be our div, and then we're going to say that this is going to be panel heading over here, heading like this, right? And now you can see that we're styling the pricing header, right? Panel heading. And over here, we're going to say that background color, we're just going to make it the same way. We're just going to make it orange, right? So we're going to say a background color, and we can just copy this one right now. Copy and paste, right? So now we have a panel heading that is actually a orange, right? And after that, we'll probably want to style this heading 3, right? So what we want to do is we're going to say pricing, and we're going to say panel heading over here like this, and we're going to say that heading 3 over here like this, and we're going to say that we would want a font size to be again like something like 40 pixels, right? And we would want to say the text transform to uppercase, transform uppercase, right? Now that we're done with that, we can actually work with the title over here with this $10, right? And what we're going to say is that this is going to be pricing, right? And then we're going to say this is going to be a title. And first, let's just style the actual title. And we're going to say that this is going to have some margin. And we're going to say the margin is going to be 10 pixels top, right? Then we're going to say this is going to be 0. And then it's going to be 60 pixels to the bottom. And here we're going to say that this is going to be 0 again, right? So we created some margins for the title, right? And after that, we're going to say that there's going to be some pricing title heading 1. We're going to change that. So I'm going to say pricing. I'm going to say title, and heading 1. and we're going to say that this is going to have a font size of, let's say, something like 60. All right, 60 pixels. All right, something like this. So it's a little bit, well, actually quite a lot bigger. And once we're actually done with styling heading 1, we can start styling the unordered list items, right? And the first thing we'll probably want to do is get rid of those annoying bullet points, right? So I'm going to say pricing, and then we're going to say unordered list, right? Now we're targeting the unordered list, and we're going to say list style type, and we're going to say none, or here like this. Then we're going to say that the padding is also should be much more smaller. So I'm going to say the padding is going to be 0, and over here I'm just going to write important, right? So just in case, so we get rid of pretty much all the paddings. And after that, we're going to start actually styling a list item. So we're going to say pricing. I'm going to say ULLI, right? So now we're targeting the actual list item, and we're going to say that the font size is going to be something like 24. Font size 24 pixels, right? After that, we're going to create a little bit of line height. We're going to say 1.5 EM, right? And after that, we're going to create a different rule for a footer, right? Because we're pretty much done with our list items. So we're going to say over here, we're going to say pricing, and we're going to say that the class panel footer. And over here, we're going to write that this is going to have a color, and this is going to be a white smoke over here like this. And after that, we're going to say that the background color is going to be black, and we're going to use just a web color. So I'm just going to go over here just with black, all right? And after that, I'm going to say that font size should be something like, I don't know, 16 pixels. So font size 16 pixels over here like this. And now we can actually go ahead and actually style the actual link, right? So here we're going to say pricing. I'm going to say panel footer. And this is going to be a link that we're targeting. And I'm going to say font size over here like this, 20 pixels. Then we're going to say that the color is going to be the orange one, right? So we're going to say the color is going to be, where's our orange? So we're here. So we can copy it, or we can just remember it. We have a color, right? And after that, we're going to say the border color is going to be actually exactly the same, right? So we say border color, and we're going to say that this is going to be exactly the same. So we're just going to copy this. And after that, we just need to change it once we're actually hovering over, right? So again, you can see that we have right now this button, but we just want to change it around once we're actually hovering over, right? So what we would want to do is we'll want to say that pricing, and here we're going to say panel footer, and here we're going to say a, and once we're hovering, right? Hover, and here we're going to say background color white smoke, background color white smoke over here like this. And let's check it out. You can see that once we're hovering, it actually has this color. And the last thing that we want to do is actually style these horizontal lines, right? So here we're just going to say target pricing ID HR, and then we're going to say that we would want a width to be something like 60%, and then we're going to say that this margin, if we want it in the middle, we would need to actually play with the margin, right? Because it's actually for different screen might be not exactly in the middle, right? So first of all, I'm going to say that margin, right? And if we want to place it in the center, right, we would need to use two values, right? First of all, we're saying margin 10 pixels, but then we're saying auto. So you can see once we actually use these margin auto, right, which is for left and right, it actually places exactly in the middle. And we're putting this margin top down. This is going to be at 10 pixels. And the last thing what we want to do is actually create a border. So we're going to say a border, and we're going to say that this is 1 pixel solid, and we're going to say that this is going to be, again, this orange color that we're using, or here like this, right? And we're just going to add a important just in case that happens. right? Important. And again, in some cases, I can tell you honestly right away, this important is not necessary, but it does help to remember how we can do that, just in case we forget, right? We keep using and then we come to some kind of problem where we cannot get the style we want. We always need to remember that this is going to be this important. That helps us do it, right? In some cases, obviously, it's not the case, but over here, you can see that if I make this screen bigger, right? If we make it to small size, right, you can see how it looks like, right? And we can actually go and check it out, maybe on a bigger screen, how our whole page is, right? So I'm just going to make it bigger, right? So this is going to be our page. You can see our scroll, right, as we're scrolling up and down, right, as we press it. This is going to be services. We still haven't done a smooth scrolling, right, but we're going to get there. Over here, this is going to be our promise, right? So as you can see, I'm scrolling up and down. This has this parallax effect. This is going to be our skills section. This is going to be our project, right? You can see what we have done actually over here with this lorem pixel, right? And over here, this is going to be our team with Arnie's, right? This is if we actually refresh, right? They start actually counting over here. And this is going to be what we just created, right? This is going to be our 4 basic panels. Now, obviously, you can do custom over here. I just did basic everything. So once you actually get a hold of it, you can create your own numbers and your values. Now that we're done with this one, let's create a section that actually discusses what the people are saying about us. Now that we're done with the pricing section over here, let me go and show you actually how we can create a little bit more interesting over here, this header, right? You remember how we created a header, right? You can see over here we had a header. So let me show you how we can create a little bit more interesting header if you don't like it, this simple one. And more particular, I'm talking about this line over here, and we're going to use a font awesome to make it more interesting. But before we do that, let me just quickly show you what I actually take a look at. Maybe I have missed over in the last videos, right? That when I was preparing for this video, I missed it over here. We didn't have enough of padding, right? So what I did over here to this pricing section, right? Over here, you can see that I wrote addition, right? We just added a padding top, 20 pixels, right? Just to create a little bit more space. And over here, I also added for the pricing panel, I just added a box shadow over here. So this is this box shadow that is created, right? So that was missing in the last video. And over here in the number section as well, right? We added just a little bit of padding over here in between this paragraph and in between these columns, right? So therefore, within the column section over here, within the padding, you can see that we added a little bit more, right? Because before that, they were jammed all the way up to the paragraph. Now, it's not a big deal. Let's say if you're missing this part of the, let's say, previous video or something, it's not gonna, you can probably figure out yourself. But just to be a little bit more constant with the things that we're doing, I just needed to let you know that we pretty much fixed it over here and how to fix it. Now let's go to our header, right? So we know that when we're working with index.html, right, the moment if we would want to create a new section, right, we know how to use a Bootstrap extension bracket snippets, right? We know that once we type over here generic section, right, this would be a Bootstrap generic section, right? So if I click it over here and we scroll all the way to the bottom, you can see that now we have our header, right? The thing is, if I want to create this header a little bit more interesting, what I'm going to do is over here, I'm going to get rid of this a div class header underline, and I'm going to write over here a HR, which is a horizontal line, and I'm going to give it a class over here like this, and I'm going to say the class is going to be font awesome over here, and I'm going to say underline over here like this. And since it is a tag that doesn't, since it is an element that doesn't require a closing tag, we can just leave it the way it is, right? And now you can see this horizontal tag, right? So we can just save this over here. And obviously we would need to go to a CSS, right, to make it a little bit more interesting. And what I want to do over here, remember when we had a section, right? Where was our header, right? It was, let me just find it somewhere. Where was it? I think it was in the services section, right? Over here, we had somewhere a header, right? So this is our header. And what I want to do over here that we maybe should have done originally, I just want to cut it, and I'm going to paste it and put it all the way on the top where we have our body, which is going to be pretty much our general section, right? So over here, I'm just going to write a general rules over here, and this is going to be for a body right over here, and then we started a banner section, right? So over here, we're just going to paste it over here, this header, right? This is going to be our header section, because this is going to be pretty much in our general rules section. Now what I want to do over here is I'm going to scroll all the way to the bottom where we're dealing with this font awesome underline, right? And since it is a very actually very similar to our header, over here what I'm going to write is font awesome, over here underline, right? And now I'm just writing a class name, right? And now you can see that we're selecting this class. But again, since it is so close to our header, I'm just going to copy these three things over here. I'm just going to say copy, and we're going to paste it over here. And now we're saying, well, what is the difference, right? Well, right now we're going to start working on a difference, right? So if we go over here and we select this class again and we say font awesome over here, and I say underline over here like this, and then we go and we would need to start adding some CSS properties and values. And the first property that I want to show you is actually content, right? And over here I actually forgot we need to use a pseudo class after, right? So now technically I'm going to be creating something that is not actually in my HTML, right? And that's why it's so interesting, right? And right now we're just selecting this this element like font awesome underline, right? And we're saying that after we want to create something after this element, right? So here what I'm going to say that this is going to be a content, right? And I'm going to say that this content is going to be F, and let's say it's going to be 133, and I'm going to show you in a second where it is actually coming from, right? And another thing we will need to do is go over here, font family, and we will need to write over here within the quotation marks font awesome, right? So again, we're going to be using a font awesome. You can see that I misspelled it, right? So it's awesome over here. Now I can see this little thing over here. This is actually font awesome that we placed after this HR underline, right? After this horizontal line that we created, we actually placed after this a font awesome icon over here. And where we can find this icon, right? So if we go over here to the font awesome, right? And if we go to CSS, and we're going to go to a font awesome CSS. If we start scrolling down, right, just keep scrolling. These are all the rules for the font awesome, which we can actually change, right? And here you can see, right, we have a before class, which would be a pseudo class that if we want to place before the horizontal line, right, which we could have done it, right? It would be the same thing. But you can see over here, this is this content, right? It pretty much says what would be the number, right? So we used, right, let's just check, right? We used 133, right? However, if we're working with a font awesome, we could have easily placed over here this 011, right? We could have placed 055, right? And again, this is right now they're saying before, right? And after that, there's going to be a pseudo class for after, but they're pretty much the same, right? There's not going to be a difference. What you're using over here, the most important thing is what we need to know is this content, right? This is what we would need to use, right? So if we go back to our main CSS, and I'm just going to close this CSS and this font awesome, right? If we go to our main CSS, again, another thing we need to remember, we need to include this font family font awesome, right? Because even though you saw, even when I misspelled it, right, you can see that it's just a square over here. And it's kind of hard to see right now because it's so small, but it needs to be a font family, font awesome, and then everything is going to work correctly. Now let's start styling it, right? So I'm going to say over here, font size over here, and I'm going to say that the font size is going to be our usual 40 pixels, right? And you can see right away how big it became, right? And after that, we're going to say that this is going to have a color, and again, we're going to be using this orange color, right? So right away, we already know what is the color, right? We probably don't need to copy it anymore, right? We know that this is going to be the orange one, right? And after that, we're going to say that this is going to have a position, and position is going to be relative, right? And let me show you why I want the position relative, because I actually want to move this thing, right? You can see that right now it's sitting kind of, I don't know, like quarter in this line, right? So here I would want to say that this is going to have a position. So since it is relative, I can just move it, right? And over here, I'm just going to write minus 10 pixels, right? And you can see pretty much how it right away moved in a middle, right? Where I want it to be, right? And after that, we're going to write that this is going to have a background, because what I want to do is over here, I want to create a little bit, let's say a space in between this line, so it's not kind of going through, right? So here, I'm just going to say a background, and I'm going to say that for now, this background, let's say that we're going to say that this background is going to be white, right? So now you can see that how this line disappeared, right? And if we just add some padding, and if we say that, let's say that padding is going to be 0 top bottom, right? But let's say this is going to be something like 10 pixels, right? Something like this, right? So now you can see that how padding to the sides actually created this line, right? And now that we have added the padding, the last thing you can see, we would need to create some space, right? So we can go over here back to font awesome underline, right? And you can see that it's going to be exactly the same as header, right? And maybe over here, we're just going to write a comma that this is going to be a font awesome underline here like this. But what we were interested in, you can see that this is going to be a margin top. So we're going to say this is going to be like 20 pixels, right? And over here to the bottom, let's say that we're going to create something like 30 pixels, right? And you can see that how it actually looks much more better, right? It's a little bit more interesting the way it looks like, right? And what we were able to do over here is once we were going to be working in index, right? We can actually create this class, right? We can just save it over here in our section, right? In a section, and I'm going to create a new bracket snippets, which is going to be a font awesome class, right? So what I'm going to do over here, I'm just going to copy this one. We're going to go to a bracket snippets, right? And we're going to create a new snippet. We're going to say that this is going to be a generic. Also, we'll just say that this is going to be a generic, and we're going to say this is going to be a, let's say, font awesome, right? So maybe if a, right, like this, and we're going to write that this is going to be generic font awesome section over here like this. And we're going to say this is going to have a scope of HTML like this, and we're just going to copy this and copy and paste this, right? So over here you can see that we have our font awesome, right? Underline, right? So whenever we're going to want to create, and from now on probably we're going to use this section just to show you the difference, right? Over here in between this, our prices, and this is going to be our font awesome section, right? And over here we can just click save. And now it is saved, right? So now we have generic FA and generic section, right? So if we go back and obviously delete this, right? And we just write generic, right? And now we have two options: Bootstrap generic section and generic font awesome section, right? So maybe in the description we should have also included the generic font awesome, right? And Bootstrap, but we're just going to stick at what we have, right? And you can see how to create this interesting header, right? Header section, which looks a little bit more custom, right? Now, two things I want to show you though is over here, when you're going to be working, remember that this is the way how you can change your icons, right? These are names, and if you want to go and select them somewhere, right, you know where to find them in Font Awesome. And remember that this background, once we're going to be changing the background as the section, it needs to actually match that background in order to have this over here, this line, right? And I'll show you in the next section once we start working how it is affected, because we will gonna have to over here have this rule. This rule is basically gonna change, right? It's not gonna all the time stay white, because our background color is gonna be changing also. So now let's go ahead and actually let's create a one more services section, which is gonna look a little bit different. So remember how we created over here this services section, right? It was actually the second section that we created, and you can see that it was pretty simple. However, it was doing a really good job, right? Now in this video, I want to show you how we can make this section to appear a little bit differently, right? Just in case, let's say that you have a different preference, right? So we're going to go all the way to the bottom, and we're going to create a similar section, right? Especially the HTML is going to be very, very similar. However, using CSS, we're going to get a completely different look, right? And for this, we're going to be using our new header that we created in the last video. So over here, remember we created this generic file and we saved it in a bracket snippets, right? So if we write over here generic, right, now we have an option of generic file, right? And over here, this section is going to be called goals over here like this. And I'm just going to say that this is going to be goals, right? And over here, I'm just going to say that this is going to be container fluid, right? And this is going to be, I'm going to say this is going to be our goals, right? Goals over here. And after that, over here, end of goals section, right? Goals section. And over here, what we would want to do is we would want to start placing some items, right? But first, we're going to say that this is going to be a spanning, let's say, 30% on a medium screen, right? Over here like this. And it's also going to be spanning a 50% on a small screen, right? Over here like this. And we know that by default, it's going to be spanning 12, right? 12 columns or 100% on a small screen, right? I'm sorry, an extra small screen, right? So here, what we would need to do, we would need to write a, for the font awesome, right? The I element, right? And we're going to say over here class, and we're going to say that this is going to be a font awesome, right? So it's going to be fa home, let's say in this case, over here like this. And after that, you can see that we created over here this little tiny icon, right? And after that, we're going to create a div, right? And we're going to say that this div is going to be a class, and the class is going to be goals, right? And we're going to say this is going to be goals title, right, over here. And then within this div, we're going to place a, let's say, h2, right? And we're going to say that this is going to be like, let's say it's going to say that our goals, right? This is going to write a strong, and we're going to say our goals over here. And maybe let's write this one right away like this, capitalize this one, right? Then we're going to create a h3, and we're just going to use a lorem dummy text. Now this text is going to be really short. So here we're just going to write it something like this, right? And after that, we're going to create a paragraph that's going to be outside this goals title, right? And actually, you can see that I actually made a mistake. We would need to cut this one out from a font awesome. We don't want it in the font awesome, right? We just want it in our column, right? So here we're going to paste it over here. So now it's going to be goals title over here. And within this div, but not within this goals title, we're just going to create a paragraph, which is also going to be a lorem dummy text, right? And here we're going to say that this is going to be something like this long, right? So we're just going to delete this one. And now we have our column, right? Now, the one thing we would need to do is actually paste it a couple of times, right? We need to copy and paste it because we want, let's say, 6 of them, right? So over here, we're just going to copy and paste, see where it ends, right? And we're just going to copy and paste this. Let's say, again, 5 more times, right? So this is 2, it's 3, 4, 5, 6, right? So if we go over here, this should have a 6 of them, right? So we have 3 over here, and we have 3 over here. And that's pretty much it for the HTML, right? Where it was pretty easy to add this HTML. And again, it was very, very similar. However, by using a CSS, we're actually going to be able to get a far different result than we had before. Now, I'm not going to be going around and changing these font awesomes, right? Because you already know how to do that. So I'm just going to leave them far home, right? But obviously you can pick whatever you would want. We have covered a few of them, and whichever you would like, you can definitely pick. So the next thing we would need to do is to go to main CSS and start styling. So let's go to main CSS over here and scroll all the way to the bottom, right? And maybe let's make this one a little bit smaller over here, because we're still going to be able to work, right? And over here, as always, we're just going to create a lot of space over here, and we're going to say that this is going to be a goals section, right? So we're going to see goals section over here, and let's right away copy this, and we're just going to say this is going to be end of goals section, right? Now after that, we're going to start placing all our rules over here in between these two comments, right? So again, the first thing what we want to do is probably select the whole section over here like this, and let's say that we're going to create some padding, right? So I'm going to say that this is going to have a padding. Let's say it's something like 20 pixels over here and 10 pixels to the sides, right? So it's going to be top bottom, right? 20 pixels, and over here we're going to create some 10 pixels on the side. Now I want to use over here this navy blue color, right? Because we haven't used it so far. So I'm just going to set the background with this navy blue color, right? So if we go back, and I'm just going to say over here, and we'll see how it looks like. It's going to be background color, and we're going to paste it over here, right? Now here it is where I was talking about how, first of all, we're going to probably need to change the color right away, right? So over here we're going to say that this is this color, right? Color for the text should be a little bit different, right? So we're going to say color is going to be something like, I don't know, white smoke in this case, right? So we can see it a little bit better, right? But we also right away we need to include this over here. You can see it, right? This background for this font awesome header needs to be the same color, so that way it actually looks much more better, right? So over here, if we go back over here and we find where it is our font awesome, right? Should be somewhere all the way to the top, right? Where was our rule? Font awesome underline after and the background, right? So in this case, I'm just going to copy this one, just this part over here, and we're going to scroll all the way down, right? And we're going to say that when we have a goals section, right? And then we're going to paste this rule, right? And then we're going to say that then, right, the background color should be a little bit different, right? And we're going to say that the background color over here needs to be this one, right? So I'm just going to select this, copy this, and paste it over here. And now you can see that once the background color is exactly the same as our previous sections, it actually looks much more better, right? And you can see that we just have this line, and it looks like it's supposed to be, right? So that's the only downside of using, obviously, this font awesome, that you are going to have to change in some shape or form how it actually looks like, right? And the way I'm looking at this text over here, I can see that I actually forgot one thing. And if we go back to index.html, over here, I would want, it's going to be a little bit annoying, but I would want over here this text, right? This H3. I also would want a class, right? And I would want a text muted, right? Just so it looks a little bit better, right? So what I'm going to do over here, I'm just going to go over my H3s, right? And I'm just going to add this class text muted. So I'm just going to copy this one over here, and we're going to paste it, right? Just so it looks a little bit better. Here we have to paste it properly, right? And then we're going to go to our next H3, right? And we're going to paste it. Same as with this one. Over here like this. And now you can see we have two more missing, right? So we go over here, and we just go over here. And now that we have our mistake that I created mistake, now that I fixed it, right, we can go to main CSS and we can actually work, keep on working on our style, right? So the next thing that we would want to do is actually deal with our font awesome, right? So if we go over here and we say that this is going to be a goals, right? I'm just going to say that we want to select font awesome of the goals, right? So first of all, we would want it float, right? And we would want to float to the left, right? So something like this. Then we're going to say that font size is going to be something like 60, right? So we're going to say 60 pixels, right? So now you can see how big it all of a sudden got, right? Here again, we're going to use a color, and we're going to say that the color is going to be 15025, which you should be already familiar with this color, right? This is the color that we keep repeating. And what we're going to do over here, we're just going to add a border, but border to the right, right? So we're going to write border, right? Over here like this. And we're going to say this is going to be a 3 pixels solid over here, and F15025, right? And over here, if we click it away, you can see that we have created our border, right? Now, what I also want to do is add a little bit of padding to the right, right? So I'm going to say padding, right? Padding right over here like this. And let's say something like 10 pixels, right? So now we technically move that border a little bit away, right? Now that we're done with a font awesome, we can probably start working with a with over here with this goals title, right? Remember when we had this goals title over here like this, right? This was our goals title. So I want to actually work with this with this element, right? So if we go back and over here, I just write a goals title. So I'm going to say goals, right? And I'm going to say that this is going to be a goals title. So maybe we can just add as a class over here like this, right? And I'm going to say that I would want all the elements in a goals title. That's why I'm using the star, right? Over here, the star. And I'm going to say that I would want their margins to be 0, right? So I'm just going to say a margin top more specifically, right? I'm going to say margin top, and this is going to be 0, right? And the reason for that, because I want them to be right away side by side like this, right? This is the look that I wanted, right? Now, after that, what I would want to do is actually probably push it a little bit away from that border over here, right? So what I'm going to write over here is that I would want a for the promises title, right? For the goals title, sorry, right? I would want a margin, right? So here I'm just going to write that this is going to be goals title over here. And I'm going to say the margin to the left should be something like 80 pixels, right? So we're going to go 80 pixels, right? Now you can see how we successfully moved it away from this, from away from our font awesome icon, right? So again, it already looks a little bit differently, right? And next thing what I would want to do is actually select a goals over here, this paragraph, and just again add some changes to it, right? So here I'm going to say goals over here, and I'm going to say that this is going to be a paragraph, right? Here, this paragraph in the goals, and I would want to add a padding 10 pixels over here like this, and we're going to add a line height. We're going to say the line height is going to be some 1.5 em, so right, something like this, right? And after that, maybe one other thing that we can do is maybe let's make a font size bigger, right? So we're going to say a font size over here, and we're going to say this is going to be like 20 pixels, right? So now I can see that they're bigger. Maybe 20 is a little bit too much. 16 is fine, right? So again, already right away, it looks a little bit better, right? Now, we're not done, right? Because what we want to do is we want to create a little bit, let's say a little bit more, let's say different look, right? As we're scrolling over these items, right? So if we go back to main CSS, right? We were going to add some, for the columns, a little bit different background as we're hovering over them, right? So let's go back over here. And let's start styling these columns, right? So here we're going to say that this is going to be goals, right? And we're going to say that this is going to be a goals column smart, column small, right? So we're going to write goals, call, or here small, and we're going to say it's 6, right? So now we're selecting those columns, right? And we're just going to say that first of all, we want to add a padding. This is going to be something like 20 pixels, right? And then we would just want to add a little bit of margin to the top, right? So we're going to say margin 10 pixels like this, but 0 pixels to the side, right? So we would want the same margin. We just don't want the margin to, we just want the margin more to the top, right? The sides we're fine with these margins, preset margins, right? And after that, we're going to say that once we're hovering, we'd want a different color, right? So here I'm going to say that goals, right? Over here like this. And we're going to say column small, or here 6. And once we hover, we'd want a different color, right? And what we would want is background, right? And background color, we were going to go with this one over here, this black one, over here like this one, right? So this section is going to be pretty dark, right? But just for a change, we can do that, right? So we're going to paste it over here. So you can see as I'm hovering over here, it actually changes the color to this black one. And after that, we're going to say that we would want a border radius, let's say, to be something like 10 pixels, right? I'm going to say border radius, right? We're going to say like, let's say like 15 pixels, right? So it's more rounded corners. And then we're going to say the color while we're actually hovering, right? Should be also like something like white smoke, right? Let's check it out. But actually we have the same color already. So maybe that's not what we want. Maybe we should change it to this gray one, right? So once we're covering, right? Let's go to our previous section, pricing section, right? And pricing section had this gray color over here. And this we want our fonts, right? So I'm going to copy this and we're going to paste it, right? And over here you can see that once we're going to be hovering, right, our text is actually going to be changing gray. Now it's maybe not really noticeable, but it is already, it is a little bit, at least to me, right? And the last thing that I want to show you is, right, how we can make look with CSS these folded corners, right? So let's go back to our CSS, and again we're going to do a little bit of well, I wouldn't call it really a trick, but we're just going to add something using CSS that we actually didn't have it in a HTML, right? So again, we're just going to create a little bit more space, and if we go over here and if we write let's say that again we're goals, right? And then we again say column small 6, right? But again, we use a pseudo class before, over here like this. And let's go to our live preview so you can see what's happening, right? And over here, what we're going to say is that we would want a content, first of all, right? This should be a content over here like this. And we're going to say that content is going to be empty like this. And then we're going to say that this is going to be a display block, right? We're going to say display block. Then we're going to say a position, right? Over here like this, position absolute. And then we're going to say that this is going to be located top 0. And then we're going to have a right over here like this, right? It's also going to be 0. And over here, the width is going to be, let's say 40 pixels, and the height is also going to be 40 pixels, right? So something like this, right? And you cannot see anything right now, but once we're going to start adding a colors, you're actually going to be able to see, right? So over here, if we go back and if we just say like here, goals, right? Goals, and you can see I misspelled it. And over here, it's going to be column small, again 6, and before. And we're just going to separately write a border colors, right? And what we're going to say is that this is going to be a border top, right? Border top over here. And we're going to say this is going to be solid and 20 pixels, right? And you can see that something starts happening right away. And pretty much the basic idea behind this is the same like how we were working over here, right? Remember when we were dealing with this section, right? When we were actually using the border to get this line, right? So we'll actually be doing the same thing, right? And what we did over here, right? We created over here, there's a little box, right? So this is going to be the box, right? Imagine, right? This is going to be the 40 pixels. Width is 40 pixels and height is 40 pixels, right? Now what we're doing, again, we're just setting the borders, and because we're using a solid border, right? We're actually able to manipulate it and make it like in a triangles. And you'll see what I'm talking about just in a second, right? So here, if we use a solid 20 pixels, right, for the border top, right? If we go back and if we use this, let's say this blue color, right, that we had over here, this blue one for our whole document, right, for our whole goals section over here, if we use copy, right, and I paste it over here, now it disappears, right? So we cannot see, right? So border top and border right are going to be exactly the same, right? So here I'm just going to copy this, and over here I'm just going to say right, and it's going to be also going to be the same. However, if we go border left over here, and we're going to say the same thing, that this is going to be a solid, right? But we're going to use a different one, right? So we're going to say border left, and here we're going to write a solid, but we're going to use a different color, right? So here we're going to say F15025, or here like this. So here you can see that something is happening right away, right? And then the same thing is we're going to do with a bottom, right? So border bottom, and now we can have a folded corner, right? And again, remember when we were working with the borders, right? The same thing, right? So obviously if we would change these ones around, right? If let's say this one wouldn't be orange color, right? For the border left or border bottom, right? But border top and border right, right? So over here, this triangle would be the opposite direction, right? So obviously right now we have this corner in this direction just because we used over here these colors, right? And the most important thing is we need to remember that if we want this color, right, over here, this color should be exactly the same as our background, as always, right? Because then we cannot see this, right? If we're going to be using any other color, let's say over here, if I'm going to write white, right, something like this, you can see that this triangle, right? And this is the point I'm trying to make, that once we're working over here with these borders, right, imagine that you're creating over here this 20 pixel border, right? But because you're using this solid, right, over here, right, therefore it's actually hidden, right? So again, if we go over here, now let's say I'm gonna write red, right? So this is gonna be a red triangle, right? And over here, I'm just gonna say that this is gonna be something like, I don't know, navy, no, not navy, right? So you can see that we created basically a little triangles. And the way we do that is that we are selecting the border top and border side. But because we are using solid, it actually needs to overlap. And that's how we create these little triangles, right? So I'm just going to go back to what we had. We had F15025 over here. And then over here we had this, maybe we can use transparent. Let's see how it looks with the transparent. And let's check it out, this one, transparent too. Transparent, right? So we can also use transparent if we want, right? The problem with transparent though is you can see that when we're going to be hovering over, you can see that maybe it's, well, maybe you like this look better. I don't know, really. I mean, it depends. I mean, it's not really bad, right? I mean, the only thing is once we're hovering, we can see over here this little corner, right? So if you don't want this corner, you can obviously change that color, right? So maybe let's do that. And for some of you who like that corner to be shown, you know how to do it with the transparent, right? So we're just gonna delete this, and we're gonna delete this over here also, right? And since now it's using a default white one, right? And if we go back all the way on the top where it is, our underline, we just copy this, right? And we're gonna add it over here, right? So now we have our borders set and everything is working, right? So now that we're done with this one, we're gonna create another section, right? Remember how we created over here this work section, right? So we're gonna again use a little bit different CSS properties to do that, right? So now you saw a different technically services section. We just named it our goals section, right? But in next video, we're gonna check it out how we can make a different work section or portfolio section. But basically what it's gonna be images that are displayed as our work. So let's go back to our HTML over here like this, and I'm just gonna make this one smaller, and we're gonna go all the way again to a bottom, right? And we're just gonna keep on adding our sections. And one thing that we can obviously do to make our life a little bit easier once we're working with these sections, right, is actually once we have a section, we can just minimize it, right? And we can have services. Here we have a promise. Here we have skills, right? We'll just keep on going and actually make them smaller, right? So that way, once we're working, it doesn't take up too much of our space, right? So it's a little bit easier for us to, let's say, navigate through, right? And you can see that I was obviously being lazy over here. We should have created a little bit more line space, right? And I'm sorry, a little bit less line space and all that. Now, our next section, like I said, is going to be another portfolio section, right? We're not going to be including a light box or anything like that, but we will be using images, right? And the first thing, as always, we need to do over here, we just write this generic, right? And we're going to be creating a generic font awesome, right? And this section is going to be called a portfolio, right? Portfolio, or here like this. And after that, we're going to say that this is going to be a container, and we're going to use it as container fluid. Again, I'm going to say fluid. And here we're going to say that this is going to be header. So we're going to say that this is going to be our portfolio. Portfolio. Over here like this. And after that, we're going to be using 4 images. So right now we know that for a medium screen, right, we're going to say that this should take like 25%, right? And for the column small, right, this is going to be something like 50%, right? And as always, for a let's say for the extra small screen, it's always going to be taking up a whole screen, right? Now, within this column, we're going to place a div, and this is going to be a div with a class of portfolio over here, folio background, right? We're going to be using that just to get our background, right? So over here, we're going to place within this div, we're going to place a div with a class of thumb, right? Portfolio thumb over here like this, and over here within this thumb, we're going to actually place a image, right, with a source. And I already got some images from the website PicJumbo that I showed you before. So if we go to images, and if we go to you can see portfolio, right? So let's say the cow relaxing on a pastures in whatever, right? In somewhere in Alps, right? And over here, what we're going to do is we're just going to add a couple of classes, and I'm just going to say this is going to be image responsive over here like this. And also I'm going to say that we would want a alternative, right? So I'm just going to say cow, right? So now we have our image, right? Check it out. This is our cow, right? And also after that, we're going to place over here within this thumb, right? But not obviously within the image, right? We would want to place a heading too, right? Where it's going to be the name of our actual, let's say this is going to be the name of the overlay, right? So here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another div, and I'm going to say this is going to be div with a class, and I'm going to say this is going to be a portfolio overlay, folio overlay like this, overlay, and over here we're just going to place a heading 2, right? And we're going to say that this is going to be a name of project. Now that we have created over here this heading 2 with the project, what we would need to do is copy this 3 more times. So over here, if I select this, and if I just copy 1, 2, 3 over here like this, right? So we should have a 4 cow photos, right? but obviously we're going to change it over here, these photos, right? So if the first one is cow, over here we're just going to go over here to images, and we're going to say that we would want a different photo, right? And we're just going to check it out, what we have over there, right? We have a man packing on his vacation, right? And let's say over here we're going to write a man, and over here we're going to say that, again, we're just going to delete this, and we're going to check it out, what we have. We have a young couple of enjoying a relaxing I don't know, sunset, I believe, right? And over here, so we're going to say this is going to be a couple, and next one we're going to say that we would want a, delete this one over here, and we're just going to say that we would want a burger with the french fries, right? So now we have 4 of them, so that pretty much wraps up for the HTML. Let's say over here burger. We're ready to go and actually start styling it in our main CSS. So let's go to main CSS and let's start styling our portfolio section. So we go to main CSS, and again we go all the way to the bottom. The last one was a goals section, right? So we go over here and we create a new line, right? And we're going to say that this is going to be a portfolio section, right? Over here like this. And we're just going to copy this one, and over here we're going to set the end, right? Now after that we're going to create a first rule, right? I'm going to say over here that for the portfolio, right, we would want a background color. Let's say we're going to go with a off-white in this case, right? I'm going to say that this is going to be a white smoke, right? So it's a little bit more gray, right? So, and again, as always, remember, now we have to deal with this background, right? So we can just copy the last one, right? What we had is goals font awesome underline, right? So I'm just gonna copy this one, and we're gonna paste it over here, and we're just gonna change this one to portfolio, right? So we're gonna say portfolio over here like this. And now you can see that the color is not the one that we want. So we're going to say white smoke, right? So now we got what we wanted, right? And after that, we're going to create a little bit of padding over here. We're going to say this is going to be a padding, but we're just going to add a padding to the top like we did before. We're just going to say padding, let's say top, right? We're going to say padding top. It's going to be something like 20 pixels, right? And also we're going to say a border in the bottom, right? So border bottom, right? We're going to say this is going to be 6 pixel solid. Let's say this is going to be the color of a, again, the orange one, right? So we're going to go like this, F15025, right? So this is going to be our border in the bottom. Right, so now we're done with pretty general rules, right? Let's go and start styling the actual sections, right? And the first what we want to do is actually style these sections, these columns, right? Because you can see that we obviously don't want, again, as always, we don't want these paddings, right? So here we're going to write that this is going to be a portfolio, right? Portfolio ID, portfolio, right? And we're going to say the column medium 4, right? So that's what we want to style. And we're just going to say that this is going to be a padding left 0 like this, and this is going to be a padding right 0, right, like this, right? So padding left and right, and we're going to say right over here 0, right? But you can see that I actually selected the wrong class because we had a 3, right? So now when we got rid of these paddings, right, you can see that how everything disappeared. Now we also could have written just basically like this, very simple, right? We could have used this padding 0, right? And it would also get the job done. But again, it really doesn't matter how you want it. You can write it padding left and right, because this is what we care about, right? It's not really gonna, there's no padding affected over here, right? That's not what we're going to be dealing with, right? We're going to be dealing just with the sides, just for our images, right? And after that, what we're going to do is we're going to start selecting these classes that we had in between, right? So again, I'm just going to make this one a little bit smaller right now. But if you can see over here, this class in between, if I'm talking about, what I'm talking about is this portfolio background, right? So we go back to our main CSS, right? And we're just going to write a portfolio background class, right? Portfolio over here like this, background over here, and we're going to say that we would want to be a background of color, right? So we're going to say background, and we're going to say this should be a RGB, okay, over here like this, and we're going to say this is going to be 0 0 0 0 7, right? Or 8 or whatever, however you would want, right? And you'll see why it is important that we can choose any color, right? For now, we're just showing you right now how it looks with this type of background, right? But we can obviously change this one around to 255, right? Something like this, and it's actually going to be completely different, right? And actually, we're going to only see this at the very end, right? The moment we're seeing it right now, you're actually going to see that we won't going to be seeing this, right? And later on, I'll show you how we can actually change these colors if we want something different, right? So let's keep moving on. And over here, we're going to start selecting a portfolio thumb, right? Which is, if we remember, that was actually the class that's inside this portfolio background, right? So we write portfolio, and we're going to say background. Sorry, not background. We're going to thumb, right? This was our class, right? And here we're going to say that this is going to have a height of 300 pixels. But we have added a height for 300 pixels, right? We need to do the same thing over here if we want to get rid of this project, right? Over here in this portfolio overlay, the same thing that we did over here when we were working with our previous work section, right? Remember when we wanted to zoom in into pictures, right? But because we were scaling them, they actually automatically got bigger. What we did over here, we used a property of overflow hidden, right? So the same thing we're going to do it over here. We're going to write that overflow, right? And we're going to write this is going to be hidden. Now you can see that they're actually not there, right? This overlay is not there. And the last thing that we want to do is add over here position. And we're going to say the position is going to be a relative, because again, we're going to be using a position absolute for a portfolio overlay class over here. So the next thing what we want to do is over here, we're going to say that this is going to be a portfolio, and we're going to select a image, right? And we're going to say that a width should be 100%, right? So we're going to say it like this, and we're going to also say that height is going to be also 100%, right? So both of them are going to be 100%. And after that, we're going to start dealing with a portfolio overlay, right? So we're going to select the class. We're going to say portfolio, and we're going to say overlay, something like this. And we're going to say that this is going to have a position of absolute, right? And again, the reason why we use the relative over here with this thumb is because over here we're using the absolute. So we obviously want these overlays to be actually contained within this portfolio thumb, right? We don't want them to actually go outside that. So over here we're going to say top, and we're going to say the top is going to be 50%, meaning we're going to be placing them actually in the middle, right? Then after that, we're going to be creating a left, right? We're going to say 50% to the left, and then we're going to use a transform property, and we're going to say translate, and this is going to be negative 50%, and this is going to be negative 50%, right? So it's going to be something like this. Now, one thing is though that there is some type of margin already, again, preset margin for that heading too, right? So what we would want to do is we would want to select this, right? We would want to say portfolio, and we're going to say overlay heading 2, and we're going to say that we would want a margin to be actually 0, right? Or here we're going to say margin should be 0, right? And over here, you can see that it's not over rally, it's overlay, right? Overlay, or here like this. So once we move the margins, it's exactly in the middle, right? And then we're going to be adding, let's say we're going to say that this is going to have a font size of something like 60 pixels, right? 60 pixels, right? Then we're going to say that we would want a different color, right? We're going to say that the color is going to be the orange one, right? 15025 over here like this. And then we're going to pretty much have to go back to the overlay, and we're going to have to say that this is going to be visibility hidden, right? Because we only want this to show when we're actually hovering, right? So we're going to say visibility, and this is going to be hidden, right? Something like this, so we cannot see it right now. And now what we would need to do is deal once we're actually hovering over our thumb, right? So we're going to say that a portfolio, right? Portfolio. And we're going to say thumb over here like this. And we're going to say that when we are hovering over it, right, we would want, first of all, we would want this opacity to be 0.5. And let me show you why, right? So once we're hovering, you can see that right away it gets darker, right? And not only we change transparency with this opacity, right, but we're using the fact that over here we set this background, right? So let's say that we change the color, right? Like I was showing you before, that we can change the color, right? So let's say the 255, right? So what's going to happen, you can see that we have this green color right now. So that's the whole point. Not only we're changing opacity, right? One thing is to change opacity. Changing opacity is really simple, right? But by adding over here this background, we can actually change what type of background is going to be showing, right? So if I go back over here and we say 255, right? So now it's going to be a red one, right? So those are the interesting things that we can do. Now I'm going to set them to 0, right? And we're just going to be using this one, right? The way it is. And the last thing that we were going to add is portfolio, and we're going to say thumb over here like this. And when we're hovering, we want the class to be shown, right? So we're going to say the class of portfolio, and we're going to say overlay, right? And we're going to say visibility, and this is going to be visible, right? Not inherit, but visible, right? So over here, so we're going to save this, and what's going to happen, you can see as I'm hovering, not only I have this background, right, this dark background, right, in opacity, but also it's showing that this is going to be our project, right? So this is going to be pretty much it for this section. In the next section, or the next video I should say, we will gonna cover the OWL, right, the jQuery plugin for OWL, and then we're gonna look how we can use actually this jQuery plugin for OWL to again create some work sections, some quote sections, and actually some sections that are going to be displaying the companies that we work with. So let's go ahead and let's get familiar with OWL carousel. So over here we go to a Google, and again I'm just going to say OWL carousel, right? And you can see that this is going to be the web page that we're going to be opening, home of OWL carousel, right? And here we have home, demos, docs, and download, right? So right away I'm just going to click it download, so it's downloading. And over here we can see the demos, what we're going to be looking at, right? So over here we're going to have a basic one, right? So this is going to be our basic carousel. And if we go back over here, we can see let's say a responsive, center, and right to left, and all kinds of different ones. And here would be a documentation, right? So if we just scroll it down, you can see they're telling us where the files are located, right? This is going to be the 2 CSS files, and this is going to be 2 JavaScript files. And over here, if we click to next to installation, right, they're right away telling us where, what are the CSS files, right, the links over here. But what I want to do over here in the brackets, because we have a massive file already, what I want to do is I want to use a brackets extension and open up a new, over here, I'm sorry, I'm in Chrome, right? I will run a new Bootstrap template, right? And I'm going to say that this is going to be a OWL HTML. Right over here, and I'm going to say save as, and I'm going to say OWL HTML, right? And now what I would want to do is delete again this basic template, right? There's containers and everything just to have it empty. And over here, if we go back, I would want to copy this, right? And over here in the head, we're just going to place this CSS, right? Paste it over here. This is going to be our OWL. And after that, we're going to go, where's our JS, right? and we don't need to add the jQuery obviously because we already have it with the template. So over here you can see that underneath these scripts, we're just gonna add a owl, right? We're gonna paste it over here, and the next thing what we want to do is obviously right away they're telling us, right, what kind of a HTML we would want, right? So over here we have this HTML setup, right, the basic setup. So I'm just gonna copy and paste it over here, and we're just gonna check it out what we have. You can see that I have a your content, right? So this is gonna be our content for now before we have actually linked our files. And if we go further, right, so this is going to be our script that we need to place, right? So since we have a empty file, right, we can just place it within the script tags, right? Now, obviously, in a normal case, we would be placing, and that's what we're going to be doing for our Bootstrap theme, right? We're going to be actually placing it within a file, right, within a JavaScript file, right? But just because it's so small, we can just do it like this, right? So here I just copy and paste, right? And now it is within the script tags, right? And let me just make it a little bit more room so it looks more of a jQuery line of code, right? So it's not confusing. And after that, once we have everything, we obviously would need to drag those two files, right? So here, if we know that this is going to be our carousel, blah 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 zip, so it's going to go to downloads and get it actually to our folder over here, right? And the case over here, what I would just want to show you is you can see that it's targeting over here this class, right? So this is how it's targeting. We're creating a div that is basically matches the classes, and that's how we initialize a owl carousel, right? So I'm just going to go back over here. We're going to go to my downloads over here like this, and you can see that I already downloaded one, right? So if we just go back over here to the zip, right, we're going to open up another one, right? And over here, this is going to be the second one. And if we go back over here, you can see distribution, right? And if we open up our Bootstrap, right, and what we're going to do is we're actually going to create a new folder, and I'm going to say that this is going to be owl carousel over here like this. And now I'm going to drag these two, one JavaScript and two of the CSS over here like this. And over here, if we go further into assets, right, this is where our CSS is going to be. Now over here you can see this min CSS, right, and this owl theme. Well, technically you don't need this theme one, right, but I'll show you why it's actually it's very neat to have it, right? So again, we're just going to drag it over here. This is going to be min, and this is be owl theme min, right? So over here, and once we have everything, we're just going to go and close it out over here, and we're going to go back to a brackets, right? And over here, if we go to this file, and what we're going to do is we're just going to save it for now, right? We're going to save it, and once we refresh the page, you can see that this is our basic carousel, right? Now it's moving only when you're clicking and moving, right? Because we haven't added any extras, right? This is the most basic one, right? But you can see it still works like a carousel, right? So let's go back over here and let's just start looking at the options that we have, right? So over here, if we go back to those demos that they had, let's scroll all the way up. And this is going to be demos, and you can see this is going to be a basic one, right? So we just click it over here, and this is what they're telling us to do, right? So this is going to be the code, right? So let's just start with this one. We're just going to copy this one, and over here we're going to go back, and you can see this is going to be our script, right? So what we would need to do is we would need to get rid of this line over here where the semicolon ends, right? And we're just going to paste it over here, right? And again, we're just gonna have to save it. And over here, if we go back, refresh, right? And now you can see that it's gonna be a little bit better, right? Now we'll have these two icons over here, right? The next over here and the previous ones, right? Over here like this. And this is gonna be our content. Again, it's very basic. We're just starting with basically one text, your content, right? So let me show you how it would work with actually with images, right? And the only thing we would need to do is over here, obviously we're just going to create over here this, we can just delete this divs, right? And we can say that we can create one div, and we're going to say that this is going to be a div that has a image inside of it, and we're going to say source, And since we have images, right, you can place any image you would want, right? Over here, I'm going to go to portfolio and I'm going to go to pick one, right? And the reason why I saved them pick one, 2, 3, or whatever is because it is a little bit easier to work with them, right? So over here, what I would want to do is I would want to actually copy this, right? So I'm just going to copy this, let's say, I don't know, 4 times or something like this, right? And over here, we're just going to change it around, right? We're going to say that this is not going to be pick 1, this is going to be pick 2. And over here, we're going to say that this is going to be a pick 3, right? And over here, this is going to be a pick 4 over here like this. And then what we're going to do is we're going to place it over here. And again, we're going to save it. And once we refresh, right, now you can see that we have actual carousel, right, that is working with a owl, right? So this is how the carousel looks like, right? So let me show you with the basic one what we have over here, right? So the first command over here is loop, right, which means that it's pretty much continuously looping through, right? Over here you can see it going, it doesn't stop, right? So the next one is obviously margin, and it's 10 pixels in between, right? So over here, if we go over here, we can see if we have 3 images, obviously this is going to be those 10 pixels, right? Next thing, the navigation is actually these ones, right? These previous and next, right? If we would take this one out, if we would say that this is false, right, then they obviously would disappear. Now, the last one over here is a responsive one. Basically what it says is that for the small screen, this is going to be 1 image. For the bigger screen, this is going to be 3 images. And obviously for the biggest one, this is going to be all 5, right? So in this case, we have 4, so obviously it's not going to be 5. But in general, this is how it would work, right? Now let me show you another thing why we needed this owl theme, right? So if we go over here to this, let's say well, first of all, let me show you a demo, right? Over here, right? So this is how it should look like, right? But somehow our one doesn't even look close to this one, right? You can see we have 2 letters, right? And they have properly over here previous, next, and all these little neat buttons, right? So what we would need to do, you go over here to owl carousel, right? And we're going to go to owl theme default, right? So over here, I'm just going to place something and I'm going to save it. And now you can see that from the min, it turns to a expanded normal one, right? And you can see all the time this class be coming up, owl theme, right? And you can see that we can actually change the colors and all that. And the reason for that is if we want this one, right, to look more like this, actually what we would need to do is go to owl HTML, right, over here, and we go over here and we would need to add the class, right? And we're going to say that the class is going to be owl theme, right? So again, we're just going to save it, we'll refresh, and over here we'll check it out, what we have, what we're missing, right? Something we're missing, and everything's fine. And now you can see that now it looks much more proper, right? So now we have the actual navigation and the buttons, and looks much more neater. And the reason for that, obviously, this is going to be a styling class, right? This is the theme class. Again, you can do it obviously your own one, right? But just for beginning, I would suggest actually adding this theme because it just makes it look nicer, right? So here, if we go back, right, we also have options of basically changing these colors, right? So if we go over here, and if I would say 15025, right? So you can see how actually a color changed over here, and we can just keep scrolling down. This is going to be a background, and let's say the background, we're going to say like white smoke over here like this. So this is going to be a background. Then again, we keep on working, right? This is going to be old theme, old nav. Again, I'm just going to change the colors. And I encourage you, if you have a time and if you are willing, right, to change these things around, just because it kind of gives you an idea what are you doing, right? And which ones you're affecting, right? So again, over here, we can see that this is going to be owl dots, right? So again, I'm going to change them, and I'm going to say that I would want them to be displayed like this, right? So here you can see that once the active one is going to be gray, but the rest of them are going to be like this. And over here we need to select the active one, and over here I'm just going to write a black, right? So now the active one is going to be black, and the one we're hovering is going to be black, right? And the last thing, probably over here, this background we would want to change, right? So let's say also it's going to change it to, I don't know, something like navy, right? So as we're hovering, right, so this is going to be navy and these are going to be dots, right? So this is everything to do with CSS. And now you can see how easy it was to create a basic one, right? The basic owl. And if we go back over here, you can see that there's many other options that we can have. We can have a responsive, we can have it in center, we can have right to left, but I'm gonna let you actually discover them all by yourself, right? But over here, what I want to show you, if we go back to docs, right, you can see over here, this is the options, right? And these are the things that we can actually change, right? So over here, you can see the type, the number, right? By default, is going to be 3. The margin is going to be 0. Loop, right? First is going to say this is going to be false, right? So these are all the manual things that we can actually add, right? And over here, the one thing that I would want to show you is actually a smart speed. And that's pretty much a speed with how fast they're switching from one to another one, right? So here now you can see that I missed it again always somewhere, right? So this is going to be a smart speed, right? So if we go over here, right, where we have all our options, right? And you have to understand that by default, right, with the basic one, you already have a couple of these options, right? So you have a choice, right? So you can delete all this, right, and just make it your own one, right? Or you can just add some things that you would want, that you would think is interesting, right? So here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add this smart speed over here like this, and I'm going to say that this is going to be like 4,000, right? Because you can see that it's taking a number, right? And just remember that we need to add a comma over here, right? And for the last one, we don't, right? So responsive one wouldn't have this one over here because it is the last one. And over here, make sure that if you, for example, have only 2 of them, right? So you don't want to put it on the second one, right? On the last one, right? Only the first one over here would have that, this comma over here. And over here, you can see the default is 250, but we're going to put like 4,000, right? So what I want to do is I want to actually just refresh this one, right? Now you can see how much slower it's going to load, right? So this is pretty neat what we can do. Now that we know a owl carousel, right, we're actually ready to go and add 3 more sections that are going to contain a owl carousel in our Bootstrap theme. So let's create our next section, and it's going to be a client section, right? So again, we're just going to use a bracket snippets, right? The section we saved it. And over here, like I said, we're going to use a font awesome one, right? Over here. So now I can see that we have a header. And over here, we're going to say that the name of this section is going to be a client section, right? Clients over here. And then we're going to say the ID. We're going to say that this is going to be a client, right? Over here like this. Then we're going to say that this is going to be a header. Well, we're going to say that this is going to be our customers, right? Our customers over here like this. Then we have over here a end, right? End of, let's say it's going to be again clients section, right? And after that, what we would need to do is over here, we're going to say that this is going to be a column, right? This is going to be a medium, and this is going to be 12, right? Or we could have written over here small, or we could have written extra small 12. It's all going to be the same thing, right? Because we're going to be placing the carousel within this column, right? And over here, what we're going to do is we're going to write that this is going to have a div, right? And we're going to give this div a ID. And we're going to say that this is going to, ID is going to be logo. Over here like this, logo, right? And after that, we're going to say that this is going to have a class, and the class is going to be owl carousel, and right away owl theme, right? So here we're going to say owl, right? And we're going to say carousel over here like this, and we're going to say that this is going to be a owl theme also, right? So right away we're going to be including a owl theme, so we don't need to do it twice, right? And after that, we're going to create a div within here, right? Actually, we're going to create something like 7 divs, right? And we're going to write over here, this is going to be a div, and we're going to say that this is going to have a class over here of logos, right? Logos like this. And then we're going to say that over here within this div, we're going to place a image, which is going to have a source. And over here, we're going to go to images, and we're going to look for a logos, and we're going to go with logo PNG, right? And over here, we're going to write a alternative, right, that this is going to be a logo, right? And we're going to right away add a couple of classes, again, generic classes from a Bootstrap, right? So first one is going to be image over here, responsive over here like this. And then we're going to say that the style is going to be right away a display inline, right? Display inline. And this is just for a centering purposes over here. So now we have all the classes, so we can save it, right? And once we refresh, right, we should have somewhere a logo. That's right now it's not showing because we haven't activated all here, this owl carousel, right? So don't worry about it. It's going to be showing once we're done with everything, right? So the next thing that I would want to do is actually go ahead and copy this one, right? And I'm going to copy this one, let's say again, like 7 times, something like this, right? So here we're going to create a little bit more space, right? And what we're going to do is we're just going to copy this and we're just going to paste it, right? So this is going to be what, 3 of them, right? So over here, what we're going to do is we're going to go back over here. We're going to paste it one more time. And then we're going to go back over here and let's do a couple of times, right? So one more time and one more time, right? So this is going to be like 7 logos, right? So now that we're done with adding HTML, let's go ahead and actually let's set up the owl carousel. So before we were gonna add a owl carousel, we just need to fix over here this mistake. You can see over here that I have div with ID, and over here I put a hashtag with a logo, right? So we would just need to delete this logo, this hashtag before the logo, otherwise the owl is not gonna run, right? So over here, if we just save it and if we refresh, right, it's still not showing because we have placed it already in owl carousel, right? But it's gonna be showing just in a second once we do our additions, right? So over here you can see that we already have a owl carousel, which we did in the last video. We added owl carousel with all the files, right? And over here we have a owl carousel min, obviously, and all the way on the top we have a owl carousel CSS, right? Or here these two, the default min and the carousel, the CSS min, right? Now what we would need to do again, if we go back over here, we have this setup, right? The basic setup. So I'm just gonna copy this one, right? The thing though is that, right, we don't want to place it right now in a script, right? Meaning like in the script tags over here. What we want to do is over here, the script JS would be used for magnific pop-up, right? If we go back over here and let's say over here, we're just going to write that this is going to be a owl, right? And let's say this is going to be a owl logo, right? And what we're going to do is we're just going to copy and paste this over here like this. But remember, we have to use this jQuery, right? So what we would need to do is over here, this first line, right? We're going to copy this one, right? And we're going to paste it, and over here this last line, right? So this is going to be our function, right? Basically that we're going to be using, right? This is going to be the jQuery function, right? This is suggested that all your script is running actually over here once the document is loaded, right? Now the difference over here, this is not going to be a class of our carousel, right? It is going to be actually, again, this logo that we created over here, this ID of logo, right? The one that I just fixed, right? This one, right? So if we go back over here and we said that we would want to target the logo, right? And again, we're just going to start with this basic one, right? Over here. And maybe we're just going to change it around a little bit. Maybe we won't. It doesn't really matter, right? So now we're going to be targeting this ID of logo, right? So we save this one over here. And if we're going to refresh, right, now you can see that we have our carousel, right? And you can see from the previous video again how I already changed these icons, right? So over here you can see that this is working, right? This is going to be our owl carousel, right? So the only thing we would need to do is actually add a CSS, right? And once we add CSS all around, right, just for a reminder, again, we can go back to a owl min, right, over here, owl theme min, over here like this, and we can actually change it around and maybe change around these couple of these properties, right? So it's not maybe navy over here, right? So maybe this is going to be something else, but we're going to make that decision once we actually style everything, right? So let's go to our main CSS and actually style this customer section. So let's close it out over here, this owl theme for now, and the script, right? We don't need it for now. and let's just find where's our main CSS, right? And again, we'll just scroll it all the way to the bottom, right? This is going to be the end of portfolio, right? So as always, we're just going to create a little bit more room, right? And we're just going to add 2 comments. We're going to say that this is going to be a, let's say, clients section, right? Clients, and we're just going to copy and paste this, right? And we're going to see end of clients, right? Client section, right? So client section, and here is going to be end of clients section, right? Now the next thing that we want to do is actually start styling, right? And this styling is actually going to be pretty easy. Or here we're just going to write clients, right? So now we're selecting this whole thing, and we're going to say that the padding is going to be 60 pixels, right? Top and down, and 40 pixels side, over here like this. Then the next thing we're going to say that the background is going to be a white smoke, over here like this. We're just going to say this is going to be something like this. And after that, we're going to say that the image is going to be a little bit smaller, right? And actually, those are going to be only 2 things that we would want to change, right? Clients, image, and we're going to say that, let's say the width, let's make it something like 200 pixels, right? Something like this, right? So let's check it out what we have, right? So now we have one only pretty much sliding over here like this, right? But if we go to the bigger screen, right, now we have 3 of them, right? Over here like this. And maybe one more thing that we would want to add is maybe over here, first of all, we need to add over here this background, right? So we need to add this background for our font awesome icon, right? That's what we needed to do over here, right? And if we go back over here, where was our font awesome, right? Over here, you can see this font awesome underline, right? So what we're going to do, we're just going to copy this one, right? I'm just going to copy this one, and we're going to go somewhere over here, I guess, right? And we're just going to paste this, and we're going to say that this is going to be for the clients, right? Clients over here like this. And if we refresh, right, so now you can see that it actually matches, right? And over here you can see that this is how it's going to be working with our carousel. Maybe let's place a lazy load, right, or smart speed for our script, right? Remember over here, if we went to script.js, and if we went over here and then we said smart speed over here, and then we said, like, let's say I always like something really slow, so we're just going to go with something like 4,000, right? We save this over here, and now we should have it over here like this, right? And maybe, I don't know, we can change around this one, right? The background color, or you know what, I'm just going to leave it the way it is, right? So this is going to work fine for this one. And now we're done with a logos section, right? So these are technically the companies that I'm working with, right? I'm not going to be adding any more different logos, right? This is plenty for us to work with, right? This is really going to be enough. And over here, the next thing what we want to do is let's create something like this portfolio section, right? But again, we're going to make it within with an owl, right? So we're going to see how it looks in a carousel. Before we move on to a next section, it was actually pointed out that I missed few things, right? So you can see over here, if we go to a smaller screen, right, you can see that the image is actually not lined up in the center, right? It's better if we were working, let's say, with 3 images over here, right? Or here, right? This is better, but with the small screen, it's actually going to be all the way to the left, right? And there's actually a very easy fix for that, right? You can see that it's all the way to the left, right? So you can see over here that we wrote already style display inline, right? So if we go back to the div that it's actually a parent to a image, and if we just write over here text center, right, we can actually line this image in the center like this, right? And there's also another way. If you don't like using this style inline, writing over here, you can just delete this one over here, and you can go back to your main CSS, find where is client's image over here, and we're just gonna write over here margin, right? And we're gonna say that margin is gonna be 0 vertical, and auto it's gonna be horizontal, right? So if we save it and go back, it's still gonna do the same thing, right? So you can see over here that it's sitting exactly in the center, right? Now I prefer doing the style inline right? Don't ask me why. Some people obviously going to say that this is wrong, but I just, in most cases, I just prefer doing that while I'm writing a class, right? And if I know that I'm going to be copying those images, right, then I can just get it out of the way instead of going back and setting them all with margins. But it's really up to you. And again, if you think that that's wrong, don't do it. Don't use the margin property over there. Now, the problem over here is that you can see that I have 7 of them, right? So obviously we would need to over here copy this, right? This text center through all of them so they would work also for the bigger screens, right? So let me just add over here again this style, right? I'm going to say style, and this is going to again display, and we're going to say inline over here. And if we'll save it, and now we're just going to again grab this generic class, the Bootstrap class, right over here like this. And I'm just going to copy this one, and we're going to go to the logos. And the bad part is we're going to have to basically copy and paste it like 6 times, 5 times, something like this, right? Because I believe we had like 7 images, so we have to basically do it 6 times over here, right? So we just paste it over here and over here and the last one over here, right? And again, the reason for that, they all have the style display inline, right? So obviously, if I would have right away wrote a text center over here for the first one, it would work the same because I was copying them, right? So if we save it over here and we actually start making our screen bigger, right? You can see that every time the screen is going to be changing, actually, it is going to be sitting in a center, right? So this is going to be the case, right? So again, if we make it even more bigger, right? Again, this is going to be the case where they're sitting in the center, right? Now, another thing that was pointed out to me that I wasn't using multiple images, right? So you can see all the time I was using over here this banana, right? So what I did, I just went to a Google and again wrote some fake images, right? So you can see over here I have fake studio, and over here you can see that instead of Levi, it's over here Elvis, right? So if we go back, and you can see over here that let's say I have a logo too, right? This is going to be the fake studio, and this is going to be this Elvis, right? So over here, I'm just going to add those images. I'm going to say this is going to be number 2, and over here, this is going to be a number 3, right? Because this is how I saved them, just so it's a little bit easier for me to remember. And if we go back over here, you can see that once I copy and insert these images, right? You can see that they're different size, and you know it doesn't look very pretty. Now the thing is with these logos, right, with these images, right, the best practice is actually cropping them, whether it's Photoshop or it's some other program, right? So you actually make them all the same, right? Because there is a fix for this, right? We can obviously go back over here to main CSS. You can see the images, right? We're selecting all the images over here for 200, right? And I can do the same thing with the height, right? All I have to do is, let's say, write like 100 pixels, right? So let's save this, right? And now right away, they're all in line, right? So if I just make it bigger screen, right? You'll see that it's still gonna look the same, right? Because now I made them all the same, right? Now the problem is you can right away notice that this over here, this fast banana, right? It doesn't look as well because obviously we have actually extended it, right? I believe over here, if you look at this logo, right, it is 900 by 325, right? So obviously if we start adding, like let's say that this is going to be only 100 pixels, it's not going to look as pretty, right? So again, I'm not going to be covering this course how to crop these images, right? Exactly the same. But the fix would be, if you just want to do it with main CSS, over here, you can just add a height property, right? Now, the proper way would be actually making them all the same, again, with some type of program that actually is designed for doing that, right? Because right now, if you think about it, we're just pretty much putting a lipstick on a pig, right? We just make them look better instead of actually making the images all the same, right? Because that would be a proper fix. And now that we have covered these two things, we're actually for sure ready to move on to a next section. So let's go ahead and repeat over here this client section, right? Our work section, sorry, our portfolio. But we're just going to place it in owl and see how it looks like in owl, right? So here what we want to do is that, again, as always, use a generic, right? And we're going to say that we're going to be using a generic section over here. And I'm going to call this I don't know, something ID. It's probably should be something like, again, work, right? But I'm going to say this is going to be work carousel, right? So something like this. And over here, I'm just going to say, still, this is going to be our portfolio, right? Portfolio over here like this. And over here, what we would want to do is we would want over here, again, to place something like medium. And we're going to say this is going to be 12 columns over here like this. And again, we're going to create a div that's going to be a holding an owl. So we're going to say ID, right? And in this case, we're just going to say owl work, right? This is going to be the name of our ID over here like this. And then we right away need to add 2 classes. And we're going to say that those classes are going to be something like, again, owl carousel, right? That's going to be the standard class, right? Over here like this. And then we'll right away add owl. And we're going to say that this is going to be theme, right? So those are the 2 classes. And then within this div, we're going to create another div, right? Which is going to be, I don't know, I'm going to give it a class name, something like owl items, right? Over here like this. And then we're going to place 4 images, right? So we're going to create 4 of these, and we're going to create the same images that we're using over here, right? So we go image, right? We go source, and over here we would write something like images, right? We have over here, then we have a portfolio, right? And again, I renamed it pick 1, 2, 3, so it's easier, so I don't need to write about a cow that is, resting on a mountain or something like that, right? Whatever the name was, right? So we just go over here, pick 1, right? And alternative, we're just going to write this is going to be something like a work, right? So I'm not going to name each image separately, right? And the only thing we need to do is actually copy this a couple of times, right? So it's 2, and then it's 3, and then it's 4, right? Because we have 4 images, right? So here we're going to change this one to 2, this one to 3, and this one to 4, right? And now we have everything is set up. Here we can write that this is what was the name of the section, right? Name, let's say a work carousel section, right? Work, and this is going to be a carousel, or here like this, and this is going to be the end of work carousel section, right? Work carousel section, right? So index HTML is fine, right? The one thing that I want to point right away that we're going to have to fix it over here, right? Where we're going to create some special rules for CSS, right? So the carousel is not going to be so much jammed all the way up over here, right? Because it's probably going to be the same thing over here happening, right? So we want to avoid that. So just telling you that this will be setting up over here in the CSS, what we maybe didn't do in the last video, right? So over here is going to be pretty easy, right? So we go back to a script, right? Because first we need to initialize our owl carousel, right? So over here we can see that this is going to be owl work, right? So just in case I can copy this one, so right, so I don't need to go back and look for it, right? So we go to script, right? And over here you can see that this is going to be a owl logo, right? But what we can do over here, we can just copy this whole thing, right? And this is now going to be not the owl logo, right? But we're going to say that this is going to be a owl work over here like this. And we're going to say that we would want a different ID, right? And if I remember correctly, right, owl work was our ID, right? So we just save it over here and let's check it out. And of course, right now we have it, right? So now I can see that right away it has a smart speed, right? So it's moving pretty slowly and everything, right? So again, the only thing is I would want to check over here to fix this in the CSS, these margins, right? Add a little bit more padding, right? And over here, maybe let's change the background color, right? We're not going to be really going crazy on styling this because I really like how this owl anyway looks, so we're just going to leave it the way it is, right? These sections are more about how the owl works, not as much to do with actual maybe CSS, right? So over here, again, we're just going to make this one smaller a little bit, right? And we can close the script for now, right? And let's just go back to main CSS and over here we have a clients, right? So let's say that the clients, right, we want to select a client and we want to select a header class, right? And over here you can see that this is going to be a header class, right? And the only thing that I'm going to say, this is going to be a padding bottom, right? And I'm going to say this is going to be something like 20 pixels, right? Just so it looks a little bit better, right? And over here we're going to do the same thing with a section that we just created, and I believe now I need to go back and check because I actually forgot. Work carousel section, right? So we go over here and I was going to copy this one, right? And we're going to say that we're going to create again room, right? And over here we're going to say this, we're going to create 2 comments, right? And over here we're just going to paste it, work carousel section, right? And we're just going to copy this one, right? And over here what we're going to do is we're going to write some rules, right? So the first thing probably what I would want to do is select this work carousel, right? And I'm going to say that I'm going to make it a background, that gray one, right? So which one was the gray one? It was this one, right? So we're just going to copy and paste it, right? And we're going to go back down here, and we're going to say background color, right? And we're going to copy and paste this, and now we have over here this gray color, right? Now what we want to do is obviously again work on this background, right? And so where is our underline, right? We're just going to copy this one. I'm going to say copy, and we're going to paste, right? And over here we're going to say that this is going to be a work carousel over here, right? Font awesome background, and you can see we don't want white smoke, right? We want a over here this one, CEDO0CE, right? So now we have that one, and after that probably what we would want to do is we would want a over here the same header, right? So again we're just going to copy this one, copy and paste, right? And we're just going to paste it over here, and we're going to say that this is going to be a work carousel, right? Carousel over here like this, right? And now we have over here this padding also, right? So again, I'm not going to be changing the size of the image, right? All the scripts we already created what we needed. Now remember that the one thing for the script, right? If we go back over here, obviously you can see that this is saying this is going to be 5 items once it's a bigger screen, right? So maybe let's just change this one to 4, because as you can see over here with the logos, we had actually 7 logos. I purposely made it more, right? But over here you want to actually have 4 of them because you don't have 5, right? So either we add that 5th one, right? Or over here I just change it to 4, right? So this is what we can always do, right? And now that we're done again with our customers and our portfolio, right? And maybe let's write that this is going to be our portfolio carousel, right? So let's go back over here, and we're going to go all the way to the bottom, and we'll find it where it is. Our portfolio carousel, right? Carousel, right? And now let's go and actually make a quote sections or section where we're displaying what people say about us. So let's go ahead to a bottom again to our HTML, right? This is going to be the end of our carousel, right? And what we're going to do over here, again, we're going to create a generic one, right? And over here, we're going to say generic fa, right? And we're going to call this section a quote section. Over here like this, quotes, over here like this. And we're going to give it ID of a quotes, right? And over here, we're going to say the end of a quotes section, right? And over here within this container, right? We're just going to say that there's going to be one more div, right? And I'm going to show you why we're using actually that div and what is going to be used for. But over here, what we're going to write is we're going to write that this is going to be div, and we're going to say this is going to be class, and over here this is going to be a quotes, over here background, right? Background over here like this, and over here we're just going to close it out, and we need to check where is this section actually ending, right? So what we're going to do is over here we're just going to add this one, right? So we're just going to cut it out and paste it over here, right? And again, this is just going to be for the styling purposes. It's nothing to do with owl or anything like that, right? So here we have a header, and we're just going to write that this is going to be a, let's say we're going to call it what they say about us, right? Or what they say, right? They say over here. And once we're done with the header, let's go here again, and we're going to write the same thing that we did for all the carousels. We're just going to write medium, and then we're just going to say 12, right? And again, we could have written over here pretty much anything, because what we're basically saying is that we would want this the whole screen, right? And over here, what we would want to do is actually create over here a div, right? And we're going to say that this is going to be div again for the owl carousel, right? So here it's going to be div and the ID, right? And then we're going to say that the ID is going to be customers, right? Customers over here like this. And over here, we're going to say that this is going to be a class, right? And we're going to again give it a owl carousel, right? Owl carousel over here like this. And then we're going to say owl theme, right? And we should be very familiar already with what we're doing. Is we're just adding these two classes, right? So the our carousel would work, right? And after that, we can just close out this div, right? And we can say that this is going to be a div that's going to have a class of customer and text center, right? So we're just going to say over here div, and we're going to say this is going to have a class. We're going to say this is going to have a class customer and a class of text center over here. And then within this div, we're actually going to place first of all a Donald Trump image, right? So we're going to say sources, and we're going to say images over here, images, not magnific pop-up. We need a images. Then we want a quotes over here, and then we want a Trump JPEG, right? And over here we're going to write a class, and then we're going to say that this is going to be a image responsive class, and then we're going to say that this is going to be also a class of image circle. But what we can do is we obviously can add them over here, all of them together. So we're going to say image, and this is going to be responsive over here like this. And you can see that actually it needs to be circle, not responsive. Circle, and over here image, right? And this is going to be a thumbnail, right? Thumbnail, right? This is going to be our third class, right? And over here right away we're going to add a alternative, right? And we're going to call this, I don't know, Trump, right? So we're going to say Trump, and then we're going to say style, right? And we're going to say display inline, right? Display inline, right? And again, this is for the centering purposes, right? So over here, once we're done with this, again, it's not be showing because we have placed it already in owl, right? What we want to do is we want to add some more things over here, right? So we're going to say over here a block quote, right? Block quote, because this is going to be a quote about us over here. And we're going to say that within this block quote, we would want a font awesome, right? So the first we're going to write I class, and we're going to say that this is going to be a fa quote left quote over here, and we're going to say this is going to be left. And then we're going to say that over here we're going to place some text over here like this. We're just going to say this lorem dummy text, right? But obviously we don't need it so much, right? So somewhere over here, right? We're going to end it, and over here we're going to place a footer, and within that footer we're going to say Donald Trump, right? We're going to say Donald Trump, and over here we can say that this is president, right? So hashtag president, right? And over here, once we're done with this, what I would want to do is over here, since we have a customer, right? This div, right? This div over here, I would want to copy this 2 more times. 1, 2 over here, right? And we're just going to close it out, and we're going to close it out over here also, right? And Now that we're done with this one, right, we can just save it. And what we would need to do is obviously we would need to go to a script, right, and actually connect to this ID customers, right? So then it's going to be showing, right? So we go back to script again. Now we have owl work. So we're just going to copy and paste this, right? So this is not going to be an owl work, right? This is going to be a, let's say, quotes section, right? Quotes section over here, and we're going to say that we want ID of customers over here like this. We're just going to save it, refresh, and there it is, our quote, right? Nice and bright and shiny, right? Now the one thing that I would want to do is for the responsive, right? I really don't want to go wild, so I'm just going to go with 1, right? Pretty much on all the screens I'm just going to add 1, right? Again, there's different ways how we can do this. We can actually get rid of this responsive or whatever, but just the short version, we just put all 1s in, right? So over here, if we go back, and if we're going to make the screen bigger, right, this is actually going to be all the time the same thing, right? And we're going to probably make the screen smaller or something like that. This image maybe a little bit smaller and all kinds of things, right? So the last thing that we would need to do is actually we would need to go and style it, right? Style it a little bit so it looks a little bit more presentable, right? But you can see how easy it was to actually add everything, right? And then there's a couple of things that I actually want to show you how CSS can make it look really, really neat, right? But we're actually done with a script, right? For now, and for sure we're done with a index HTML, right? Because we have added all the text, right? Let's just check whether we have added all the proper end of quote section, right? So it looks like we have everything, right? So we'll go back to main CSS, and over here again, same old, right? We're going to create more space over here, and again we're going to add 2 more. One, let's say we're going to say that this is going to be a right quotes section over here, and we're going to again copy and paste this, right? And copy and paste this, and we're going to say this is going to be end of quote section, right? And again within these comments we're going to place all our text, right? Now what we would want to do is over here we're going to select the whole thing, so we're going to say quotes over here like this, and now I can see that I'm selecting the whole thing, and I would say that I would want a color, right? And I'm going to go back to the white smoke, right? So you can see that with this long let's say Bootstrap theme that we created, you're slowly but surely we're running out of colors, right? And let's just add this color over here, and you'll see why actually I'm doing that, right? That if you think right now that this is going to be the color is obviously for the fonts, right? But what we're going to do over here, we're going to do something really interesting, right? For the background, right? So over here, what we would write is a background, right? And we're actually going to use over here this let's say it's, I don't know, it's called people's or humans collage or something like that, right? So if we go over here to images, right? So if we just select images, right? And I actually saved it over here, and this one I just got it from Google. I'll be straight up with you, right? There's no real secret, right? So if we go to quotes, right, you can have this human face collage, right? So you can see that sometimes if you go and you look at Bootstrap themes, which you can find, let's say, some examples on the internet, meaning like if you just Google and let's say they have these samples that are, you know, that they're trying to sell you or something like that, right? So what they have over here, they always, in some cases for let's say quotes, they put over here these kind of human faces, right? So this is technically what a quote section, right? So imagine like what a bunch of people would be saying about this, right? So this is why I got this picture one over here, right? And after that, what we want to do is, let's say we're going to say that this is going to be a background, right? And repeat, and we're going to say no repeat over here. And then we're going to say that this is going to be a background position, right? Background position over here. And we're going to say that this is going to be a center. And over here you can see that Donald Trump is hiding it, right? And background size is going to be cover, right? Size cover over here, and now you can see that it's how it covers properly, right? Now the one thing for the parallax effect, right, we would want to add this background attachment fixed, right? So again, we have two options. We can add it as a separate property over here, or you can just add it over here fixed, right? Well, since we have done it a few times already, we can just add it right away fixed, right? Now, one thing that I want to show you, remember this div, right, that we created. We had over here this div, quotes background, right? And I was telling you this is going to be for CSS, right? So let's go back to a quote, right? And now we're going to select that, and we're going to use the property to change it, right? So we go over here, and we're going to say a class, right? Because if I remember correctly, it was class quotes, and I'm going to say background over here like this. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add a background, right? And I'm going to add a background RGBA over here. And again, we're going to add something similar to what we did a couple of sections before, right? So where we had a 0.7, something like this, right? And see, this is the point, right? Remember when we were working on these ones, right? When we were hovering over, right? We were creating over here this effect, right? So when this opacity changed, but already we had a background, right? So it works the same way over here, right? So what we're doing is we're creating just something that is technically we place over here this image, right, on a background, right? But on top of it, we just place over here this some kind of black screen or something like this, right? So obviously, if we change this opacity, right, we are able to actually change that, right? And over here, what you can see that we need to deal with this over here with these headers, right? Again, this header underlined. So we would need to go over here and where we have a work carousel, right? So I'm just going to copy this one over here and we're going to paste it over here, but we're going to say that this is going to be obviously for the quotes, right? So we're going to write quotes, and over here we're going to say background color, right? But we're going to change this to this image, right? So we're just going to copy this one, right? This JPEG, right? We're going to copy this one, and over here we're just going to paste it, right? And now we have our image as our background, right? So we can just close it out over here. And the next thing what we want to do is to work over here with this container, right? So what we would need to do is over here and just make a little bit more room, right? And maybe in this case it's a little bit better if we get rid of this text muted class, right? So maybe let's check it out where we have it, right? So we have over here where's the text muted, right? So we might as well get rid of it over here like this, get rid of class, right? Over here like this, and we always, as always, we want to add some probably the same padding, right, for a header, right? So if we go back over here, where is our header, right? So we have our header over here. We're just gonna copy and paste this, right? So we copy this and we paste it over here, and let's say again we were gonna create a little bit more room, right? And over here we're gonna say a quotes, right? A quotes, right? And now we added a little bit over here of this padding, right? Now the next thing what we want to do is, like I said, we're gonna style that container, right? So we're gonna say quotes over here like this, and we're gonna say container, right? And we're gonna say that we're gonna be adding some padding. This is going to be 40 pixels, and then over here we're going to say 20 pixels, right? So something like this, right? So we just added a little bit more of a padding for our whole container, right? Now after that we would want to create a little bit different image, right? We would want to say a quote and image, and then we're going to say that this is going to be a width, right? I'm going to say width over here, and we're going to say this is again something like 200 pixels, right? So we're just going to make that image a little bit smaller, right? And over here what we're going to do is we're going to add a different background for here for this line, right? For this image thumbnail that we created, right? So if we go back and we just say background color, right? And if we would go over here with this F right? F15025, right? So now I can see that we have over here this great background, and over here let's start styling the actual block quote, right? So we're going to say quotes, and we're going to say a block quote over here like this. And once we selected, the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to say that we would want to get rid of this border, right? So we're going to say a border left over here, and we're going to say this is going to be a 0, right? So we got rid of this pre-made border. Then we're going to say that this is going to be a different line height. I'm going to say this is going to be something like 2, right? And then we're going to say that font size is going to be something like 19 pixels, right? Font size is going to be something like 19 pixels, right? And after that, we're going to work with this footer, right, that we created. So we're going to say that this is going to be a quotes, and we're going to say block quote and footer over here like this. And we're going to say color red, right? And over here we're going to say font size over here to be 16 pixels, right? So now that we have this, the last thing what we want to do is actually style over here these let's say the block quote right over here, this one. I'm sorry, the font awesome, not the block quote. We just styled the block quote. Right, so we're going to go to quotes over here, and we're going to say fa, right? And now we know he knows that we're going to be selecting a this font awesome. I'm going to say color, and as usual, this is going to be our orange one, right? 15025 over here like this. Then we're going to say font size, right? Font size over here to be like something 40 pixels, right? Then we're going to say margin. I'm going to say 0 and 10 pixels over here like this. And now we're pretty much done with this section, right? Now we have a what they say about us section, right? And again, if we just make it bigger, right? I just have it so it is actually just going to be all the time 1, right? So we're here, and we still have this smart speed, right? And again, you can change your speeds however you'd want, right? I just like to have I just like the fact that everything is happening slow, so you have an idea of that it's actually working, right? Otherwise, if I'm showing you something and it looks like nothing has changed, your probably first question would be, well, what is that you have done over here, right? And if we're looking over here, probably this work carousel section would need some extra padding, right? So if we go back over here, and we're going to slide it down again, right? This is going to be our portfolio section, right? So let's see where it is. Portfolio overlay, right? Portfolio thumb. And this is not that one, right? We need to have this work owl, right? And over here you can see that we didn't start with the whole thing, right? So let's just say that we're gonna select this work carousel over here like this, and we're gonna add some extra padding, right? So we're gonna say padding. I'm gonna say something like 40 pixels and 20 pixels, right? So that should look something much more better, right? And let's go ahead and let's style a contact section. So let's go ahead again all the way to the bottom of a index HTML, right? Over here where we have the end of quote sections. And again, we're just going to create a generic one, right? So we're just going to write generic font awesome section, right? So here we're going to call this a contact us or contact, right? So we're going to say contact over here, and the ID is going to be also contact, but here we're going to change it to container fluid over here like this, and here we're going to say contact us, right? So we're going to say contact, let's say us, right, over here. And then after that, what we're going to do is we're going to go all the way on the bottom, right? So we're going to say end of contact section, right, over here. And now we can save it. And this is going to be really interesting, right? Because over here, we're going to be actually placing columns within the columns, right? So the first thing what we want to do is, obviously we're here, we have a row, right? And here we're going to create a column small 6 over here like this. But within this column, we're actually going to be placing some other columns, right? So over here, the first thing what we want to do over here, we're going to create a form, right? And within that form, we're actually going to create over here this div, right? This is going to be a column, right? Class, sorry, this is going to be a class. Over here like this, class. And the class is going to be column, right? Small 6, right? And over here, we're going to say that this is going to be a div. Within that column, right? We're going to say div class over here. And we're going to say this is going to be a form group over here. And then we're going to close this one out. And within this form group, we're going to place a input, right? Over here like this, input, right? Then we're going to write a type, right? And we're going to say this is going to be a text, over here like this. And then it's going to be an ID, right? And we're going to say this is going to be a first name, over here like this. And then we're going to say a class over here. This is going to be a form control, right? Control. And then we're going to say that this is going to be input large class also. And this is again the standard a Bootstrap class, right? This input large, right? And then we're going to say the placeholder is going to be a first name placeholder, right? We're going to say first over here name, right? So we can close this input over here. Now you can see that we have our first input, right? Now what we want to do is we want to actually copy this a couple of times, right? So here we're going to actually copy this 4 times, right? We're going to copy over here and we're going to paste, right? And the next one is actually going to be a last name, right? So pretty much all this is going to be the same, but over here the ID is going to be a last name over here like this. Then we're going to say that a last name over here in placeholder, right? But everything, the type stays for now the same, right? So again, we check it out where we have it. And obviously, again, we're going to create more room over here. And then we're going to say that this is going to be a phone, right? So the type is going to be telephone over here like tel, right? Like this. This is the type. And over here, we're going to say that this ID is going to be a phone, right? We're going to say this is going to be a phone. And over here, we're going to say that this is going to be a phone, right? So we're going to say a phone number over here like this. And then the last one is going to be an email, right? So again, we'll just check it out so we don't make a mistake. All right, so we paste it over here, and we're gonna go back to over here email over here, and we're gonna say that ID is also gonna be email, and here we're gonna write email address, right? Email address over here like this, right? Not with 3 S's, right? Just with 2. Hopefully I didn't misspell it. I'm sorry. Yeah, misspell it, whatever. If I did, well, my bad. And over here, what we would want to do is, after that, we have over here this div, right? But still within this form, we'd actually want to create 2 more divs that would be actually spanning all 12 columns over here, right? So what we would need to do is we're going to write that this is going to be a div, right? Div, and this is going to be a class, and over here column small 12 over here like this, and then we're going to say that this is going to be div class form group, right? Same thing. And after that, we're going to say that this is going to be a text area, right? Over here, this element, and again the class is going to be form control. This is the classes we need to add for the Bootstrap, right? Control, that it knows that this is going to be a form, right? And here we're going to say this is going to have a rows, let's say 6. And over here we're going to place a placeholder, right? Placeholder over here like this. And we're going to say that the placeholder is going to say something like your message here. Message here. Right? Let's close it out, right? Now we can see that this is a text area, right? That has your message here, right? And after that, we're going to create one more where we're going to place actually a button, right? So again, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to create a div. We're going to say this is going to be a class. Again, the class is going to be column. And over here, we're going to say small, over here 12, right? And within this div, we're actually going to place a button, right? And over here, we need to write the type is also going to be button. And class over here is going to be a button block, right? Because we want to span it actually all across. And button large, right? Over here like this. And within that button, we're going to write submit here, right? And the reason why we're writing over here this button block, because I wanted to span it all the way across, right? And the real, let's say, beauty comes here, right? So this is the reason why we had column 6s, right? So here you can see that this is once it is placed in a parent element that takes up half the screen, right? You can see over here, right? However, if we place more columns within here, right? You can see that they're actually taking half the size of the column that is a parent element, right? And this one actually takes the whole size, right? So that was the whole reason why why we had these columns over here, right? So if we go all the way in the bottom, right? Remember over here, this is the parent element, right? Over here, this column 6s, right? Which still has the form, right? So technically we need to create one more column 6 like that, right? However, if we're placing over here these columns within this column, right? Then actually on a small screen, right? You can see how they're going to be fitting nicely in the parent element, right? So this is something very neat that you can use for whatever you're going to be doing, right? So now we have first column, right? Over here, what I would want to do is actually create another div, right? With a class, and over here it's also going to be column small 6 over here, right? So now we have 2 of them, and within this one, actually I would want to place an iframe, right? So first, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say that I'm going to add another class, and I'm just going to say this is going to be my class, right? That I'm just going to call it the iframe, right? But within this div, we're just going to place an iframe, right? And what we would need to do, obviously, we know that we would need to go to Google Maps, right? So let's say over here, we're just going to go to Google. We're going to write Google Maps over here. And once we have a Google Maps, right, they're going to show us technically where we're at, and we can just write, I don't know, Boston, maybe, right? Boston, Massachusetts, right? Over here, now it finds where's the Boston, right? And then we have over here this option of sharing, right? So we click over here, we share, and we have embed map, right? So once we click on embed map, right, only thing we need to do is over here, we're just going to copy this, right? We can close this one, and we're going to go back over here, and we need to find where is our column, right? Iframe. So we just paste it over here. And let's just change a couple of things over here, right? You can see width over here is 600, right? Let's make it 100%, first of all, right? For this map. And then let's make it a height, something like 374, right? Over here, something like this, right? So now that we're done with this, we're actually ready to go to CSS and start styling this contact section. But before we go to main CSS to over here style our contact section, I just want to show you one problem with this our portfolio carousel, right? So what happens if we make it to a bigger screen, right? So I'm going to maximize it over here. What happens is because we set 4 images, right? We have over here missing these nav, right? And with these little dots, right, that would actually point which image is, right, because we set the value to be 4, right? So what we would need to do is we should change that, right? So I'm gonna, again, over here, I'm gonna minimize this so I can fit both screens on the same side, right, over here. And if we go back to script.js over here, and if we actually set this to 3 images, this is actually gonna fix that, right? Because now, again, another way would be adding more images to this section, right? But I just don't want to do that. But in general, therefore, I just set it for 3 images right now. And therefore, this little navigation, right, is also going to be on a bigger screen, right? So this would be the fix, right? So let's go right now to main CSS, right? And let's start styling over here this section, right? The map and a contact us, right? So we go over here, we can close the script, and we go again all the way in the bottom, and we're gonna create a little bit more room over here like this, and we're gonna add a couple of comments over here, right? We're gonna say over here that this is gonna be our comment, and we're just gonna say that this is gonna be a, let's say, we're gonna say that this is gonna be a contact, right, section over here like this. And we're gonna just copy and paste this, and over here we're gonna say that this is gonna be the end, right? End of contact section, right? We would want to select the whole section over here, and I'm gonna write contact over here like this, and I'm gonna say that the background color should be a orange one, right? So we're gonna change some things around. We're gonna say background color should be a, over here, F, right? F15025, right? Now there's going to be a couple of problems over here with this underline, but for general purpose, this is what we would want, right? Over here. And then we're going to set a color, right, to be white smoke over here like this, right? Something like this. And over here, let's add padding, 40 pixels by 0 pixels, right? Over here, something like this. And then later on, let's go right away to the contact, right, to where we have our actual, not only font awesome underline, right, but we want the whole thing, right? So if we go all the way to the top, right, where we had our font awesome underline, right? So we're just gonna go over here, we're just gonna copy this one, right? And we're gonna say this is gonna be a copy over here like this. Then we're gonna go all the way to the bottom again, and we're gonna paste this, paste it over here, but we're gonna write in front of over here, we're gonna say contact, right? Contact. And now we're just gonna change this color, right? We're obviously gonna change it to something like black, right? So we're gonna say 353 over here, and this is gonna be a 531, right? 531. Right, so now this is going to be a black color, and obviously what we would need to do is over here, you see this over here, this underline, right? This is what we also would need to change, right? So we're going to go over here, and we're going to copy and paste this one, copy, and over here we're going to paste it over here, and we're going to say contact, and we're going to say that this is going to be a background, right? Background color, and we're going to say that this is going to be a different background color, right? We're going to say that this background color is actually going to be a orange one, right? So we're going to go back over here, and we're going to say that this is going to be orange, right? So we're going to say F over here, 15025, right? Now the problem, the actual thing disappeared, right? So again, we would need to go all the way to the top and find where we had our font awesome actual icon, right? Where we had it changed, right? And we had it over here, right? We had a font awesome after, right? This is where we added this color, right? So we were gonna copy and paste this one over here. Copy and paste over here, and we're gonna say over here paste, and we're gonna add a contact over here, and we're going to say that this is going to be a different one, right? We're going to say that this is going to be a color, right? And the color is going to be, let's give it a different color. Let's give it a color, let's say again black, right? Over here like this. Now I just noticed we actually could have done it over here, right? So I made a mistake. My bad. If we just copy this one over here and paste it, it will do the same thing, right? So we can actually delete this, right? So we just need to change around this one, right? And everything else is going to stay the same, right? Now, one more thing, probably for this contact, we're going to need to do the same thing over here with a actual header, right? So again, we're going to copy this one, right? Over here, this quotes header, over here like this, and we're going to say a contact header, right? Contact header, right? And again, we're going to add the same thing, contact header, right? And now we have over here this little margin, right? Well, padding actually, not a margin, right? And now let's move on and let's actually start a styling contact forms, right? So we're going to say first is form control, right? Control over here like this. And you can see that we're actually styling all of them. And we're going to say that we would want to get rid of these borders, right? Because border radiuses, right? Because for some interesting reason, I mean, I like them, but in general, people always want to avoid them, right? They want to make them square. So we're going to say over here border, right? Radius, and we're going to say that this is going to be 0, right? So you can see over here that now we have a border, we have these square corners, right? Once we have made these corners square, we're just going to say that this is going to be a font size, and we're just going to add a font size to be something like 20 pixels, right? So we're just going to make them a little bit bigger. Then the next thing that we want to do is actually style the button, right? So we're going to write a contact, and over here we're going to say button. Over here like this, and now you can see that it's selecting button. And we're going to say a background color over here, and we're going to say this is going to be 3, 5, again 3, and over here we're going to say 531, right? 531, right? So we have that, and then we're going to give it a different font size. Over here we're going to say font size 24 pixels, right? Then after that we're going to say that this is going to have a different color, right? The color is always going to be this orange one, right? So we're going to go F15025 over here like this, and again we're going to add a little bit of margin, right? I'm going to say margin bottom, right? We're going to say something like 20 pixels, right? So we got a little bit of margin. Now we want to change a little bit once we're hovering, right? So we write contact over here button, and then we're going to write a pseudo class hover over here like this, and then we're going to say a background color. We're going to use a gray one, so this is going to be C, or here E, D, 0, and this is going to be CE, right? So this is once we're hovering, right? So C over here, right? And the color is going to be the black one, right? So I'm just going to copy and paste this one over here, and we're just going to say that color, right, is going to be the black one, right? So once we hover, you can see how it's going to be changing, right? Now what I would want to do over here is actually work with these paddings, padding left, padding right, for these ones, right? So because I want actually extend them a little bit more, right? I don't like over here that it's actually, there is these spaces, right? However, I don't want to affect over here this iframe, right? That's why I added that class, right? So what we would do over here is we would go over here, and again we would write that we would want a contact ID, then we would want a class of column small over here 6, right? But then not including the iframe, right? So we're going to write that, and we're going to use that iframe class, right, that we created, right? And over here we're going to select all of them, and you can see that we're selecting all of them apart from the iframe one, right? Because we excluded it over here. And we're going to say that the padding left is going to be, let's say, something like 5 pixels, right? And padding right over here is also going to be 5 pixels, right? So you can check it out over here, how it looks like. If we go to the bigger screen, right? If we go a little bit up, right? So now you can see over here that we have this section, right? Over here, that we extended actually these paddings, right? Now what we also want to do is for this column 12 to do the same thing, right? So what we're going to do is we're just going to copy some of it, right? So we're going to copy this one, and we're going to create a little bit more room. And over here, we're going to delete this iframe because we don't need it anymore. We already included over here. And now they all are spanning. Actually, only 5 pixels left and right, right? So if we go back and just scroll up, right? So now you can see how it would look like our contact section, right? So the last thing that we would need to do is actually only add a footer. So let's go ahead and create a footer section. So again, as always, we're gonna go over here to a bracket snippets, right? And we're just gonna check it out that this is gonna be our generic section, right? And this is gonna be our font awesome. And we're gonna pick our font awesome, right? So we're just gonna write over here generic and generic font awesome over here like this. And you can see that right away I have a setup, right? I have a header, and over here in this header, I'm just gonna write that this is gonna be a imagine, right? Over here, this is gonna be imagine. This is gonna be our text. So I'm gonna say this is gonna be imagine over here like this. And maybe just for this footer, right? We're just gonna get rid of this over here, this paragraph, right? So we're just gonna delete this, right? And we're just gonna have a imagine over here, and you can see we have this font awesome, right? And next we're gonna create over here this let's say font awesome icons, right? Or this is gonna be our social media icons, right? So what I'm gonna do over here, I'm gonna say that this is gonna be a extra small, right? Over here this is gonna be 12 columns, right? And within over here, inside this element, we're gonna write that this is gonna be a div, or here like this. We're gonna say div, and this is gonna have a class, or here like this, and we're gonna say that this class is gonna be a footer icons, and we're gonna also add right away a generic Bootstrap class. This is gonna be a text center. So here I'm just gonna write icons, right? This is gonna be my class or our class that we're creating. And over here we're just gonna write a generic text center, or here like this. And then within this div, we're just gonna place over here a couple of social media icons, right? And we're gonna place them within link. So here I'm gonna write href over here like this. And I'm gonna say that this is gonna be a hashtag, right? And after that, within this link, we're actually going to create a I element, right? And we're going to say this is going to have a class. And over here, we're going to say fa. And this is be fa Facebook. Over here like this. This is going to be our first one, right? So you can see that this one is over here, right? And let's keep moving, right? And let's actually do a couple of them, right? And you can see that over here, I missed it. That's why it's not in the center. It's not text center, it's center, right? And you can see that right now it's actually sitting in a center, right? And over here, we're just gonna do like this. We're just gonna copy this, like, I don't know, like a few times, right? So we're gonna have Facebook. Then we're gonna have the next one is gonna be Twitter. Then it's gonna be Instagram, Google Plus, and LinkedIn, right? So what we would need to do over here, we're just gonna delete this one, and we're gonna say that this is gonna be a Twitter. Over here like this. Then the next one is going to be a Instagram. Then the next one is going to be Google Plus. Once we have created Google Plus, the next one we're going to create a LinkedIn, right? So over here we're just going to write a LinkedIn link over here like this, LinkedIn over here like this, and not like this, link over here, and LinkedIn like this, right? So now we have 5 social media icons, right? And after we have done with that, we can actually create another div over here underneath this div, and this is just going to be a copyrights div, right? So we're going to create a div, and I'm going to give it a class. Over here, this class is going to be copyrights over here, copy rights over here like this. And we're just gonna say that within this div, we're gonna have a h3 over here like this. And we're gonna say that the h3 is gonna be copy, right, over here like this. And we're gonna write copy. All right, and over here we're going to say copyrights 2017, copyrights over here like this, and we're going to say that this is going to be 2017, and over here we're going to say by coding Addict. Right, and now we're pretty much done with our HTML, and we're ready to jump to our CSS and actually start styling. Right, so we would obviously need to go to our CSS over here like this. So I'm just going to save this one, and we go back to our main CSS, right? And again, we're going to go all the way to the bottom, and over here it says end of contact section, right? So over here we're going to have to make some comments, right? So over here I'm just going to create a comment, and I'm going to say that this is going to be a footer, right? And the next comment, if I just copy and paste this, I'm going to say that end of footer section, end of footer, right, over here section, and over here we're going to write section also, right, section. And the next thing that we would want to do is actually go back to HTML and actually add these comments the same way, right? So over here, if we go in the bottom, and if we just look where is our copyrights, right, over here this is going to be the name of section, so we're going to write that this is going to be a footer, right, footer section. And over here, this is going to be the end of footer section, right? And you can see that I actually missed this comment, right? So I'm just going to copy this, cut this out actually. And where's the section? It's over here. So I'm just going to paste that. And again, we're going to save it. And if we go back to main CSS, now we can add actually the properties and the values and the styles and everything for that, right? So the first thing that we're going to select is actually a footer, right? And if I actually not mistaken, you can see that I missed over here this ID, right? So we're just going to write footer over here like this. And let me just double check if for sure I have a over here the correct class, right? So we were using the container, right? But instead, let's just choose a container fluid, right? And we're going to write over here again text center over here like this, right? So this is what we're going to be using for our whole div, right, over here. So for a third time, let's go back to main CSS and let's actually style this one, right? So again, we're selecting over here this ID, and here we're going to say that this is going to have a padding, right? And the padding is 20 pixels by, let's say, 40 pixels, something like this. And then after that, we're going to say that the color, right, we're going to use something, I don't know, either we could use this over here, this blue one, right? Not over here like this. You can see that I'm missing. And we can either use something like this, right? Or I can use the typical white smoke or the gray one, right? So let's just maybe stay with the white smoke for now, just to make things easier, right? So I'm just going to say a color, right, to be a white smoke over here like this. And then after that, I'm going to say the background color is going to be over here like this, background color, right? And I'm going to say this is going to be a 351 over here, and not 353 over here, and 531, right? So now I can see that we're using this one, right? And obviously what we would need to do is over here, we would need to change over here this background, right? Remember when we were, every time we were dealing with a background, right, we needed to change a background color, right, for this one, right? So what I would want to do is over here, I'm just going to copy this one over here, and if we just paste it over here like this, we're just going to go to font awesome underline after, right? And what we would want to do is background color, we would want to do the same one, right? So over here, I'm just going to copy this one over here. This is going to be the same background, right? So we're just going to save it, and we're going to refresh, but we would need to also change the ID over here, right? So we're going to say footer over here like this, And now you can see that the background color has changed and this one is black, right? And obviously over here, we're just going to delete this color black, right? So it stays orange, right? So now that we have that under the control, let's go ahead and actually let's style these footer icons, right? And what I would write over here, I would just say that this is going to be a footer over here like this. And then I'm going to set a class that I created for footer icons, right? And I'm just going to say that this is going to have a font size over here like this. And I'm going to say this is going to be something like 50 pixels. Sorry, 60 pixels, right? So now I can see that they much more colorful, right? And after that, again, we're going to create a way more space, right? So it's easier for us to work with, right? And over here, we're going to actually change the color, right? So we're going to say that this is going to be a footer, right? Then it's going to be footer icons over here. And then we're going to say that the links within the footer icons, right? And then we're going to say that the color, and now we'd want the orange color, right? And the orange color was F150, right? 25, right? So this is our color. Now you can see that we have the same color. And over here, we're going to say that this is going to have a text decoration none for the links, right? That's the thing that we don't like. Usually we try to, let's say, get rid of it, right? So we're going to say text decoration none. And after that, we're going to say that once we're hovering, it should have a different color, right? So what I'm going to say is over here, footer, right? And then I'm going to say footer icons, right? Icons over here, A. And I'm going to say as I'm hovering, right? So I'm going to write hover. And over here, we're going to write color. And we're going to say that this is going to be deep sky blue, right? Something like this. But again, you can pick something really different, what you would like, right? I just picked this color because we can go actually on Google and find what would be the color for Facebook, right? The hex code. But over here, I just thought that this deep sky blue is kind of close to whatever we are, whatever the Twitter and Facebook has. So that was the only reason why I was doing that. And the next thing that we would want to do, and actually the last thing that we would want to do, is over here style this heading 3, right? And what we would do over here, we would write footer, right? And then we would say copyrights over here like this, copyrights over here. And then we would say that this would have a padding, right? And we're going to say this is going to have 40 pixels padding, right? And 0 pixels to the sides, right? So only 40 pixels over here like this. And then after that, we're going to say that this is going to have a color, right? And we're going to write a color. And I'm going to write that this is going to have a CED0 over here like this, CE, right? So this is going to be this gray color. And maybe the one thing that we would want to do over here is just to create over here this little bit more space in between these icons and our, let's say, the footer top, right? And the way we would do that, we would just add over here the padding, right? So padding rule, we would say padding. And over here, I'm just going to say that padding top over here like this. And this is going to be something like 30 pixels, right? So now I can see that we actually created a room, right? And now we're pretty much done with the footer. And we're ready to go and actually start making and styling our navigation section. And for our nav bar, we would actually need to go all the way to the top to our first section that we created. Because we're not going to be creating a separate section, we're actually going to be putting in a banner section over here, right? So as you can see over here, after I have an ID banner, right? And let's scroll all the way up over here too, right? So we know what we're talking about over here like this. So I'm just going to scroll all the way to the top of the document, right? Because I want to place this nav bar over here, right? So you can see that this is going to be my imagined content over here, right? So if I go just underneath the section ID and over here, I'm just going to say this is going to be a comment, right? I'm going to say this is going to be nav bar. And right away, again, I'm going to create, or again, I'm just going to copy this one, right? So I'm just going to say end of nav bar, right? And then over here, I'm going to add code that would be a nav bar, right? And we're going to start with a simple element of nav. And over here, we're just going to say class, and we're going to use a Bootstrap classes, right? So we're going to have to write a nav bar. I'm gonna write navbar inverse over here first, over here like this, and I'm gonna say that this is gonna be fixed to the top, so it's gonna be navbar over here fixed top, right? So now once we're done with that, right, you can see that we have a example of our navbar, right? Now we haven't obviously added anything, but this is gonna be our navbar, right? So the next thing we would need to do is add a div, right? And we're gonna say that this is gonna have a class, and this is gonna be a container, right? So over here we're gonna write container, and again we have options of container fluid, and it's really gonna depend. With this container, just gonna have a little bit of more paddings to the left and right, right? So with the fluid, it would be really stretched out all across, right? So therefore I'm using div container, and another div that we're gonna be placing right after is gonna be a div with a class of navbar header, right? So here we're gonna write the class, and I'm gonna say navbar, or here header, or here like this, header. And then the first thing we want to do is actually place in this header, we're going to place a button, right? Over here we're going to say button, and it's going to be type, and it's also going to be type button. And over here we're going to say that this is going to be a class over here of navbar toggle, right? So this is going to be class navbar over here like this, and we're going to say this is going to be toggle, right? Then we're going to say that this is going to be a attribute a data toggle over here like this, toggle. And then we're going to say that this is going to be value of collapse over here. And then we're going to use a attribute of data target over here like this. But we're going to obviously would need to use ID for this one, right? So this is going to be basically we're creating this button, whereas the screen is going to be smaller. We're gonna have a button that actually shows our links, right? That's for the Bootstrap. And over here, I already know that I'm gonna have my ID. And I'm gonna say my navbar, right? And over here, what we would want to do before we actually close up the button, right? What we would want to do is we're gonna place over here a font awesome, right? We have a couple of options with the Bootstrap, right? We can use a Bootstrap glyphicons, but I'm just going to use a font awesome over here. So I'm going to say I, and this is going to have a class, and then we're going to actually use a fa and fa bars, right? So this is going to be the icons that I'm using over here, right? And because I haven't really styled it yet, right? You can see that bars are there. There's just I need to add a little bit more style and a little bit or width and height and everything, right? So therefore you're going to see them much more better, right? So now that we're done with the button, right, we can actually continue. And over here, we're just going to place it all the way on a left side, our navbar brand, right? And in order to do that, over here, we're going to create a link, and we're going to write href over here like this, and we're going to have a hashtag, and I'm going to say class, and over here, we're going to say that this is going to be navbar brand over here like this, and we're just going to close it out, and we're going to say that this is going to be imagine over here like this. And now we can actually go ahead, and we're done with this navbar header, right? So this was our navbar header. And the next thing what we would need to do is actually this collapse menu over here, this one, right? For the my navbar, right? So over here, I'm just going to create a comment, and I'm going to say this is going to be a div collapse over here, content or menu, right? Something like this. And within this div, or I'm sorry, after this comment, right? We would need to create a div. I'm going to give it a class, and this class is going to be a collapse, navbar collapse, right? And this is not, again, something that I came up with. It's obviously the generic Bootstrap classes, right? So navbar, over here collapse, over here like this. And then here we would need to give it ID, right? And this ID is obviously needs to match over here, this one, right? So I'm just going to call it my navbar over here like this. And then what we would want to do over here, we would want to close out this div, right? And then within this div, we're just going to create over here a let's say unordered list, right? And we're going to give it a class, and again this is going to be a Bootstrap class, isn't right? Navbar over here, nav, and then we're going to place it to the right side, so we're going to say right navbar, right? And navbar right. Okay, and after that we would need to start placing a list items, right? And the first list item that I'm actually going to create is going to be a glyphicon, right? So here I'm going to write li, right? And then I'm writing this is going to be class, and this is going to be a active class, right? And after that, we're going to actually place a href over here like this, link, right? And we're just going to say that this is going to be a over here like this, or we could just actually call it a banner, right? So this should go all the way to a banner, right? So this is going to be home, and if it's clicked, then it's obviously going to go scroll all the way up to the banner, right? So here we're going to write banner over here like this. And next, what we would want to do is actually create a glyphicon within this link, right? And the way we do that, over here we write span, right? And we would write class, and over here we would write a glyphicon, and this is going to be like Font Awesome, but for a Bootstrap, right? And you can find them on a Bootstrap page, the glyphicons, right? So over here, it's going to be a glyphicon and home, right? So now if I close my link, right? And if I actually save it over here, and we should just check it out. You can see that if we click it over here on this button, right? This is going to be our home, right? This is going to be our home section that leaves the banner, right? Or if we make the screen bigger, right? This is all the way here, right? Because we set our links to the right. And the reason for that, obviously you can see that we have a lot of sections. Now I'm not gonna create a link over here in my navbar to every section, right? Because we have like, I don't know, 15 or 16 of them. I really already lost the count a long time ago, right? So we're just going to start with the first ones so you have an idea, because I don't believe if you're going to be making something on your own that you're going to have so many of these sections, right? So this is going to be our first section, right? And like I said, if we're starting from the right, it's actually going to be, we're going to be adding more and more links over here, right? So if we go back over here, and we're just going to go to our next list item, right? So we're going to go over here, and we're going to say list item, right? And over here, the first one would be services, right? So we're just going to say this is going to be a, over here, a link, right? And within this, over here, like this, href. But the href would obviously would have to be a ID that we created over here, right? So over here, I'm going to write services. Over here, this is going to be a destination for this link, right? So over here, if we write a services, right? Services. Over here like this, now I can see that it's actually going to be going to services, right? So if we click it over here, you can see that we started in the services, right? And the way we check obviously these IDs is we just go back over here and we can see that this is going to be ID of services, right? And after that, what we have is a promise, right? This is going to be our next one. Then we have our skills. Then over here we have a jumbo, right? But I don't think there's a point of creating a link to jumbo. And then it's going to be our work and team and all that, right? So what we would need to do over here is we're going to go over here and we have a services, right? And now I can just copy this link, right? So we just copy this one time. And over here, we're going to say that this is going to be a promise. Over here like this, promise. And over here, we're also going to write promise. So promise over here like this. And again, if we open it up, now I can see that I have two of them, right? If I click it over here, you can see that I'm at the promise. And after that, what we would want to do is actually create another one, right? So over here, we're just going to copy this one again. And the new one we're going to create is actually going to be for the skills, right? Over here like this, skills. And over here, we're also going to write skills. Skills over here like this. Then we're going to have work, right? So again, we're going to copy this one and we're going to say that this is going to be a work. And over here, this one is going to be work. Over here like this. Then we're going to say that the next one is going to be a team, right? So over here, this is going to be team. Team. And over here is the same thing. This is going to be team. Right, and after that we're going to create a numbers, pricing, quotes, clients, and actually contact, right? So over here, what we would want to do over here, we're gonna create another one, right? So after team, this is gonna be a numbers, right? Over here like this, we're gonna say this is gonna be numbers, and over here is gonna be the same thing, numbers. And after that, we're gonna have a pricing, right? So I'm gonna copy this one, and we're gonna write this is gonna be a pricing over here like this, and over here like this, pricing. And after that, we have quotes and clients, right? And maybe I have missed out some of them, right? But I'm just going to the main ones, right? Again, you're gonna be creating your own, so it doesn't really matter. I might skip few of the ones, let's say that we had a couple of work sections, right, that repeated ourselves, right, or portfolios, right? So I'm just going to the main sections that we have, right? And pricing, then we have clients and quotes over here, so 2 more. And then we have a contact us over here, right? So what we would need to do over here, over the pricing, we're gonna write this is gonna be quotes over here like this. Then we're gonna say that this is gonna be a clients over here like this, and the last one is gonna be a contact us, right? Contact us, right? And this is gonna be probably this section, right? So maybe if we want, we can actually change the name over here. Instead of imagine, we can say contact us if we want to, right? Because this was actually our footer, right? And as you can see that I'm actually talking about a different thing. Now this is going to be a contact us. I'm sorry. We have no link to the footer. I mistakenly thought that this is going to be my link over here, but it's not going to be, right? And after we have over here, then we would need to change over here these quotes, right? So we're going to say quotes, and instead of clients, obviously, instead of pricing, we'll have clients. And over here, we're going to say a contact us, right? Or it's going to be contact, right? This is going to be our ID. And this is going to be contact over here, right? And the problem over here, you can see that we have over here this scroll, right? And we're going to fix that with a CSS, right? Because you can see that this is going to be our links. But let's say that you don't want to scroll. We're actually going to create the CSS rule so we can actually avoid that, right? So over here, if we make this one bigger, right? So now you can see how they actually look like, right? So if we start over here, right, all the way on the top, you can see that we have over here this inverse menu. This is going to be from the Bootstrap, right? Now this is what I was talking about, right? That if we have container, right, you can see these paddings over here, right? And they are preset with the Bootstrap, right? Now if you don't like them over here, if we go back to container, we can obviously create this one as a container fluid, right? So if I would write over here fluid, right, you can see how it is stretched out. Now I don't like that, that's why I use container, right? But that's your actually decision what you would want to do. Now that we're done actually of creating with HTML, right, then we can just maybe check whether this one works, right? So does this go to contact? Does this one go to clients, right, over here? And the next one we have a numbers, right? This is going to be over here, our numbers. Then we have pricing. Now you can see that the problem is going to be with this menu right now, it's blocking, right? So what we would need to do obviously is make it bigger screen, right? And then whatever we click it, right, this is going to be pricing, this is going to be quotes, clients, right? If we're working on a smaller screen, right, it would be problematic over here that this would be the blocking the view, right? Now let's go to main CSS and let's actually style a nav bar. So let's go to a main CSS over here like this, and then let's decide where we would want to place it, right? So we can either go all the way to the top of our document, right? And we can place it right, let's say, in front of over here this header, right, that we were working on, right? So, or we can place it where our banner is, right? We can place it over here, where's the nav bar. It's really where you would want, right? Or you can go all the way back and actually place it in the bottom, where is our, where is going to be our footer, right? It really depends on you where you would want to set those rules, right? So what I would want to do is probably, I'm just going to place it with the general rules, right? So over here, where's the header, right? I'm going to create a comment, and over here, I'm just going to say this is going to be a navbar, right? And over here, we're going to just create the rules, right? So the first thing that I'm going to just select is this class, this navbar class that we had. And I'm going to say that this is going to have a border, right? Of border of actually 0, over here like this. And then we're going to say that this is going to have a padding, right? And that padding is going to be 10 pixels top bottom, right? But it's going to be 0 to the sides, right? Now, what I would want to do is, as we're transitioning, actually in navbar, we're just going to create a little bit of, nicer transition, right? So here, if we have a transition, right, we're just going to write that all the transitions that are happening are going to be like 1 second, and it's going to be ease over here, ease in out, right? Over here like this. And what's going to happen is, as we're actually hovering over the links, right, it's going to be slower, right? It's not going to be as fast, right? Now, the next thing that we want to do is actually go ahead and add a class that we're going to be using as we're scrolling down, right? Because what's going to happen is, right now we have over here this black navbar, right? But what we would want to do is actually create it much more transparent, right? And as we're scrolling down, you'll see that it actually changes, right? But as you can see, we haven't had this class in a HTML, right? So here we're just going to create, this is going to be a transparent class over here like this. And we're just going to add some background and some color to it, right? So we're just going to say this is going to be background. This is going to be RGBA over here like this. And then we're going to say 0, 0, 0. And again, this is going to be 0.7, right? Over here like this, right? And again, this class we're not going to see right now. We're actually going to attach it using the jQuery, right? As we start scrolling, right? Now, the next thing that we would want to do is actually style these nav links, right? So I'm going to write nav a over here like this. And then I'm going to say color, right? And I'm going to write white. And I'm going to say that this is going to be important over here like this. And the reason for that, if I didn't write important, as always, the Bootstrap actually has a preset, right, colors, and I would need to write this important to override it, right? And as you can see that it also styled this one because it's also considered a link, right? But we're going to style it separately, a little bit different color, right? So again, I'm going to make this one smaller over here like this. And the next thing that we want to do is, as we're hovering, we would want actually this orange color, right? So we'll write nav over here, and we're going to say a, and we're going to write hover, right? And over here, what we're going to say that this is going to have a color, right? And again, we're going to be using this orange one, right? So we're going to write F15025, right? Over here like this. And let's check it out, whether we have it or not. Over here like this, and what happens, right? And nothing is happening, right? So again, we would need to use this important, right? This addition that we're basically overriding over here these rules, right? So we would go back, and I can just copy in this case, right? Just say copy, and we can just paste it, and we right away can see that this is now turning orange because we wrote this important, right? Now, after that, what we would want to do is style this class active that we added to our glyphicon that was that looked like a house, right? So over here we write class active, and we're going to say a, right? So this is going to be our glyphicon, right? And I'm going to say that this is going to have a background, right? And the background is actually going to be none, right? And again, let's check it out whether it worked or whether we need to add this important one, right? So wrong one. So we just create it over here, and we can see that nothing has happened, right? So we need to add this important, right? So we go back, and again, over here, we have a couple of options. We can just copy, or we can just do it like this, right? Or if we can just write it. So again, if I just save it, and if we go back, now you can see that I have no background because I actually changed the value for the Bootstrap, right? For the preset value, right? And after that, we're going to say that this is going to have a color right away, and this is going to be this orange color, right? So in this case, I'm just going to copy this line over here like this, and we're just going to over here copy and paste it over here like this. Then we can save it. And after that, what we would want to do is actually work on this brand over here. This is going to be this navbar brand link, right? So over here, we write a navbar brand. This is going to be our class from HTML. And we're going to see, and you can see the brackets right away. Selecting it, you can see that this is going to be a font size over here. And we're going to say this is going to be 30 pixels, right? Something like this. Then we're going to say this is going to have a font style over here like this. And we're going to say this is going to be italic, right? And then again, we're going to add this color, right? So we're going to say that this is going to have a color, right? And this is going to be this orange one, right? So we're just going to copy this one right away with important, just in case, right? So we don't need to write it, right? And now we have this imagine with this orange color, right? Now the next thing that we want to do over here is start styling this toggle button, right? So over here, we're just going to create a new rule, right? We're going to say that we would want a toggle button style, right? So here we select the class of navbar toggle over here like this, right? Now you can see that the Bootstrap is giving us right away a live preview that we're selecting the navbar toggle, right? So we write color, we write white, right? So we can see it a little bit better, right? We're going to write font over here size. This is going to be 20 pixels, right? So we right away got it better. And over here, we're going to write a border color, right? And we're also going to write white, right? But again, nothing happens. What we would need to do over here, important over here like this. And maybe I just didn't see it because let's check it out. Let's just have a live preview over here. And let's check it out what happened. Yeah, we need to add important, right? Because again, sometimes with these small things, using live preview, sometimes you think that nothing has happened because you have this blue one, right? But maybe actually in the case, it's just live preview is messing up the view, right? So now we have a white important border color. And then we would want to add a couple of more rules as we're actually hovering over, right? As we have a focus over here like this. And let me just grab it all the way to the top, right? So let's add a couple of more rules, right? So we're going to say that navbar toggle as we're hovering and when it's in focus, right? So here we place a over here like this, and then we say that this is going to be a navbar toggle over here, and we're going to say this is going to be a focus over here like this, and we're going to say that this is going to be a background color is going to be white, right? Important, and the color is going to be orange, right? So here we're going to say a background color over here like this. We're going to say that this is going to be a white, right? And we're going to say this is going to be important, right? And after that, we're going to say color is going to be a orange one, right? So we're going to go with color, and we're going to write over here F1515025, right? Over here like this. So we save it, and what happens is, as you can see, as I'm hovering, it's actually the button is background white, and the color is orange, right? And after that, what we would want to do is actually navbar collapse, right? So when we open up over here, right? And as you remember, as I was talking about, right, that I would want a different over here, this, I would want it to show all the way if I'm actually selecting them, right? So if I go back over here like this, you can see that I wouldn't want this scroll, right? So how do we do that, right? And over here, we just go and we would select a navbar collapse, right? So we would just write navbar collapse over here like this, and we would say that the border color is going to be a orange one over here like this. We're going to say that this is going to be a border color color, and the border color is going to be a orange one over here like this. So again, we're going to use the same one, 05 to 05, and over here we're going to say this is going to be important, right? And what we would need to do is max height over here like this. And we're going to say this is going to be none, right? There's no max height over here, and we're going to say this is going to be important also, right? Now I can see that right away they're all showing, right? Now, one more thing, probably what we should do over here is add a little bit of font size, right? That I missed over here, right? You can see that nav A, right? And what we would want to do is actually add some font size, right? So here I'm going to write a font size, and I'm going to say this is going to be like 16 pixels, right? And once we have added over here this font size, right? What we can do over here, we can just make it bigger, right? Make it all the way, maximize it, right? And now you can see that this is going to be our menu, right? And there's a couple of things that I want to add to this nav bar, right? One of the things is going to be a Bootstrap scroll spy, and as we're going over the sections, right, it's actually going to lighten up and be orange over here like this, right? So the class is actually going to be active, right? So this class is going to be changing. That's going to be one thing. And also we're going to add some transparency once we actually start scrolling, right? So those are the two things that I'm going to add over here to this nav bar. But pretty much as far as HTML and CSS is concerned, right, this is actually it, right? So this is going to be on a smaller screen, right? So we can toggle the button, right? And this is going to be this border that we just created over here, right? This orange one, right? And over here on a bigger one, right? This is how it would look like, right? So let's go ahead and let's actually add the scroll spy option for our nav bar. So how do we apply a scroll spy from the Bootstrap to our document, right? And when I say a scroll spy, what it means is as we're going to be scrolling up and down, right? Actually, it's going to be showing us which section we're at, right? So what we would need to do, over here we go back to the body, and we're just going to have to add some preset Bootstrap attributes, right? So the first one is going to be data spy over here like this, and we're going to set it equal to scroll, right? Then after that, we're going to write a data target over here, and then we're going to set that one equal to a nav bar. And over here I'm writing nav bar because this is the class that I'm going to be using, right? So therefore they need to match, right? And after that we're going to write a data set, right? And this is pretty much just saying what is the distance from the top when the actual spying is going to start, right? So I'm going to save this one over here, right? And if we just go back and refresh over here, what's going to happen is as we're scrolling down, right, you can see that it's right away lightening up, right? So this is going to be services section. Next one is going to be promise. Then it's going to be skills. This is going to be work, and so on and so forth, right? Now the mistake over here as I have is that you can see that the quotes actually are after the clients, right? So you can see the quotes right now, right? As I'm scrolling down, however, the clients are actually over here, right? So what I would need to do is go back to index.html, right? And let's find where's our quotes. So I'm just going to grab them, cut them out over here and paste them over here. And then once we save it, you can see that right now it's going to be properly where we have a client, right? And only then we're going to have quotes, right? So we go to clients first, and then it's going to be the quotes. Now, if we go back and reset this value of 50 to, let's say, 10, right? So obviously it's going to be happening much more quicker, right? So if we go all the way to the top and we just start scrolling, right? It's going to be pretty much happening quicker, right? So the next thing what we would want to do is actually create a jQuery where over here you can see that this banner, right? It would be only showing up as we're scrolling down, right? So we wouldn't have over here this nav bar, right? We would just have these links and that's it, right? So this black thing only would be showing up once we're starting to scroll down. So let's go to our JavaScript file and actually let's create the code. So how do we work with the jQuery, right? To make this transition for this nav bar, right? So as we're scrolling up and down, actually this background would change, right? So the first thing we would need to obviously go back to a script, right? Not main CSS, actually, but to a script over here. And now you can see that we have been working with owl and we have been working with a lightbox, but we would need to add some more script, right? So over here, I'm going to comment this, that this is going to be navbar transition over here, transition, right? And then after that, we're going to obviously have to write again a document ready, right? For a jQuery, right? So over here, I'm just going to put a $sign, right? And I'm going to say this is going to be a document, right? And then I'm going to say this is going to be document ready. And over here, we're going to write a function, right? And over here, we're going to create a code block, right? And here I'm going to put a semicolon, right? So whatever code we're going to be writing within this code block, right? Now the next thing that we would want to do is actually select a window, right? And we're going to select the whole window object, right? Window. And over here, we're going to add an event, right? A scroll event over here like this. And we're going to say this is going to be a function, right? And again, we're going to create some code block, right? And again, I'm going to put a semicolon over here, right? And after that, what I would want to do is create a variable. And I'm going to give it a location, right? And I'm going to set it equal to another $sign over here like this. And here we have two options, right? I can write as the same window object, right? But because we're already working with the window object, I can just write this keyword, and JavaScript is gonna know that what I mean is this window object over here, right? And what I want to do is add another event to it, and I want to add a scroll top, right? Over here like this, and I'm just gonna put semicolon over here. And now I've set this variable. What I can do over here is I can create a if statement, right? And what I can do is if over here, this location, right, is going to be, let's say, less than 70 pixels. I want something to happen, right? And else I want something else to happen, right? So first one is if, and the other one is going to be else, right? So else, right? And over here, we're going to write another rule, right? Now, what I would want over here, right? Now, I would want actually this one to be not to have the class that we created, right? Remember, we added a class of transparent, right? We didn't put it anywhere in our code, right? But we have it, right? In our main CSS, right? If we go back over here, you can see the transparent, right? Background, right? Now, if we go back over here to a script, right? What I would want to do is actually select a nav, right? The whole nav with a $sign again, right? I'm gonna go use it like this over here, and I would want to say remove class, right? Remove transparent class, right? So I'm gonna root transparent over here like this. Now the key though is you can see that I haven't added it, right? So within the else statement, I actually would want to add it, right? So what I'm gonna do is copy this one and just paste it. And over here, you can see that instead of removing the class, right, we're gonna add the class, right? So we did a little bit backwards, right? We haven't added this class anywhere in our index HTML, but we are actually doing it with a jQuery, right? And we're actually removing it first, right? If the pixel count is less than 70, and we're actually adding it if it's more than 70, right? And let's see how it works, right? The reason why nothing is happening is you can see that over here I made a mistake, right? So it's add class, right? So I need to delete that over here. And if we refresh, right, you can see that if I'm going to refresh, that actually as we start moving down, right, it becomes a little bit lighter, right? Now we probably would want to make a couple of changes so we can see it a little bit better, right? And the first one, we could go back to our index.html and change over here, instead of navbar inverse, right? We can just write navbar default over here like this. If we save it, right, you can see that this is going to be default. And as I'm scrolling down, actually now we're adding this class, right? Now this could be an option, right? But we probably don't like the fact that we cannot really see our links, right? So let's go back again to a CSS, right? And let's find it where we have over here our nav bar, right? And maybe instead of default, let's just get rid of it altogether, right? And save it again. And now you can see that I have a clear menu, right? And but as I start scrolling down, you can see that we added this background class, right? Now, if that's not an option for you, right? We can do also like this. We can add nav bar. We can have inverse, right? So it would be the same thing that we had before, right? And technically we cannot see as we start scrolling. However, if we go back to main CSS, and you can see over here with this nav bar class, right? What we can do is add over here background, right? And we can say that this is going to be a transparent parent background, right? So what happens is when we refresh, right, you can see that my nav bar is going to be transparent, but still, because we added over here this jQuery, right, you can see that we're adding this class, right? And again, you can check it out, the code that we did, right, that we created first a document ready, then we selected a window object, right, we added a event, right, and then we just created over here a variable, right, that was using a scroll top event, right, and then we set a pretty basic if and else statement. And the last thing that I want to show you guys is how the actually finished product looks like, right? So you can see that we added actually animations, right? So as we're scrolling down, the animations are coming in, right? And we also have a scroll to the top button, right? Now, I'm not going to make this a long video right now about it, because I have covered these topics actually very vigorously in other videos. I have separate videos for animate CSS with wow.js and scroll to the top. So I'm just gonna skip this and I'm just gonna show you how it looks like actually in the file, right? So over here you can see that we're gonna have a scroll press GS, right? That this is gonna be for the button. And over here, if we go anywhere in a document, right, we're going to be able to see that we're going to be using a animation, right? So this is going to be data val duration, let's say something like that, right? So that's the reason why I'm not going to make this a long video about animate and this button, because in the description for a video you're going to find the separate videos for all that, because don't want to like make the videos about the same topic over and over again, right? So you can use these videos to actually figure out how you can do that. And actually we did this with this button, right? We used already animate over here. So only thing you're gonna have to do is pretty much do the same thing for the rest of the elements over here, right? And the same with the scroll press over here, this button, right? you're gonna be able to see it in the videos how to actually create them, because again there's like 2 or 3 separate videos just about that, some of them in other projects and some of them just separate videos how to actually operate with this button. So that pretty much concludes this video. I hope you guys really enjoyed making this website with Bootstrap as much as I did. If you didn't, well, too bad, there's nothing I can help you with. But if you did, just yeah, hope you enjoyed it, and I hope I'll see you next time. Thanks for watching the video.